Welcome to Tyla Walker Romance. You're about to dive into one of Miss Tyla's free full audiobooks. She always knows how to make you forget your life with handsome alpha male billionaire heroes and sassy strong heroines who grab love with both hands. In order for this content to be free, we have to take out the dirty details. Otherwise, we risk disrupting this platform's rules and guidelines. Buy the unabridged version of any Tyla Walker audiobook from TylaWalker.com, and with code SAVE40, you can get 40% off any digital product at checkout. Take this moment to subscribe to the channel, and remember that liking and commenting is what makes these free full audiobooks possible. Thank you for choosing to treat yourself with Miss Tyla. Chapter 1. Elena. I used to think Fire and I spoke in a secret dialect. When I was a rookie, I could walk into a blaze and recognize the tone of each crackle, the pitch of every groan in the walls, that quick hiss, oil overheating, that dull metallic ping, a beam beginning to fail. Once the sound made sense, the fear never caught up to me. Lately, all I hear is static, and every whisper of heat feels like a curse spelled in a language I no longer understand. The tones drop at 217. Engine 27, Ladder 14, Battalion 11. Report of a kitchen fire, West 134th. The dispatcher's voice slices through the bunk room, and muscle memory drags me upright before my brain even registers the words. Boots, bunker pants, suspenders up, coat, gloves half on. My helmet waits on the hook at the bay doors, black shell chipped at the brim and edges. The scorch marks once felt like trophies. Now they feel like stitches holding something broken together. Outside, Harlem wears a January frost thick enough to crunch under our tires. Streetlights glow the color of weak tea. We roll out of the house and the siren sings over the hush of a neighborhood that never fully sleeps. I sit in the rear jump seat, nozzle in my lap. Alvarez beside me, counting under his breath. He does that when adrenaline hits, counts down instead of up, as if the call will end faster that way. He tips his chin. "You good, Ramos?" "Peachy," I say. That lie is automatic, easier than explaining the tremor in my right hand. The address is a skinny brownstone, wedged between a bodega and an all-night locksmith. Thin smoke curls from a third-floor window, gray rather than black. Grease fire, probably. Somebody nodded off in front of a late snack. Nothing we can't knock down in 2 minutes flat. I tell myself that while we hump the line up narrow stairs that smell like stale beer and bleach. Mask on, regulator clipped, air hisses against my face. Door 3B swings open, and hot vapor pushes out. Flames dance on a forgotten skillet, licking cabinet doors. A grandmother in powder blue pajamas fans uselessly with a dish towel. "Ma'am, stand behind us," I say through my voice amp. "We'll put it out." She clutches a wooden rosary, eyes shining with smoke tears. I angle her behind Alvarez, who opens the nozzle to a fog pattern. Water meets fire with a violent hiss. 2 sweeps, and the worst is a scorched backsplash. Easy. Controlled. Except the heat against my visor triggers a film reel I cannot stop. Suddenly, I'm not inside a brownstone kitchen. I am back at the Jamaica Avenue warehouse. Daylight bleeding orange through corrugated tin. Malik kneels next to a sealed exit, Halligan in hand, grinning wide, even with his mask on. "We got this, E," he says. Then the roof groans, the way a piano string snaps under too much tension. I hear it again now, louder than the present, louder than the hiss of steam in front of me. My knees lock. The hose jerks in my grip. For a second, I taste burning insulation and melted plastic filter through my mask, even though the air tank feeds me purified oxygen. "Ramos," Alvarez says, voice smooth but firm. "Fan pattern left, you're drifting." I blink. The brownstone returns. Cabinets askew. Floor wet. Smoke thinning. Malik is not here. My lungs forget how to breathe anyway. We finish ventilating. Kill the breaker. And hand the grandmother to EMS for a quick check. She kisses the back of my glove like I just dragged her from a 4-alarm. Her gratitude hums in my ears like static. Outside, Captain Reed waits beside the rig, arms folded across a turnout coat, older than some of the probies. Frost clings to his silver sideburns. His gaze, though, runs hotter than any stovetop. "Office when we get back," he says. No bark, no shout, just iron certainty. I nod, peel my mask, and look anywhere but at the reflection in the visor. Reed's office reeks of burnt coffee and wintergreen gum. Graffiti scratches across the metal desk. Initials layered over initials so deep, the surface looks like a topographical map. Malik's carve marks sit near the center. MA plus ER. He swore the plus was a joke, not a confession. I never called him on that lie. The captain leans forward, elbows braced, thick fingers laced so tight the knuckles blanch. "You froze tonight." I hesitated. I answered, voice steady even while my pulse trips. "Half a second, tops." "One heartbeat too long," he says, softer than anger. Inside a fire, half a second is a lifetime. The pity in his eyes slices deeper than any reprimand. He pushes a pamphlet across the desk. First Responder Trauma Recovery, St. Luke's Hospital, Tuesday, 1900 hours, group therapy. Mandatory, he adds. Non-negotiable. I know better than to argue. Reed never pulls rank unless he worries someone will end up dead. Usually that someone is the person he is saving from themselves. I swallow the temptation to shrug. "Yes, Captain." Something in my tone twists his mouth. Regret, maybe. Fear, more likely. "You are one of the best line firefighters I have ever led," he says. "Do not make me write another condolence letter." The word "another" echoes inside my ribs. I stand before he can see the shake roll through my shoulders. Outside the office, the hallway feels colder than the January night. Shift change drags me into daylight. I ride the A train to Brooklyn, with my hood pulled low, bunker bag at my feet. Strap hangers give me a respectful bubble. Soot still smudges my collar. More than once, a kid points, eyes wide. Future firefighter, maybe? I want to tell them heroism tastes like bile and insomnia, but I'm too tired to break their dream. The bakery beneath my apartment floods the block with cinnamon cardamom heaven. Usually I inhale and picture my mom's Sunday morning sweetbread. Today the smell roils my stomach. I shoulder past the display window, up the stairs, into Unit 2C where last night's mail waits like an ambush. Rent statement, water bill, a sympathy card from Malik's mother postmarked 3 months ago. I shove everything onto the kitchen counter and flip on the overhead light. It flickers twice before holding steady. The skillet on my stove still carries ash scuffs from the warehouse fire. I ought to toss it. I cannot make myself move. Instead, I run a fingertip over the soot and study the smear on my skin until my eyes blur. I shower until the water pounds my back raw. Steam fogs the mirror, and I trace Malik's initials through condensation before wiping them off with the heel of my hand. Soft curls spring free from the bun I shoved under my helmet, and I regret not grabbing the conditioner. My reflection looks older than 31. Too many nights on too little sleep chisel hollows under my brown eyes. By noon, the apartment grows claustrophobic. I pace, attempt coffee, burn the first pot, pour it out, try again. The smell of bitter grounds coats my tongue. I carry the mug to the living room, where bookcases groan under plaques. Unit citation, Medal of Valor nomination, Rookie of the Year. Photographs jam every shelf. One shows Malik and me the night we finished probationary school, arms slung over each other's turnout coats, helmets askew, faces flushed with a mix of exhaustion and unkillable joy. I turn that frame face down The thud of it meeting wood feels like a bone breaking. At 1500 hours, Mama calls. You at the firehouse, mija? No, home, I say. I do not mention the cold sweat chilling my spine or the fact I have not slept in 27 hours. You gotta rest those pretty eyes, she scolds. I made caldo de pollo. Come by. I will send some home with you. I can't, Mama. Over time, I lie. Captain's got me on a paperwork project. Paperwork, she snorts. Used to be you inhaled my soup like oxygen. I still do, promise. My voice cracks still. She hears it. Mamas always hear it. Tell me the truth, Elena. Has the department provided counseling? Guilt scrapes my ribs. They just assign me to a group. Go, do the work. You cannot outrun grief. Maybe I can do push-ups faster than that. Weak joke. Mama's silence tells me it lands flat. Come Sunday, she says. I will save you the biggest thigh piece. Love you, I whisper. More than air, she replies. It has been our sign-off since kindergarten, when I told her I loved recess more than breathing. After the call, I sink onto the futon. Evening slides across the ceiling in slow stripes. Sirens weave through the city pulse. I tell myself they belong to someone else. Another company. Another kitchen fire. Not my problem. The lie curdles before it finishes forming. Night again, insomnia prowling. I scroll endless articles on survivor's guilt. Top 10 coping mechanisms, yoga, box breathing, journaling. None mention seeing your best friend every time you close your eyes. I close the laptop and stare out the window. My building faces Atlantic Avenue. Cars blur under the streetlights like comets. I imagine Malik in one, riding shotgun, elbow out, humming off key. The vision hurts worse than the memory. I go to the fridge, yank it open, slam it shut. No groceries. I have not cooked a real meal in 8 months. Malik used to watch me burn pasta and tease. How can a firefighter let water boil over? He would stir sauce while I practiced knotting my ropes on the kitchen chair. We were ridiculous. Inseparable. Now my wrists itch to practice knots just to feel busy. Instead, I pace again, counting steps between couch and door, 33 each way. Sunlight drags itself over the horizon. I brew another pot of coffee that tastes like pennies. Shower again, put on jeans, a faded FDNY tee, a puffy vest, and tuck my curls into a knit cap. Before leaving, I'd open a drawer, lift a thin gold band off a chain. Malik bought it at a pawn shop. Said one day he would kneel. Not yet, but soon. We were going to blow our savings on Iceland tickets first. I slide the ring onto my thumb. It rests against the knuckle like a question mark. My phone pings. Captain Reed. Group therapy tomorrow is 1900. Attendance recorded. No greeting, no signature. Orders are simpler than condolences. I shove the phone into my pocket, step onto the landing. The bakery lady downstairs greets me with a smile. Morning, hero. Sweet bun on the house. Another time, I say, though her kindness softens something tight behind my sternum. Outside, the cold sears my cheeks. I walk aimlessly down the Atlantic until the skyline opens like a jaw. Manhattan across the river looks golden in sunrise, daring me to believe in fresh starts. My legs carry me toward the ferry pier before my mind catches up. Malik and I love the Staten Island ferry. Free, windy, smelling like diesel and possibility. I buy a coffee from a cart, lean on the railing, and watch gulls squabble over bagel crumbs. A paramedic in navy blues jogs by, nods at my tea. Stay safe, sister. I lift the cup and salute. The words tangle inside my throat. My mouth remembers smoke too easily. Speech feels costly. Background check, the version I practice in my head for psychologists. Name, Elena Marisol Ramos. Age, 31. Birthplace, Lincoln Hospital, Bronx. July 10th, 94. During that blackout when the AC units died and the nurses fanned babies with the newspapers. Family, 2 brothers, 1 officer with the NYPD, 1 charter school teacher. Mama sells life insurance with the voice of a saint and the negotiator skills of a shark. Education, SUNY Albany, switched from criminal justice to fire science after watching Ladder 24 tear open a roof on my block. Felt the roar in my bones and thought, I need to be that brave. Distinguishing habits, humming old jazz standards under my mask when visibility drops, cracking knuckles before pushing a line, thanking hydrants with a 2-finger salute after every knockdown. That last one is my grandpa's superstition. Strengths, fast on stairs, spatial memory sharp as a scalpel, voice calm enough to cut through chaos. Weaknesses, survivor's guilt the size of Manhattan. Occasional freeze response triggered by corrugated metal ceilings. Insomnia is so bad, I have started naming the cabs that pass my window between 2 and 5 a.m. Goal, make it through one shift without Malik's laughter echoing between my ears. I never get past the goal part before the tears threaten. Then I reset, swallow hard, and try again. By late afternoon, I wind up in Prospect Park, sneakers crunching last week's snow. Kids sled on the hill near the boathouse, shrieking delight. I sit on a bench, breath clouding the air. Metal slats steal whatever warmth my body has left. I listen to a father's voice urging his daughter to keep her mittens on. It hits me how small losses ripple for years. Gloves today, courage tomorrow. Malik used to say heroes are made of tiny choices stacked like bricks. Maybe grief works the same way. A million splinters building a coffin around your heart. An older woman walks her dog past. The terrier yaps at a squirrel and she laughs. The sound feels so alive, it bruises me. I press fists into my coat pockets until my nails leave crescents in my palms. One breath after another. In, out, count to 4. Malone taught me that trick the first semester at the academy. Funny how the exercises that keep you calm inside a flashover barely dent panic in a park. I head home before dusk. The bakery smell is stronger now. Butter, sugar, cinnamon, but nostalgia tastes dangerous, so I keep my gaze on the stairs. In the apartment, I flip the picture of Malik and me upright, then instantly regret it, but leave it there. Ash skillet still sits on the stove. I reach for it, think about scrubbing until metal shines. Instead, I grab 2 takeout menus, toss them in the trash, and wipe dust off the cutting board. Baby steps, perhaps. Night settles like a cat. Silent, heavy, impossible to ignore. I set an alarm for tomorrow for 600 hours, even though I am off duty. Routine keeps the shadows in their corners. I curl on the futon with my grandfather's quilt, phone buzzing every so often with station group chat jokes. I do not open them. My eyes drift to the blank TV screen. In the reflection, my silhouette looks like someone else, shoulders hunched, head bowed. Malik used to prod me in the arm, chin lifted, smile flaring. Bigger spine, Ramos. I straighten now, just a fraction. I toss the phone onto the coffee table. It buzzes, vibrates off the edge, clacks on the floorboards. I leave it there. Instead, I open Notes app on my tablet and stare at a blank page. Finally, I type, I think I am still on fire, and nobody can smell the smoke but me. I save the file, close the tablet, let my head drop back. Sirens wail somewhere near Atlantic Avenue. My pulse matches the rhythm, steady for once. The ring on my thumb glints, catching the dim lamplight. I roll it against my knuckle. Feel the metal cool and true. Tomorrow I will sit in a fluorescent-lit basement with strangers and peel scabs off wounds I have pretended were scars. The day after, I might walk into an abandoned kitchen at midnight, chasing some reckless rumor of catharsis. Both prospects scare me more than any 5-alarm blaze. Fear still counts as feeling alive. Malik believed that. So do I, at least tonight. I glance at the window. Snow starts to fall in slow, lazy spirals. A hush settles over the Atlantic, muting the city to a low hum. I draw in a breath that tastes like cold impossibility. Let it out steady. For the first time since those distant days, the twist of nerves curling inside me loosens by a single thread. I whisper into the quiet. I survived that fire. I can survive tonight. The room does not answer, yet the radiator pipes clink like distant applause. My phone lights again, this time with a notification from Captain Reed. Update: therapy group relocated to shared session with civilian survivors. Expect crosstalk, keep uniform optional. Beneath it, the unknown number sends a final message. Therapy saves minds, heat tests hearts. Which one do you want more? I stare at both screens and realize Thursday's invitation is beginning to sound like the more honest kind of pain.
Chapter 2. Aiden. I wake before the alarm has a chance to scold me. 4:45. The sky outside my apartment glows the faint violet of a city that never turns completely dark. I swing my legs over the side of the mattress, fingertips grazing the hardwood while I sit perfectly still, listening. Some mornings I imagine I might hear a stove pilot clicking or a knife rocking on a cutting board, the old ghosts of prep work. There is only the hum of my refrigerator and the blood rush behind my ears. The studio used to smell like thyme and browned butter. Now it smells like nothing at all, an empty plate in scent form. My chef whites hang in the closet wrapped in dry cleaner plastic. I have not unsealed them in 8 months. Instead, I shuffle across the gleaming floor in socks, pull open the cabinet, and count coffee pods. 6 left. I pop one into the machine, press brew, watch black liquid drip into a mug that reads, "Shut up." I'm cooking even though I no longer do. While it drips, I complete the ritual inventory. Countertop, spotless, no crumbs. Sink, clean, no hidden plates. Range, burners off, knobs turned to 0, gas odor absent. I touch each knob once, twice, then a third time because the memory of hissing gas creeps uninvited into my mind whenever I stop it too. Coffee finished. I cradle the mug in both hands and move to the window that overlooks Franklin Street. Delivery trucks idle at the curb, headlights splashing pale shapes onto brick. A bicycle courier yells good-natured profanity at a taxi that cuts him off. New York at dawn is rude poetry, and I still love it, although the city took the best part of me when it let my restaurant burn. I sip. It is too bitter. I drink it anyway, letting the sting remind me I can still taste. My phone vibrates on the counter. Calendar reminder. Zoning appeal filing deadline, 1 week. I swipe it away. The fight to rebuild Ember and Ash feels like a story someone else once told me, full of legal briefs and hazard reports and a corpse at the center that the narrator skirts around. That corpse is James, and I will face him soon enough, but not before the second mug of coffee. I load another pod. The machine whirs. I stare at the oven's stainless steel door until the reflection of my face sharpens. My hair is slightly too long at the top, curls hinting at rebellion. Dark circles bruise the skin under my gray eyes. The pale stripe on my ring finger where the band used to sit is nearly gone. 5-second assessment complete, I look away, safe from unexpected self-loathing. With mug too secured, I cross to the couch. A manila folder waits on the coffee table. Inside, pages of deposition transcripts and photographs charred at the edges. At the top of the stack, a glossy 8x10 shows James laughing, flour dusting his chef coat, a smear of chocolate on his cheekbone. The jury will see this picture. They will decide how much my grief weighs in dollars. I close the folder and angle it under a stack of design magazines. Out of sight is not out of mind, but it buys me 10 vertical breaths, inhale 5, exhale 5, before memory shoves its way in. The explosion comes exactly the same every time. I smell propane first, so faint it could be a trick of the walk-in freezer. Then a deep metallic thud, like a wrecking ball hitting a bell. Heat slams into my back, blows me against the prep table. Air flips bright orange. The roar swallows James's name before he finishes shouting it. The floor buckles. Ceiling tiles fall in angry snow. When I drag myself outside, blistered palms, smoke-scorched throat, I look for my best friend and see only shards of skylight raining into a crater of flame. I force myself off the couch. Flashback over. Shower needed. The bathroom mirror fogs while I stand beneath water so hot the pipes groan. Steam loosens the knot between my shoulder blades. I scrub shampoo through my hair, then lean forward, pressing my forehead to the tile until cool porcelain steadies me. It's not enough to keep the guilt from seeping under my skin, but at least the tile never lies. It is either hot or cold. People are messier. Dressed in black jeans and a navy Henley that smells faintly of detergent, I lace boots and glance at the stove one more time. Knob 0. Good. I pocket keys and phone and step into the hallway where motion-activated sconces flare to life. Downstairs, the doorman waves. "Morning, chef." He still calls me that even though the Michelin star is gone and the restaurant itself is a busted shell wrapped in caution tape. I tip my chin in greeting, too polite to correct him. Outside, Tribeca yawns awake. A dog walker coaxes a stubborn bulldog across wet pavement. Horns argue on West Broadway. I breathe chilly air that tastes vaguely of bagels and diesel. My stomach growls. I ignore it. Breakfast requires cooking, and cooking feels like crossing an electric fence. I head toward the Hudson. Walking helps organize my brain. 7 blocks north, I veer into a riverside park, sit on a bench, and unlock the phone, ignoring 14 unread group texts from my former kitchen staff. At the top, a single contact sits orphaned. Laura. I tap the message thread even though I know what her latest volley will be. Mom called. Asked if you are eating enough greens. I lied. I said you were juicing. You are welcome. Brunch at mine Saturday. Bring yourself. Bring a plan. You promised therapy. And I know when you are lying. Name, date, time, or I tattle. Laura Shaw Bennett, 3 years older, has been issuing ultimatums since she borrowed my bike at age 8. The threat to tattle on Mom remains strangely effective. Mom can guilt trip a mountain into moving. I type a noncommittal reply. Have something lined up. Details soon. Tell Noah I miss his dinosaurs. I pocket the phone and watch a skull glide across the river, oars slicing water like synchronized knives. The precision should be calming. Instead, it reminds me of the line cook who used to break down salmon with surgical strokes. He transferred last month to a bistro on the Upper East Side. Survival looks different on everyone. My watch buzzes for half an hour. Time to loop back and pretend I have a schedule. I walk fast, counting steps in 8s, the way I once counted seconds between flipping steaks. At Canal Street, a tourist asks for directions to Little Italy. I gesture and give quick street names. She thanks me with a smile too bright for the morning gloom. I tuck it in my pocket like a spare match. Back at the loft, I climb stairs 2 at a time. Inside, the apartment is still immaculate. Evidence of a man living here remains minimal. Keys, phone, shoes by the door. I bag up yesterday's takeout boxes and set them beside the trash chute. Progress. My phone rings. Laura's name. Video chat. I debate ignoring and then swipe green. My sister fills the screen, hair in a messy bun, baby cereal on her sleeve. Behind her, nephew Noah zooms a toy jet across the couch. I was about to call you, I lied. Laura smirks. Sure you were. Listen, bro, I found you a group. Tuesdays at St. Luke's, 7 o'clock. First responders and civilian survivors. Mixed program. I already emailed your insurance. Slow down. I raise a hand. I said I would look at myself. And you are moving so quickly. Sarcasm drips. You need structured grief work. They handle trauma, anger, and sleep disturbance. I sleep fine, I say, even though she can see the tiredness etched into my face. She arches a brow. Mother expression number 4. Transparent disbelief. Aiden, you are existing, not living. Mom is coming next month for Dad's memorial. If she sees you like this, she will worry herself into the cardiac ward. Low blow, I mutter. Effective, though. She wipes cereal off her shirt. So you will go? I will think about it. Laura leans close to the camera. Either you show up at St. Luke's next Tuesday, or I will mail Mom a copy of that article from Gothamist about the zoning lawsuit. Your choice. I pinch the bridge of my nose. You weaponize motherhood too well. It is a sport. Text me a selfie from the hospital lobby and I will call off the hounds. She blows a kiss, then hollers off screen. Noah, dinosaur outside only. The feed cuts. I stare at my reflection in the blank phone screen until the minutes feel heavy. Then I open the email and scan the inbox. One new message from my attorney. Need updated witness list. Defense will argue contributory negligence due to unauthorized equipment repair. I delete it unread. There will be time later to draft polite refusals. My sneakers tap the floor, restless. I give in and head for the gym in Greenwich. The clank of weights offers a mechanical substitute for a kitchen's clang. I row until my shoulders flame, then soak in the steam room where eucalyptus stings the back of my throat. The manager waves when I leave, and I wonder if he remembers the night I cooked a pop-up dinner in the studio upstairs before the fire. Probably not. Afternoon errands swallow the next hours. Dry cleaner, pharmacy, hardware store for new cabinet hinges even though the current ones still work. The tasks keep me moving. Motion dulls memory. I ended up at a small Korean deli in Soho, where the owner, Mrs. Han, used to order bulk miso from our vendor. She sets a container of kimchi on the counter with my bottled water. Chef Shaw, you are thin, she scolds gently. New diet, I joke. Bad diet. Eat cabbage. Good for your heart. She pushes the container closer. I pay because refusing would insult her. Outside, I clutch the kimchi like a fragile secret. The red pepper aroma leaks through the lid, reminding me of the night James and I spent 3 hours perfecting a gochujang glaze. I almost drop the container, then press it to my chest until the sting fades. Back home, mail waits by the door. A glossy postcard catches my eye. St. Luke's Trauma Recovery Center. Healing happens together. The image shows 2 hands. One brown, one pale, clasping. Marketing copy maybe, but the synergy of colors triggers an unexpected warmth in my gut. I flip the card. The Tuesday session is highlighted in yellow, and someone has scribbled Room B3, check in by 6:45 in a neat print that matches Laura's planner handwriting. She's thorough, if nothing else. Evening slides in with a bruised peach sky. City lights blink on like eyes opening. I stand at the stove, a kimchi jar on the counter, hand hovering over the knob. One turn, blue flame, no equipment needed. Ease into it, chef. I twist the knob. Nothing happens. The pilot is disabled. I disabled it myself last month after a panic spiral. I laugh under my breath, equal parts relief and disgust. Kimchi goes into the fridge next to yogurt and bottled water. Dining tonight is a turkey sandwich from the bodega downstairs. The clerk adds an extra slice of provolone and calls it a chef's discount. I do not correct him either. Back in the loft, I eat standing at the window because chairs feel too permanent. Far below, a couple argues, then laughs, then holds hands across the taxi roof while hailing a ride. Life insists on continuing. Maybe it will drag me with it eventually. I rinse the plate. Faucet off. Quick inspection of burner knobs. All 0. Satisfied, I carry the manila folder to the desk. I owe James at least a glance at the paper ghosts. I ease it open. The first document is a witness statement from a dishwasher who escaped through the alley exit. He describes the sound, like the universe snapping its fingers. I close the folder again. Instead, I open my laptop and type St. Luke's Therapy Group introduction into the search bar. A PDF pops up describing group format. 8 participants, mixed backgrounds, emphasis on narrative reframing. Skill sessions include guided exposure to triggering environments such as commercial kitchens for burn survivors. My hands sweat. I scroll further until a sentence jumps out. Recent cohorts include firefighters recovering from on-scene fatalities. The words pulse. I picture ash-smudged turnout gear, and my chest tightens in sudden, inexplicable empathy. Firefighters run toward heat, chefs created, different wars, same casualties. The clock reads 10:30. I close the laptop and head for bed, brushing teeth while the heater rattles. Lying flat in the dark, I tried the breathing technique my physical therapist recommended after I cracked 3 ribs in the blast. 4 in, 7 hold, 8 out. It almost works. Then an imaginary siren starts low in my skull, building to a howl. I sit up, sweat dampening my collar. The bedside lamp remains dark. The siren fades. My pulse does not. I pad to the kitchenette, drink water straight from the faucet. On the fridge, a souvenir magnet from Atlanta's Hartsfield-Jackson clings crookedly. James and I bought it during a food festival when we talked about opening a second location in the South. The magnet's peach illustration grins at me. I cannot decide if it is encouragement or mockery. My phone buzzes. New text from Laura. Final warning. I have Mom on speed dial. Do not test me, little brother. A second message follows immediately. Therapy group merges with FDNI and Survivor Circle starting next week. Could help your case to show proactive recovery. She knows the magic words. Anything that helps the lawsuit might force the property developer to settle sooner. Imagine the fund paying out to James's partner, to the line cooks, to the hostess who still limps from her burn scars. My chest expands with a cautious breath. I type back, I will go. You win. 3 dots appear, vanish, appear again. Her reply. Proud of you. Selfie or it didn't happen. I close the thread and set a calendar event for Tuesday 6:30 p.m. Show up early. No excuses. Beneath it, I add a note in capital letters. Do not flake. Midnight. Sleep feels possible. I crawl into bed, and for the first time in weeks, I do not hear the roar of a gas line rupturing. Instead, I picture hands clasping across a therapy circle. One pair might be mine. Another might belong to someone who understands what it is like to be forged in fire. The idea is terrifying and strangely hopeful. Just before I drift off, a new text pings from an unknown number. Dockside Commissary Kitchen, midnight Thursday. No uniforms, no judgment. Burn the memories out. My pulse skips. I roll over, letting the message hover in unread purgatory. Tomorrow I will decide whether adrenaline is the cure or the addiction. For now, I let sleep kindle at the edges of consciousness. Tomorrow the embers of yesterday may finally light a path instead of another funeral pyre.
Chapter 3. Elena. The fluorescent hallway of St. Luke's smells like fresh paint blended with ancient antiseptic. Hope brushed over failure. I step out of the elevator, helmet hair curls, fighting the knit cap the January wind convinced me to wear, and immediately regret dressing in full FDNY logo hoodie. The lettering on my chest feels like target practice. A laminated sign taped crookedly beside the water fountain lists tonight's support groups. I scan for the one my captain strong-armed me into. Integrated Trauma Recovery, Room B3, lower level. The arrow points left, then down a flight of stairs that looks like a service access. Perfect. I take each step slower than the last, like maybe time will reverse if I move gently enough. At the basement landing, my boots squeak on buffed linoleum. The hallway is deserted, except for a vending machine that hums like it has secrets. Overhead, a bulb flickers, pauses, flickers again but never fully dies. Same. I pull my shoulders back, stretch my spine the way Malik used to remind me before inspections. Bigger spine Ramos, and push open the door with the faded B3 label. The room is a mishmash of church basement and second-rate conference center. Beige walls, stackable chairs in a crooked circle, whiteboard stained with ancient markers. A coffee urn sits on a folding table next to a box of assorted teas that all probably taste like dust. At least the chairs are padded. 7 people already claim seats. A blonde woman in designer athleisure grips a stress ball that squeaks every 3 seconds. A transit cop picks at the corner of a donut while staring into the middle distance. A paramedic with sleeve tattoos arranges fidget toys in a precise line on her knee. I know they're a mile away. The uniform may change, the nerves do not. I choose a chair farthest from the door and drop my backpack beside it. Arms folded, ankles crossed, fortress complete, head up, eyes forward. Nobody needs to see the bounce of my leg. First-timers sign the confidentiality sheet. A voice carries from my right. I turn and meet gray eyes, calm like a lake before a thunderstorm. The man wears dark jeans, a crisp navy Henley that fits broad shoulders, hair curling at the ends as if it forgot to be managed. He is not quite handsome in the movie star sense, more like a Polaroid you keep finding excuses to glance at twice. He holds out a clipboard. No smile, just a small nod. Thanks, I say, then write Elena Ramos, ladder 14 on the first blank line, signing with the blunt pencil that dangles from twine. My handwriting looks like I jabbed the letters with a bayonet. When I pass the clipboard back, our fingers almost touch. He recedes, silent. Settling 2 chairs away, a middle-aged therapist in a cardigan the color of oatmeal walks in, balancing a stack of worksheets and a package of off-brand cookies. She introduces herself as Dr. Quinn, psychiatry. The accent says maybe Ohio transplanted to Queens. She places the cookies on the coffee table center stage, then rubs her palms like warming them over a campfire. Welcome to integrated trauma recovery, she begins, voice soothing without being syrupy. Some of you returnees already know the guidelines. Confidentiality, mutual respect, no crosstalk unless invited, and cell phones silenced. Her gaze lands on me. I realize my phone still vibrates in my hoodie pocket, station group chat buzzing about somebody's birthday sheet cake. I flip it to Do Not Disturb. Dr. Quinn continues. Tonight we have 2 new members. Elena. She gestures to me, friendly but neutral. And Aiden. Gray-eyed man lifts a hand. Casual acknowledgement. The way he sits rigid yet composed tells me he hates attention as much as I do. Let's do brief check-ins, Quinn says, distributing index cards. Name, department, or background? What brought you here? 1 minute or less. We don't need the entire saga tonight. The circle starts clockwise. Stress ball woman introduces herself as Melody, private practice attorney, car crash survivor, still wakes up tasting smoke from her airbag deployment. Transit cop is Officer Ruiz, who witnessed the derailment last spring. Tattooed paramedic Shay lost a partner to fentanyl contamination on scene. Stories tumble around the circle like mismatched dominoes, each one landing with a soft clack. My turn arrives faster than expected. I'm Elena Ramos, FDNY. The letters catch on a dry throat. Captain thought this group might keep me from freezing on the job. That's it. I lift a shoulder, done. Quinn nods. Thank you. Scribbles a note. No pressure, but I feel judged by the squeak of her marker. Aiden speaks next. Aiden Shaw, former chef. Restaurant explosion 8 months ago. The words leave his mouth flat, practiced. He offers no adjectives, no garnish. Former chef, but the posture still reads, kitchen warrior. His hands rest on denim thighs, fingers splayed like they remember mapping plates on a pass at lightning speed. Quinn sets the timer aside. Good. Tonight's focus is cognitive reframing, specifically around the concept of moving on. I'll read a prompt, you write whatever surfaces, no self-censoring. Afterward, we share what feels safe. Moving on. The phrase needles me before the pen hits paper. Malik's mother used those exact words at his memorial, voice quivering like I owed it to the universe to heal on schedule. My jaw clenches. I grip the pen anyway. Quinn reads, "Describe a moment when holding on hurt more than letting go. What would it look like if you placed that burden down?" I stare at the card. No words appear. The only memory thrumming behind my eyes is Malik shouting my name while the roof buckled. If I place that down, what happens to the part of me that still answers the echo? Ink blots form where the pen tip hovers. My pulse crawls up my neck. Across the circle, Aiden writes, slow, deliberate strokes. His brow knits, yet his breathing remains even. I catch myself studying the width of his shoulders, the dip of the collarbone visible at the Henley neckline. Heat stirs, unwelcome, ridiculous. I snap attention back to my blank index card. 1 minute ends. Quinn invites volunteers. Melody speaks first, a tremulous confession about donating her wrecked car to charity and crying in the tow yard. Shay reads a paragraph describing her partner's laugh fading with the sirens. Each share slices me thinner. When Quinn's eyes land on me, I shake my head once, sharp. "Pass," I say. Quinn does not push. Instead, she asks Aiden. He lifts the card yet hesitates. Something flickers in the steel of his eyes, vulnerability edged with caution, as if handing over a chef's knife to a stranger. "My moment," he says, voice steady, "was realizing the building would never smell of garlic again. That was James's favorite scent, meaning service was about to start. I locked the doors after the fire investigation and vowed never to cook again." If I set that vow down, he inhales slowly, I might remember James for the laughter instead of the propane. Silence follows, thick, respectful. Even Melody stops squeezing the stress ball. The honesty knocks against my ribs like demolition. I bite the inside of my cheek, taste copper. Guilt, envy, admiration, they collide. Quinn thanks him, moves to wrap the exercise, but I feel exposed, cornered by my own cowardice. The room temperature spikes, or maybe only I am overheating. I stand abruptly. The chair legs scrape ugly across the tile. Appreciate the therapy TED Talk, Doc, but some of us don't process trauma with crayons and kumbaya. My voice rings harsher than planned. I shoulder my backpack. Quinn raises both palms, calm like field medic triage. "Elena, it is natural to feel." "Spare me," I cut, edging toward the door. "Moving on is a fairy tale told by people who never watch skin burn." Aiden leans forward. Expression unreadable. Not pity, something else. Maybe recognition. He speaks quietly. "You are not alone in that picture." I freeze, not trusting my voice. So I glare. Then I leave, palm hitting the crash bar harder than necessary. The hallway air slaps cold against my flushed cheeks. Behind me, the door clicks shut, muffling whatever Quinn says next. I pace to the water fountain, grip the edge, bend at the waist, and breathe in sevens like the occupational therapist recommended after my first panic attack. 7 counts in, hold 3, 8 out. The math barely dents the thunder in my chest. Footsteps approach. I straighten, expecting Quinn. Instead, Aiden stands 3 feet away, hands tucked in pockets, so I will not mistake him for a rescuer. "Mind if I loan you silence?" he asks. I huff, unsure if it is laughing or scoffing. Silence is usually free. Quality silence is a craft. His mouth curves, faint but present, like he is warming to the joke only halfway. I cannot help it. Curiosity edges out anger. "Do you practice often?" "Daily," he answers. Helps keep the kitchen in my head from catching fire. The metaphor offers a twisted comfort. I study him, the even way he holds space. No scrambling to fix my meltdown. Just steady presence. Up close, his eyes are a soft gray that borders on blue when the corridor fluorescents hit them right. A day's worth of stubble shadows a firm jaw. "Why follow me?" I ask. Because you looked like you needed an exit ramp before the highway of regret. He shrugs. Also, I left my backpack under your chair. My lips twitch. First, almost smile in daze. I hand him the water cup left on the dispenser. He sips once, then offers it back. I wave it off. The corridor stretches awkward seconds. I tilt my head. Former chef equals unemployed. Former chef equals temporarily benched. He lifts a hand as if swearing an oath. I have a plan, though. Therapy, lawsuit, rebuild, an optimistic timeline of 5 years. That long, I whistle low. Quality food is a craft. He echoes my earlier words, voice lighter now. You get a say in your next chapter too, Lieutenant Ramos. Do not promote me, still a firefighter. Also, that felt suspiciously like pep talk. He smiles. A real one this time. Teeth straight but not aggressively perfect. I'm rustier than I thought at small talk. Used to let my food speak. Food never judged my coping mechanisms. The admission falls out unfiltered. I expect discomfort, but his attention holds steady. From inside the therapy room, we hear chairs scrape. Session ending. I consider fleeing, but Aiden moves toward the door first. Another round next Tuesday? He says, more a statement than a question. I will think about it, I answered. Same line he probably gives his sister. Thinking can be progress, he replies. He slips back through the door, leaving me in a hallway hush. I sag against the wall, back cooling on a painted cinder block. Hands shake less. I look at the ceiling, exhale through a smile I cannot fully smother. The man loaned me silence, and maybe a breadcrumb of camaraderie. My phone vibrates. Captain Reed again. Ramos, call me. Incident report flagged. Need follow-up. Probably refers to my brief freeze on the brownstone fire. I pocket the phone without opening a call. Instead, I pick up the pencil-thin cup Aiden used. Consider tossing it, then keep it. Absurd memento. I return to the vending machine, buy a pack of peanut butter crackers, even though I am not hungry. Something about nourishing the moment feels right. On the subway ride home, I replay Aiden's words. He vowed never to cook again, but cracked the door to possibility in front of strangers. Courage does not always roar. Sometimes it tastes like bitter coffee and broken vows. When the train rattles across the bridge, the city lights flicker reflected in train windows, gold and blue weaving together like two hands. The sight stirs a warmth deep under scar tissue. Hope, maybe, or dangerous curiosity. Either way, I open my phone, type the calendar reminder Captain insisted upon, group therapy, B3, show up. Then I add a second note beneath, return water cup to Aiden, ask about favorite spice. Ridiculous yet grounding. Back at the apartment, the skillet still waits, ash shadows untouched. I set the crackers on the counter beside it, whispering to no one. One day. Not a promise, just a possibility. I shower, crawl into bed before insomnia, claim squatter's rights. Just as my eyelids droop, the phone buzzes. Unknown number, same as mysterious text last week. Kitchen meetup still on, midnight Thursday. Only rules, no uniforms. I stare at the message. Heart thumps. I type back before fear overrules impulse. I will be there. Flames do not scare me tonight. I hit send, then silence the phone, turn toward the window where snow begins to whisper down Atlantic Avenue. The radiator hisses steady. After months apart, the sound does not remind me of a structure fire. It sounds like the city exhaling. My phone lights again with a new text, this time from Aiden, the number newly saved under Chef in my contacts. If you decide to come back next week, I will bring real coffee. Consider it a bribe. I grin into the dark, the glow of the screen casting gold on my blankets. Only if it is strong, I reply. 3 dots blink, then his answer arrives. Stronger than guilt, firefighter. My pulse answers with a confident beat, unknotting tension thread by cautious thread.
Chapter 4. Aiden. It was Tuesday night at Tribeca in downtown Manhattan, and the night air punches colder the moment I step past St. Luke's sliding doors. January wind finds every seam in my Henley and whistles triumph into my ears, as if the city itself is glad I fled the group early. The sidewalk glitters with salt crystals left over from last week's sleet, and a busted street lamp flickers like it cannot decide whether to help or heckle. Up ahead, Elena Ramos walks fast enough to make her high-top sneakers scuff sparks off the concrete. Her hoodie hood is up, curls escaping in defiant coils. She moves like a woman who could break the horizon if it got in her way. Part of me knows I should let her go. Another part, the reckless part that once believed a pinch of sea salt could resurrect any failed sauce, decides distance is overrated. "Firefighter Ramos!" I call, jogging the first few steps. "Wait up!" She stops beneath the streetlight that only half works, one bulb dead, the other buzzing. Amber glow stripes her face in tiger patterns. Her eyes narrow, not quite hostile, maybe cautious curiosity. Or maybe I'm flattering myself. "I returned your water cup." Debt settled. Chef her tone could chill lava. I close the space until city noise drowns to a background thrum. "I was making sure you didn't vanish like a ghost." "You left the group mid-sentence. That was the plan." She folds arms across the red FDNY lettering on her chest. "I appreciate the concern, but I've survived hotter nights than a therapy circle." I wince. Poor choice of metaphor, Aiden. "Look, I'm not here to sell you recovery pamphlets. I barely believe in them myself. I wanted to apologize if my share pushed you. That wasn't my intention." Elena exhales a plume of dragon breath in the frigid air. "Your story didn't push me. The prompt did. Moving on is complicated." "That it is," I murmur. Snow freckles start drifting from a charcoal sky, slow and aimless. They catch in her lashes before melting. My fingers twitch with the idiotic urge to brush them away. She notices the movement, tilts her chin. "What do you want from me?" Honesty feels safer than pretense. 5 minutes of awkward conversation so I can go home convinced I didn't leave you standing out here alone. Her lips lift, almost a smirk. Protective streak. How very chef-like. I scratch the vulnerable ridge just below my skull. We're trained to feed people, then check if they are swallowed without choking. "You realize I could deadlift you," she says, but the challenge carries a glint of humor. I believe it. I stuff my hands in pockets, fighting the chill. "Talk to me about anything. Your favorite hydrant, whether Chicago or New York pizza wins." "Chicago comes in pans. That's lasagna wearing a dough hat." She glances sideways, as if surprised by her own joke. I laugh, the sound scraping rust off vocal cords. "Deep dish slander noted." She looks me up and down, assessment rather than flirtation. Why follow a stranger into the dark for small talk, really? Because silence sometimes needs company. And because you lent me honesty back there even when you didn't realize it. I shrug. Cycles in karma. Something unspools in her posture, only a millimeter, but enough. She turns, begins walking toward the subway entrance. I match my pace. "Where are you headed?" I ask. "Brooklyn, Atlantic Avenue." She jams fists into a hoodie pouch. "You?" "Tribeca." I gesture vaguely south. "Different trains tonight." Looks like we split here then. She halts at the stairwell. Underground heat rises in oily gusts. I resist the urge to follow farther. "Can I offer a ride? I can call a car." "I'm good." Her gaze flicks to the crosswalk behind me. "Streetlights keep me company." "Streetlights and peanut butter crackers," I say, remembering the vending machine. She blinks in surprise. "You noticed." Hard to forget someone buying snacks they don't plan to eat. Maybe I'll eat them tomorrow. She pulls out the pack, taps it against her palm. Comfort food. My comfort food used to be buttered noodles with cracked pepper. Nostalgia flares absurdly strong. I haven't boiled pasta in 8 months. Maybe you should. Her voice softens half a degree, and unexpected warmth threads the syllables. Start with the small things, Chef Shaw. The single bulb above her chooses that moment to die completely, plunging us into fairy tale darkness, lit only by passing traffic. Snow thickens, flakes spinning through the cone of a distant headlamp. I find words before the silence grows too thick. You promised to bring those cinnamon rolls tomorrow. She quirks an eyebrow. Promised? I grin, feeling that familiar spark. You negotiated. I took it as a binding contract. Elena lets out a low whistle, amused. Ah, using lawyer tactics now? Just optimism wearing a suit, I say, stepping back to give her space. Text me if the order changes. Want it more flirtatious or grounded? She nods once. No smile, but her shoulders unclench. Night, Shaw. Night, Ramos. I watch until she disappears into the tunnel mouth, crimson sneakers flashing at each step. Then I exhaled, realizing I held my breath far too long. The walk home peels layers of thought like an onion. By the time I reach Franklin Street, memories of kitchens pulse behind my eyelids. Hot line at 5:45 p.m., sauté station roaring, James throwing me a loaded spoon so I could taste his experiment with harissa and maple. We were alive, then bright arson of ambition burning in our chests instead of the literal flames that would swallow us later. I slapped the magnetic key against my building's lobby reader. The elevator lift groans upward. Inside the loft, everything is silent perfection. Counters polished, stove dormant, knives aligned as if awaiting inspection. It feels like stepping into a museum dedicated to a chef who died. Tonight the stillness repels me. Elena's parting words echo. Start with the small things. I toss keys onto the island, yank the fridge open, half expecting tumbleweeds. There is the jar of kimchi Mrs. Han guilt-gifted me, a lonely carton of eggs, half a lemon, and butter sticks that expired last month. Pantry yields dry linguine, sea salt, cracked pepper, and a dusty bottle of California olive oil, buttered noodles with cracked pepper. The recipe is a joke, almost a dare. Boil, drain, swirl. I can cook this blindfolded. Yet my pulse spikes like I'm about to orchestrate a 12-course tasting again. I fill a pot, set it on the burner. The twist of the knob clicks louder than a gun cock. Blue flame roars under stainless steel. Instant sweat beads my upper lip, memories shoving to the front row. The propane stench from the accident is not here no matter what my hindbrain screams. I turn on the range hood, letting white noise drown ghosts. Water boils. I salt until it tastes like the Atlantic. Pasta slides in, coils of yellow sinking. Steam fogs my glasses. I don't back away. Instead, I lean in and watch the starch clouds swirl, hypnotic. 7 minutes. I crack pepper. Grind until the mound looks volcanic. Butter melts in a separate pan. Goes nut brown at the edges, hissing tiramisu notes of caramel. The aroma punches a hole straight through the memory of burning ceiling tiles, reminds me why kitchens felt like church. I toss pasta, butter, pepper, and a ladle of starchy water. The emulsion glosses each strand. I fork a bite. Butter coats my tongue, pepper pricks heat, salt lifts everything like gospel organ chords. Tears spark, embarrassingly fast. Grief and gratitude pack the same punch sometimes. I portion half into a porcelain bowl. The other half I spoon into a stainless steel bento box. Steam curls from vents. I add chopped kimchi on the side because the acid cuts the richness. The colors clash, but what is healing if not a mess-turned meal? The question of why I am packing food for a near stranger surfaces. I ignore it. Instead, I scribble a post-it. Fuel, not pity. Beneath that, a single instruction. Microwave 30 seconds, stir, breathe. I seal the box. Clock reads midnight. Thursday's dockside invitation sits unanswered on my phone. I thumb the thread. Could deliver food there. Could also appear as a stalker. Better plan. Deliver tomorrow at ladder 14. Firehouses don't sleep. Someone will hand it off when she returns from shift. I pull a hoodie over my head. One of James's old promotional sweatshirts embroidered with ember and ash. The logo stings less tonight. Plastic bag in hand, I head into the cold. The firehouse in Harlem is quiet at 1:30 in the morning, but the bay doors glow inside, where engines rest like brass lions. I hover across the street, nerves pinging. No good reason for a civilian chef to ring after hours. I scan for an alternate drop spot. A side entrance sports a parcel box. Perfect. I jog over, ignoring the bite of snow flurries on my cheeks, and place the bento inside, tucking the note beneath the lid. Before closing the hatch, I add a second sticky. No nut allergies, promise. As across the street, a deli cat watches from a windowsill, unimpressed witness to my covert operation. I salute the feline, shove hands deep in pockets, and head back toward downtown. Subway stations are half empty at this hour. I board the A train, sit in the corner where fluorescent lights flicker like broken coronas. The car rocks. My reflection floats in the window, half overlapped with tunnel dark. After all these months, I see a chef rather than a cautionary headline. The distinction is fragile but alive. Phone buzzes. Unknown number again. Thursday kitchen meet confirmed. Midnight. Bring a knife roll if you trust your hands. I type back before cowardice wins. I trust the blade more than sleep. I will be there. No instant reply. That is fine. By the time I unlock the loft, dawn's earliest blue smudges the skyline. I should crawl into bed. Instead, I stand at the stove, fingertips on warm steel. Cooking peeled open something I thought burnt forever. Elena's challenge lit the match. I take a sticky note and press it on the fridge above the Hartsfield-Jackson magnet. In block letters, I write, "Recipe for tomorrow. Butter, garlic." Answer the door when hope knocks. I back away, half laughing at the cheese factor, but I leave it. Sleep comes on the couch, pasta-satiated belly anchoring dreams. I drift off, imagining Elena lifting the bento lid, steam curling up, the pepper and butter scent mingling with firehouse diesel. Maybe she scowls, maybe she smiles. Either reaction means she tasted something that came from my hands and not my ghost's.
This is it, baby. This is what you can get me that'll make me happy.
You know I'll get you whatever you want. All you need to do is ask me and I'll give it to you.
This ain't just it. This is everything I could ever want.
Now I'm curious. What does a strong, sassy woman like yourself want so badly?
Baby, you know what I want?
Can't wait to hear.
The Big Baddie Bundle from Tyla Walker. It has everything I need.
20 ebooks with over 1 million words of sassy romance and spice that'll keep you on your toes.
10 audiobooks containing over 60 hours of that seductive voice telling me naughty things all night long.
You don't need an audiobook for that, baby. Right here.
You may be fine and all, but no one tells it like the way Miss Tyla does. And I need her in my life.
The Big Baddie Bundle is everything you need. You can get it for 80% off.
Go to TylaWalker.com to browse the bundles that earn you the best deals.
It's time you treat yourself. Because you deserve it.
Escape your life with Miss Tyla. Chapter 5. Elena. It's Thursday, 3:12 a.m., and I'm posted inside Harlem's Ladder 14 firehouse. The bunk room snores in mismatched rhythm. One brassy trumpet from Alvarez, a soft whistle from King, and the occasional squeak of mattress springs whenever Gomez turns over. I sit upright on the edge of my cot, boot heel rocking against the concrete floor in a restless Morse code I cannot silence. 3 calls already tonight, all routine, a basement CO alarm, a fender bender extraction, and a false report of smoke in a laundromat dryer. Plenty of motion, zero meaning. Shift haze should lull me back to sleep. Instead, my stomach growls so loudly, I expect the guys to wake and stage an intervention. I blame the vending machine crackers I devoured earlier. Dry peanut butter and cardboard salt are not exactly fuel. I rub sand from my eyes, swing my feet to the floor, and tiptoe across the room, careful not to kick Alvarez's turnout pants puddled in the aisle. Down the hallway, the galley kitchen glows under one dim fluorescent strip, the kind that hums like a wasp trapped behind plastic. The coffee maker's orange keep warm button casts a lonely halo onto a counter dusted with yesterday's sugar. And there, sitting dead center on the stainless table where we usually dump takeout, is a brushed steel bento box. Condensation pearls on the lid, proof that someone delivered it recently enough for the chill to linger. A neon pink sticky note clings to the top edge. Fuel, not pity, no nut allergies, promise. A.S. I stare so hard I feel my eyes dilate. It takes one heartbeat to decode the initials, 3 more to wonder if I should be furious or flattered. The box is almost identical to the one he flashed at the group, except this one has my name, sharpied in block letters along the side. Ramos, the audacity. Finders keepers? A voice mumbles behind me. I whirl, defensive reflex primed, but it is only King in baggy gym shorts, scratching his belly. He yawns. Any chance that's breakfast? I think it is. Something. I hedge, not an out-and-out lie. King lifts the lid before I can stop him. Butter-slick linguine twirls beneath a sprinkle of cracked pepper and a crescent of bright red kimchi tucked beside it. Steam kisses the air, releasing a nutty, almost caramel scent that sinks claws straight into my gut. My hand forgets how to close and drops to my side. Holy hell. That smells like a Michelin kitchen in here, King says reverently. Did Chef Hernandez swing through? No. My throat bands tight. Anonymous delivery. He forks a strand, slurps, and groans so loudly, I expect the captain to appear. Better than Hernandez, God. Another bite. Are you sure you're not hallucinating this? I pluck the sticky note free, read it again, then fold it into my hoodie pocket. Pretty sure it is real. Sneaker squeaks echo in the corridor, the midnight card players from EMS dropping off our medic report. I shoo King away, snap the lid closed. Take your carb coma elsewhere. Aw, come on. Out? I steer him toward the bay doors with a hip check. He grumbles but obeys, mumbling something about sharing and caring. When footsteps fade, I sit alone at the table, box in front of me like a bomb I need to defuse. 8 months since I cooked any real food. 8 months since I so much as twirled a noodle without hearing metal groan overhead. Yet my stomach surges again, sharper this time, an ache that feels suspiciously like hunger, maybe also longing. I lift the lid a second time, fork poised halfway between doubt and surrender. The sheen of butter reminds me of Malik humming off key as he flipped grilled cheese at 3 a.m, our post-shift comfort ritual. He used to drizzle honey over the bread, swore it cured existential dread. I believed him because faith tasted good when melted cheddar baked it. I inhale. Brown butter, pepper, tangy fermented chili. The scent hits memory triggers like live wires. Malik nudging me away from the skillet so I could savor instead of scorch. Malik teasing, slow down. You chew like you're in a 5 alarm. My teeth clench. A wave of guilt threatens to churn the hunger and nausea. I tighten my fist around the fork until metal bites my palm. You gonna eat that or interrogate it? Gomez's voice drifts from the doorway. He eyes the pasta the way a stray dog eyes a butcher shop. I slide the box across. Sample. Tell me if it's poisoned. He does not need a second invitation. 1 bite, eyebrows skyrocket. If this is poison, I'll die happy. Where'd it come from? A friend. I'm astonished by my own wording. Aiden Shaw is not, cannot be, my friend. We have exchanged maybe 9 sentences, yet the word pops out because acquaintance feels too sterile and stranger feels wrong after the water fountain truce. He waves forked tines like a compass. Your friend's flavor balance is perfect. Pepper pops, butter smooth, kimchi kicks. He demolishes another bite. You better fight me for the rest. I reclaim the box before he empties it, scoop a generous forkful into my mouth. Heat, salt, fat, acid. It floods my chest with something dangerously close to relief. Tears are threatening, ridiculous, but the taste anchors me in the present, not back in the warehouse. Damn, my voice cracks. I swallow, chase with water from the tap. We split equally, no complaints. We devour in near silence, punctuated by satisfied hums. When the last noodle vanishes, Gomez loosens his belt. Tell your friend he has a fan club. I'll pass it along, I murmur, pocketing the note again. As he leaves, a ripple of warmth spreads under my breastbone. I pull the folded sticky free, examine the sloppy pen strokes. A slow smile prowls my lips. No one has cooked for me since Mama's Sunday caldo. Not because they could not, but because I would not allow it. Food felt like an intrusion into grief territory, a bright flag planted in no man's land. Yet Aiden snuck past defenses with carbs and courage. Maybe he does understand walls. Architectural and emotional. I straighten, rinse the box. Dry it with a paper towel until steel gleams. Habit makes me flip it over. Adhesive residue marks a manufacturing sticker long removed. I dig my fingernails into the gunk and scrape. Elena Ramos dismantling evidence at 0:30. Add that to the list of talents Malik never saw. Engine tones erupt overhead, breaking the hush. Dispatcher calls a minor smoke condition in a third-floor apartment off Lenox. Adrenaline spikes. I stash the box in my locker, tug turnout over sweats, race for the rig. The call turns out to be a smoldering laptop battery. We pop windows, douse lingering embers, and joke with the tenant about investing in surge protectors. Back at quarters, Dawn paints Harlem rooftops in sherbet pink. I shower fast, let the scrub brush peel smoke from skin, and change into duty day jeans. First stop, the corner bodega for coffee that normally tastes like burnt almonds. This morning, after perfect pasta, it tastes even worse. Still, the mug is a necessary ritual. Cup in hand, I perch on the fire escape outside the bunk room, steam ghosting into cold air. Aiden's note lies on my thigh. Handwriting tilts right. Lines confident yet a little rushed. Chef shorthand. The word fuel triggers a memory of him mentioning buttered noodles as comfort. He called it recipe number 0. He also promised real coffee next Tuesday. Maybe he brewed it tonight. Maybe the pasta was a peace offering. Or a dare to keep showing up. I fish my phone from my hoodie pocket and scroll to last night's text thread, saved under chef. My final message, stronger than guilt. I hover thumbs over the keyboard, then type, bento received. Squad approval rating 97%. Next delivery must serve 6. I'll negotiate terms in person. The 3 dots appear almost instantly. Acknowledged. We'll scale the recipe. Forecasting butter shortage in tri-state. A snicker escapes me. Alvarez pokes his head through the window, eyebrows up. Share the joke? Inside humor, I say. He shrugs, disappears. Phone buzzes again. Meaning of 97%. I type, one guy keto. I'll invent zucchini linguine. I grin wider. Teeth chatter in morning chill, but warmth pools beneath collarbones. Sliding off the fire escape, I head for the gear room, where the whiteboard tracks supply requests. Under food donations needed, I print in red marker, real pasta, spicy kimchi, Chef Shaw. If you're reading this, consider it a challenge. Gomez whistles behind me. So the mystery cook has a name. Maybe. I say, capping the marker. Or maybe it is Santa. Believe what you want. He winks like he caught a scent of romance. Tell Santa I like extra spice. Shift ends at 7. I clock out, muscles pleasantly heavy instead of wired. Stepping into Brooklyn Light, I realize something subtle but seismic. My hands have stopped trembling since the call and the meal. Coincidence, maybe? Or maybe this is what nourishment designed for me, not tragedy, feels like. My apartment greets me with bakery aromas rising from below. Cardamom, cinnamon, yeast. For once, hunger does not twist into snake knots. I climb stairs humming a half-remembered tune, unlock 2C, and set coffee on the counter next to the ash dust skillet. I stare at that relic, then at my reflection in the microwave door, smeared mascara, damp curls, faint grin. Aiden left protein and carbohydrates. Maybe I owe him something back. Something small so gratitude does not curdle into obligation. I rummage in the junk drawer for stationery, find a pack of index cards. Fire exam flashcards never used. On one I print, recipe swap. Malik's favorite, honey cheddar grilled cheese. Bread, brioche or Texas toast. Cheddar, sharp, 2 slices. Honey, drizzle mid-griddle, not before. I hesitate, then add, P.S. Butter cures almost everything. Almost. I fold the card, slide it into an envelope, and write AS on the front. How to deliver, firehouse drop again, too predictable. Therapy group, too public. Dockside invitation tonight, tempting but risky. My phone dings, a screenshot. A receipt for 3 pounds of butter, timestamped 20 minutes ago, at a grocery store near Tribeca. Caption, stockpiling. Butter panic? I snort, tap to forward the grilled cheese recipe image. Minutes later, reply pings. Challenge accepted. Honey procurement underway. Below he adds, Dockside still safe for midnight? I'll bring a griddle. A flutter stirs in my chest. Excitement or fear or both. Midnight kitchens sound like therapy by other means. The sort of exposure exercise my psychologist might raise eyebrows at. But the fear is no louder than the curiosity in my pulse. I type, I'm on shift early tomorrow. No guarantees. Risk value. Worth it, he replies. If you bail, I'll donate grilled cheese to Ladder 14. Guilt marketing. My lips curve. I pocket the phone, turn toward the stove. Knob still reads 0. Curls of dust-lined burner rings. I brush them away and lay a skillet on the grate. No gas yet. Baby steps. I open the fridge, locate butter sticks Aiden would scoff at. Store brand but serviceable. I butter bread, drizzle honey, and layer cheddar without igniting the burner. Then I plate the sandwich raw, set it on the counter, and snap a photo from overhead. Caption, first step, $assemble. Maybe next week I will light a fire. I sent it. 3 dots, Bob. Then, step 1 is courage. Step 2 optional. A pause. But I have faith in your flame. Heat prickles my palms. Pleasant, not painful. I place the non-grilled sandwich back in the fridge. Proof of intent. The rest of the day slides by in a haze of errands and catnap dozing. Evening edges in. At 2300 hours, I am dressed in jeans, thermal, and bomber jacket, keys in fist. I pace the living room rug, mind warring with memory. Midnight kitchen could ignite every trigger, or extinguish some. Unknown number rings my phone. I answer, pulse racing. Ramos? His voice softens through static. Dockside lights are on, water's calm, last call for a secret test kitchen. I glance at Malik's photo on the shelf. He smiles like he knows exactly how reckless I am. I swallow. Text me the exact pier. Pier 17 freight door, he says. I'll leave it cracked so you can see the glow. Got it. My tone tries for nonchalance, fails. Elena, he adds, and the intimacy of my name on his tongue feels like a hand settling between my shoulder blades again. No heroics tonight, just comfort food. Copy that, chef. I hang up before doubt can marshal troops. I grab the envelope, tuck it into my jacket pocket, and lock the apartment behind me. The hallway smells like the bakery's closing batch. Sweet, yeasted promise. I step outside into the wind that tastes of salt from the East River. On the F train, I stare at the envelope, thumb tracing the edges. My reflection wavers in the window, overlaying dark tunnels with my face. I look less haunted, more alive. Maybe that is Bento speaking. Surface streets near the seaport glitter with rain left over from earlier, puddles catching neon. I navigate between warehouses, find Pier 17's freight entrance half open. A slip of warm yellow leaks out. Heart thuds. Inside, the cavernous commissary kitchen smells faintly of bleach and electricity. Overhead fluorescents flicker on a timer, revealing stainless counters gleaming like new armor. At the far island, Aiden stands in a gray hoodie, flour dusting his cuffs, grin half shy. "You made it," he says. Traffic light turned green. I hold up an envelope. Peace offering. Smells like cheddar and honey secrets. He tucks it into his hoodie pocket without opening. On the counter rests a mountain of brioche slices, tubs of softened butter, bowls of shredded cheddar, bottles of fancy orange blossom honey. 2 electric griddles heat, coils pulsing red. "I promised Ladder 14 bigger portions," he explains. "You plan to feed the entire borough?" I step closer, warmth radiating from griddle comforting. "Ambition is a chef's curse." He hands me an apron. "Teamwork makes lighter work." I hesitate half a breath. Last time I stood this close to a working burner, Malik died. But the memory is quieter tonight, outvoiced by the sizzle of butter on metal and the heady sugar pollen scent of honey. I tie the apron, pick up a spatula. "Let's not burn the brioche." His smile flickers brighter than the overhead lights. "Deal." We work side by side, rhythm forming, a brush of butter, layer of cheddar, drizzle of honey, bread cap, flip, press, repeat. Griddles hiss approval. Cheese oozes golden along crusts. I slip once, bread sliding off spatula. Aiden's hand stabilizes my wrist, gentle. Electricity zings up my arm. He releases quickly, not a rescuer, just a teammate. Tray after tray stacks high. The industrial clock reads 12:47. Sweat beads at my temples, but it is honest labor, not panic. Aiden hands me bottled water, his fingers brushing mine. Heat flares again, subtler, slow burn. "So a zucchini linguine plan?" I ask between gulps. He laughs. "In development. Might scar Italian grandmothers." I'll prepare the hydrant for tears. Banter comes easier than breathing. When the final sandwich toasts, we split one. Honey drips down my wrist. I lick it off, unabashed. Aiden's pupils flare. He bites his half, moans low, my pulse skitters. "That's Malik approved," I say softly. His expression sobers. "Thank you for trusting me with his memory." Some ache loosens in my chest. "Thank you for reminding me food can be more than grief glue." He wipes honey from my lip with his thumb. The gesture is too intimate, too soon yet right. Electricity hums between us like a live wire. He steps back, respecting the space. "Deliver these?" he asks, boxing up sandwiches into thermal bags. "Squad's eating these by morning." I sling a strap over my shoulder. "They'll think heaven catered." We head toward the door. Outside, East River wind slaps, but we share body heat while unloading boxes into my car. Exhaust fog rises, mixing with our exhaled breaths. I shut the trunk. Aiden leans against the fender, eyes reflecting streetlights. "I wanted to ask something," he starts, voice low. Group therapy next week. Would it be okay if I walked you to your apartment afterward? Just talk a little. I think we're finally starting to get along. I hesitate, then nod, a small smile tugging at my lips. I'd like that. The warmth that blooms between us is quiet but real. Something steady, something worth holding on to. Great. He opens the passenger door, pulls out one sandwich, hands it to me foil wrapped. For your ride, firefighter. Fuel? I slide behind the wheel. Before closing the door, I say, you could text sometime without hiding behind midnight kitchens. His grin curves, slow and sure. Brace for recipe spam. I drive away, rearview mirror framing him until distance turns him into a silhouette. Inside the car, a honey cheddar aroma fills the cabin. I bite. Cheese stretches, honey sweetens salt. Tears blur lights, but do not fall. They recede like a tide under a full moon. Back at the firehouse, dawn barely pinks the sky. The squad camps in the kitchen, eyes widening as I unload thermal bags. Cheers erupt. I claim no credit beyond a wink. While sandwiches vanish, I step aside and text Aiden. Delivery received. Hydrant tears contained. Coffee next week, $yes. Dots appear then. Copy that. Recipe spam commencing now. A JPEG follows. A handwritten list titled Zucchini Linguine, version 0.1, complete with the doodled smiley faces. I laugh. A sound so bright, Alvarez cranes his neck. Good news? He asks. Better than good? My gaze drifts to the empty bento box, perched on the drying rack. Heart thumps, warmer than the kitchen's space heater. Heat and hunger still exist, but tonight they did not win. Instead, butter, honey, and tentative hope claimed victory. Just as I tuck my phone away, Captain Reed storms in waving a memo. Mandatory FDNY deposition next month regarding the warehouse accident. My stomach drops, but the adrenaline spike is different this time, steadier, braced by midnight kitchens and the promise of real coffee. I square my shoulders, hearing Malik's voice, bigger spine Ramos, and text Aiden one more line. Looks like legal dragons are circling. Hope you brew coffee strong enough to slay them. The typing dots appear.
Chapter 6. Aiden. I never planned to become an expert in stealth deliveries, yet here I am, half hidden behind a weathered green mailbox across from the Harlem firehouse, while dawn bleeds pale light into the sky. A flickering street lamp hums like it's resisting the morning. Through the bay door windows, I get a perfect, if brisk, view of the galley kitchen where I left the honey soy glazed salmon last night. Inside, Elena Ramos perches on a stool at the stainless steel prep table. Her bunker pants hang low on her hips, suspenders slack and forgotten. She peels off her gloves, and for a heartbeat, her shoulders sag beneath the exhaustion of a shift that must have stretched into forever. I hold my breath. Then she lifts the container's lid, and steam curls upward like a silent blessing. My chest tightens with a flutter I haven't felt in too long. She takes a careful bite, eyes fluttering closed as the salmon melts across her tongue. The crease at the corners of her eyes softens. She chews with deliberate reverence, like the honey and soy have unlocked a forgotten comfort. My throat clenches because I understand that expression. Relief, surprise, maybe even a quiet gratitude. Cooking once gave me that same daily rush. Now it feels fragile, borrowed, tentative. A fellow firefighter spots her and swipes a piece with a grin loud enough to carry across the street. Elena playfully swats his arm but slides the container toward him. He devours a few more bites before handing the fork back. She resumes eating, cheeks warming with a soft bronze glow under the fluorescent lights. I shift my weight. The gravel crunches beneath my boots. This is the first time I've watched someone savor my food since the explosion. Usually, I'd be hovering near the pass, catching their praise like it was oxygen. Tonight, I cling to the shadows, afraid to break the spell with my presence. Yet the spark in my gut is unmistakable. It's both a risk and a promise. Cooking for someone again feels like breaking through ice into freezing water. Terrifying, but alive. Inside, Elena closes the empty container, wipes her mouth with the back of her hand, and, God help my traitorous heart, smiles. A real smile. It hits me like a rush of hot broth, sudden and all-consuming. She tucks a neon yellow sticky note into her jacket pocket and stands. I breathe out slowly. The note was the only sign the meal came from me. Fuel, not charity. The phrase felt clever at 2 a.m. Now I worry it might sound arrogant. Elena flicks off the kitchen light and heads toward the apparatus bay, boots echoing on concrete. I exhale the tension I've been holding and lean against the mailbox. My phone buzzes. Squad approval rating, 98%. 2 requests for extra sauce. Bring backup snacks next shift. A grin breaks across my face, too wide for the cool morning. My thumbs hover over the keyboard. Copy that. Might have to open a side hustle as a firehouse chef. Another buzz. Worth every burnt pot. Sleep well. Talk soon. The urge to text something foolish, like, "You looked beautiful eating salmon," swells, but I tuck it away. I settle for an emoji of a steaming bowl. She replies with a flexing bicep. Message received. No pity here. Steel bites at my scalp through my knit cap. Part of me wants to burst inside and ask if the meal hit the spot. The wiser half whispers patience. Slow burn, earned smiles. My phone buzzes again. Unknown number, but I know the code. I duck into the bodega across the street for coffee that borderline qualifies as hazelnut-flavored axle grease. The owner, Mr. Saeed, raises a bushy brow at my flower-spotted hoodie. Long night, he guesses. Worth it, I answer, passing a 10 across the counter. I walk home through the thinning veil of dawn haze, replaying every second Elena spent with the noodles. My pulse tugs forward, already plotting the next dish. Back in the loft, I dump the coffee, too wired to need it. My mental pantry flips open like a Rolodex. If the squad wants bigger portions, sheet pan comfort is the move. Something rib-sticking, make-your-own memory kind of food. Mac and cheese with thick bread crumb armor. Chili sweetened with dark chocolate. Cassoulet if I feel masochistic. I brush the choices aside and land on braised short ribs over sour cream mashed potatoes. The dish straddles nostalgia and indulgence. James used to joke that short ribs were culinary duct tape. Fix anything with enough red wine and time. The thought squeezes a bruise, but cooking is the only way I talk to his ghost. The supermarket opens at 7. By 6:30, I am shoulder-checking weary commuters on Canal Street, grocery list and phone notes. 2 racks of bone-in short ribs, mirepoix, tomato paste, Cabernet, that will never see a wine glass. At checkout, I ignored the cashier's pity glance at my scarred knuckles. Burns fade but never disappear entirely. Back home, Dutch ovens thunder on the stovetop. I sear each rib until the crust crackles mahogany under the hoodlight. The apartment fills with the primal smell of caramelized protein and red wine hiss. It drowns out every memory of propane and shattered skylights. While the meat braises low, I whip potatoes with sour cream and a fist of cracked black pepper. The silky swirl reminds me of the Hudson at twilight. By noon, I have 2 hotel pans full, lids snapped tight, steam trapped like secret hope. A dozen compostable bowls wait in a thermal carrier. Elena asked for portions to feed 6, but firefighters ate with apocalypse appetites. I round up to 12. The invitation card is last. I stare at blank cardstock and chew pen caps. Words matter. Elena, do you want to grab coffee, talk anxiety, maybe practice breathing techniques? Sounds clinical. Too safe. Dinner date drips cliché. Rehab buddy is cold. I write, dinner run? 2,200 hours. St. Luke's Courtyard picnic. I will bring thermos coffee and garlic knots. If you need space, leave the card in the parcel box and I will respect invisible lines. If you are curious, scrub the word yes onto the back and return it. I sign with my initials and sketch a tiny crossed spoon fork symbol that used to accompany my autographs on ember and ash menus. The doodle feels nostalgic and vulnerable. Perfect. The sun sets bruised purple when I load pans into a rented cargo van. I drive uptown, heart pounding. The firehouse sits calmer after shift change. I park half a block away, carrier straps digging shoulders. My pulse hammers as I slip through the side alley. No one stations lookout here except the resident raccoon that raids trash cans. Tonight he is absent. Parcel box is half open. Inside, the cleaned bento, polished mirror bright, waits like an approving nod. I tuck the warm carrier against the wall, then slide the invitation card beneath the lid's elastic band. My hands tremble, but tellingly not from fear of stoves. Footsteps scuff gravel behind me. I freeze, fighting not to yelp. A wiry probe in station sweatpants emerges from the corner, lugging a garbage bag. He spots me and squints. Can I help you? I adopt the most casual smile I own. Food dropped from a friend. I point to the carbon steel pans. Tell Ramos to heat 30 minutes at 350. Should feed the squad. He eyes the carrier, recognition dawning. You the butter noodle guy. Guilt heat scorches my neck. Guilty. I raise palms in surrender. That stuff was 5-star, sir. He extends a raw-knuckled hand. Duke. New guy, I shake, surprised by the firm grip. We will keep your secret if you keep feeding us. Cross my heart. I retreat fast before Elena stumbles in, and the secrecy dies too soon. Duke's laugh echoes after me. Outside, snow begins a lazy descent. I tilt my face, feel flakes kiss scars, and realize terror feels different when dressed in anticipation. I head south, window cracked so air circles. A jazz station hums low. The van smells like restorative broth. At home, I pace until midnight, phone silent. Maybe she has not found the card. Maybe she hates red wine. Maybe she thinks I crossed boundaries. Maybe she left yes already and the probie incinerated it by accident. My stomach unknots a dozen times before I give up and shower. Water sluices over my shoulders, fading the sizzle of self-doubt. I decide she will answer in her own time. Healing lives on no one's calendar. Still, I cannot sleep. I pull out my leather recipe journal, edges charred, a survivor from the restaurant wreckage. The first page sports James's handwriting. Food equals memory, equals love. Below, sketches of menu ideas long burned. I flip to a blank page and title it, Dishes for Firefighters Who Deserve Better Than Vending Machines. The list starts with linguine, short ribs, grilled cheese. I add chicken tortilla soup with lime and cilantro, because smoky spice fits firehouse humor. My pen does not stop until nearly dawn. Morning brings a courier envelope on my loft doorstep. No return address. My name is printed in block letters, all caps. Hands shaking, I open it. Inside, my invitation card. The back flaunts a bold yes scrawled in red Sharpie. Below, she adds one line. But only if you admit zucchini noodles are a crime against humanity. I laugh so hard my ribs ache. Beneath the card lies a disposable wooden spoon, handle smudged with pepper and something sweet. A souvenir of last night's meal, maybe. Or a promise. I text her immediately. Zucchini litigation accepted. See you at 10. Typing bubbles appear, vanish, reappear. Bring extra garlic knots or the deal is off. I thumb a heart, an emoji chef hat and a flame. Cheesy, overkill, worth every pixel. My pulse steadies. Cooking did not kill me. It rebuilt something I thought reduced to ash. Tonight I will feed her beneath hospital courtyard lamps, our ghosts briefly outnumbered by steam and garlic. I'm terrified. I'm alive. The balance feels exactly right. An email pings from my attorney with a deposition date 2 weeks away. A new evidence attachment stamped confidential. The subject line reads, Urgent. Potential liability shift. I I skim the first paragraph. The property developer's legal team plans to blame a faulty kitchen repair I approved. Fear clause, but another message vibrates through on top. Elena. Got your 6, chef. Turns out firefighters also know lawyers. Bring coffee extra strong. My panic pauses, held afloat by her certainty. For the first time since the blast, I believe the taste of hope might be stronger than any courtroom heat.
Chapter 7. Elena. I am the last one up the stairs tonight, deliberately trailing the knot of survivors shuffling out of room B3 so I can keep Aiden Shaw in my sights. The meeting ran 10 minutes over. Dr. Quinn refused to let Shay's panic spiral go unanswered. My skin still itches from sitting too long in secondhand grief. I tap the heel of my boot against each riser to bleed off jittery energy and to make sure he hears me coming. He stands in the lobby, chatting with Laura Bennett, his sister, I finally learn, when she kisses his cheek and threatens to text their mother, then pulls his coat zipper to his chin and heads for the exit. Not tonight, chef. I dodge a volunteer stapling flyers to the notice board, duck around a gurney parked outside radiology, and catch the automatic doors at the same time he does. Midtown wind knives through the vestibule, scattering pamphlets. The chill is a slap. It wakes whatever courage I mustered during the closing meditation. Aiden, I say his name like a signal flare. He stops on the sidewalk. The streetlight throws soft gold over the stubble on his jaw, the shadows under his eyes, the half smile he almost hides. Missed your coffee review, he says instead of hello. I brought the contraband thermos. Coffee later. I plant my hands in the pockets of my leather jacket. First, confession hour. His brows rise. Confession? You fed half the house with those short ribs, then slipped away like a culinary Batman. My voice stays light, but my heart gallops. I'm here to say thank you, and also, what the hell? Snow dusts the brim of his beanie while he considers. I assumed gratitude meant the food disappeared and nobody filed a poisoning report. My captain nearly proposed marriage after the third bowl. I lean closer, lowering volume. But there was an invitation card tucked under the lid. A bold move. His shoulders square as if bracing for backlash. Too forward? I shake my head. Too mysterious. Firefighters don't love mysteries unless they involve arson. A gust whips my curls into my eyes. I swipe them aside. Why me? Why now? He glances toward the glow of the emergency entrance, then back at me. Because you said you'd meet me for coffee after the group, and cooking is the only language I trust when I'm scared I'll say the wrong thing. The honesty slices right through the snarky comeback waiting on my tongue. In the hush that follows, a taxi whooshes by, splashing slush. I tuck my chin into my scarf, suddenly shy. Malik always called vulnerability bravery in disguise. I used to roll my eyes at him. Now I feel those words carve themselves across my sternum. Aiden holds out the thermos like a peace treaty. Still hot, he taps the lid. Hazelnuts from the bodega near my loft. I doctored it with sweet cream to apologize for the drip brew inside. I accept, unscrew the cap, and sip. Steam fogs my cheeks. Cinnamon sneaks up behind the hazelnut. You spiked it with spice? Cardamom, he says. Arabica's love language. The brew melts tension down my spine. Fine, you've bribed me. Walk while we talk if you can keep up. We step into the sleet, heading south toward the 59th Street Bridge. My boots crunch road salt. His stride matches mine, unfussy and sure. Street vendors close their carts for the night, steam coils from sewer grates, neon flickers in storefront windows. He tucks his hands in pockets, but keeps his elbows angled outward, maintaining what feels like deliberate space, as if he doesn't want to crowd me. My crew keeps asking about the anonymous chef, I tell him. They think we scored a philanthropic ghost. I cook, therefore I haunt, he quips. I side-eye him. I thought I made it clear that a chef who invents zucchini noodles can't claim philosophy. He laughs, low and startled. The sound warms the wind between us more effectively than the thermos. I retired zoodles, cross my heart. We fall into companionable silence until sirens wail 3 blocks over. Reflex jolts my pulse. His shoulders hitch too, a shared flinch, connection threads taut. Tell me about James, I say because avoiding the elephant never works. If you want. Aiden rubs the ridge of scar tissue across his knuckles. He was my sous chef, best friend since culinary school. Came from Mississippi, believed bourbon was a religion. He could break down a salmon so clean, the bones looked machine-pressed. He exhales white vapor. And he died because I signed off on a cheap water heater fix. The weight in his tone drags breath from my lungs. I touch his arm through the fabric, brief, an anchor rather than comfort. There were other factors. Sure, but my name is on the invoice. I keep relitigating the math. $2,500 saved, 1 life lost. The scale never balances. We stop at a crosswalk. Traffic lights strobing red across slick pavement. I sip coffee to buy courage for the story that still punishes my nights. My freeze at the brownstone wasn't the first. The Jamaica Avenue warehouse was my incident. Malik and I pushed inside and found a trapped security guard. Roof gave. I yelled for him to move. He stayed trying to free the guard. The beam landed before either of us could pull him. Words crack, but I forced them through. He died because I led him deeper. Snow ticks on his beanie. So we share the same ghost. The guilt stays hungry. I swallow hard. But your noodles and ribs fed something else in me that scares and comforts at the same time. Aiden turns, so we're face to face beneath the orange glow of a lamp. Cooking for you scared me too. I haven't cooked for pleasure since the fire. I thought it would taste like ash. His gaze flicks to my lips and then darts away. Instead, it tasted like breathing again. I laugh soft, startled by the echo of his phrase about noodles. Malik used to say food is a love letter we chew. I bite my lower lip. Maybe you wrote me a paragraph. His throat works. If I did you read it? I might have dog-eared the page. My cheeks burn from more than wind. The light changes. We continue toward a closed bakery whose windows glow with early prep. Aiden stops at the recessed doorway, shielding us from gusts. I brought something else. He produces a folded envelope from his coat. Blueprints for Saturday. I opened it. A scratch and sniff candy sticker seals the flap, absurd and charming. Inside, a printed recipe grid, chicken tortilla soup on one side, honey cornbread on the other, and a Polaroid of his apartment. On the photo's margin he's written, "This weekend, 2 o'clock if you dare." He shifts weight. And if you hate the idea, I can cancel. I imagine stock simmering with chilies, our shoulders brushing over cutting boards, steam fogging overhead mirrors. A flicker of warmth sparks in my stomach, spreads outward. I don't hate it. I refold the papers. But ground rules, equal tasks, no mansplaining knife grips. And we built a playlist Malik would approve of. He grins. Soul classics with illegal amounts of brass? Exactly. Wind snatches a loose curl across my cheek. He tucks it gently behind my ear, fingers grazing skin. Electricity sprints under my scalp. He freezes mid-gesture, palm hovering like he's not sure if contact is permitted. I lean into the graze, granting permission. His fingertips trail a path that feels like the first snowmelt. He drops his hand, respect shining through desire. We should head back, he murmurs. Train's this way. I tip my head toward the station entrance. We descend concrete stairs together, boots echoing. Inside the platform, Tunnel heat smells like metal and distant pretzels. People huddle in coats. Buskers pack up guitars. A local train screeches in. We step into a car where only 3 seats remain. I take one. He stands before me, bracing palm on the pole. The lights flicker as we lurch forward, sparks flying outside the window. He bends slightly to speak over the rattle. "You kept the skillet yet?" The phrase slides quickly. He remembers details I barely shared. "It's still dusted with ash," I admit. "But yesterday I assembled grilled cheese and tucked it in the fridge." His smile curves slowly. "Saturday we'll finish that sandwich for real." "Deal." I tip my head back against the window. Metal shrieks through the tunnel, rhythm syncing with my pulse. At Atlantic Avenue, he exits with me, our steps aligned up the stairs. Outside, snow has stopped. The sky glitters burnt orange. 2 city blocks later, we pause at the corner where my bakery-scented building rises. "This is me," I say uselessly. "I know." Hands still in pockets, he shifts closer. "Thanks for listening tonight." "Thanks for talking." I hesitate, then stretch on to the tiptoe. My lips brush his cheekbone, right above the stubble. Warm skin, faint cedar soap. When I withdraw, his eyes flare silver under the street lamp. "Night, Shaw." I walk backward a step, testing distance. "Night, Ramos," he answers, voice rough velvet. I ride the elevator upstairs weightless. In my kitchen, I pull the skillet from the stove, place it in the center burner, and wipe dust with a dish towel until black iron gleams. The butter sticks wait in the fridge. I promised them Saturday. My phone pings just before sleep. The screen shows an unknown number tied to the Property Developers Council, demanding my testimony about equipment failure. Anxiety surges until a second message overlays the first. Aiden texting a picture of 2 wooden spoons crossed like swords over a cutting board. Caption: "Saturday, we slay the ghosts, 1 ladle at a time." The contrast slices panic's throat. I drift off, determined to meet both summons, courtroom and kitchen, ready to fight.
Chapter 8. Aiden. I have cleaned my loft twice. First, the normal sweep, counters bleached, floor vacuumed, knives aligned military straight. Then the nerve sweep, rearranging spice jars by Scoville units, polishing the chrome on the range hood until my reflection stares back, judging every wrinkle in my shirt. If a merciless organization burned calories, I would look like a marathoner by now. Saturday afternoon sunlight drifts through the high windows, honey-thick and sluggish. It stains the walnut cutting boards in gold, and dust motes swirl like lazy fireflies. I glance again at the clock above the pass. 157. 3 minutes until 2. Rational brain whispers that firefighters run late only when lives hang in the balance. Anxious brain counters that maybe Elena Ramos changed her mind. Maybe cooking alongside me tonight feels too intimate, too exposed, too soon. The door buzzer rings at exactly 1:59. My pulse headbutts my throat. I cross the living area in 6 long strides, press the intercom. "Shaw residence," I say, voice pitched casual though my palms sweat. "Delivery for one stubborn chef," Elena answers, a slight tease in her tone. I buzz her in, palms slick now. Seconds later, she's at my doorway, cheeks mottled pink from the January wind. She wears a forest green bomber over a black Henley that mirrors mine, dark jeans tucked into scuffed red sneakers. A canvas tote dangles from her left hand, and the scent of maple drifts up, rich and woodsy. I offer a grin and take the tote. "Maple!" "Malik's favorite secret ingredient for everything," she says. "Thought the soup might approve." I step aside, letting her in. The loft is open, one long rectangle with living space on one end and kitchen at the other. Exposed brick walls, high ceiling, industrial pendant lights. She pauses just inside, eyes tracking the space with the tactical sweep I've seen her do on scene videos. Exits, hazards, line of egress. Firefighter instincts never clock off. I approve, she says quietly, tone gentle toward the apartment. It feels like a kitchen with bedrooms attached instead of the other way around. I laugh. Guilty. Coffee. I lift a French press preloaded with coarse grounds. She shrugs out of the bomber. The move reveals toned arms and tattoos, a stylized phoenix wing curling across her left forearm. I never say no to caffeine. I boil water, pour, and set a timer. She explores. Fingers graze the metal backsplash, the rail that once held sauté pans. The scars on her knuckles look less inflamed today. She opens a cabinet and whistles low at the spice collection, arranged like a Pantone chart. You alphabetize by country of origin, she says. I flush. Old chef habit. That, or you are secretly a serial killer. Her grin shows she is kidding, mostly. When the timer dings, I press and fill 2 mugs. She cups hers like a lifeline and hums approval after the first sip. My shoulders slacken a notch. I gesture to the prep island. Recipe briefing. You handle aromatics and toast the chilies. I brown the chicken thighs and keep the stock from mutinying. And the cornbread, she asks. That is our halftime show. Whisk, pour, bake. I slid the recipe printout to her. No mansplaining your knife grip, promise. She lifts an eyebrow that says she will hold me to that. We wash hands and start. She grabs onions, garlic, and cilantro from her tote. I retrieve ancho and guajillo chilies. Her knife rhythm is quick, clean, minimal clatter. She slices onion with surgeon precision, fingers curled so the blade glides. The kitchen's fan hum and our shared breathing become the soundtrack. After a minute, she calls the silence. So, chef, your playlist specifications? I tap my phone, cue Ella Fitzgerald. Warm brass floods the loft. Elena nods in approval. You passed the vibe check. Laughter slides easy between us. She dices cilantro stems, inhaling the grassy perfume. I sear chicken thighs in a Dutch oven heavy as a baby rhino. Oil spits, aroma of browned skin and spice blooms. Elena tips garlic and onion into the pan, wooden spoon swirling. Our shoulders bump once, light, unintentional. Tingling warmth radiates up my arm. We fall into sync the way line cooks do. She toasts chilies in a dry skillet until they puff, then dunks them into warm stock so they soften. I fish them out and blitz into a velvet crimson puree. She tastes a spoonful carefully. Damn, she says, eyes widening. Heat level sneaks. Lingers too, I reply. Our gazes catch, hold. I clear my throat. Pass the cumin? She hands the jar, but her fingers brush mine. Static crackles. We both pause, startled. She recovers first, shaking cumin into the pot with a teasing flourish. Nice save, I say. Her lips curve. I'm trained under pressure. 30 minutes in, the soup simmers, color deep as rust. We mix cornbread batter, stirring honey and sour cream. She licks a drop off the spatula, eyes rolling back theatrically. Dangerous, she says. Nectar of gods, I counter. As she pours batter into the cast iron skillet, I step behind her to open the oven. That brings us flush, her back nearly against my chest. My breath hitches, lungs filling with her scent, smoke, citrus shampoo, something warm that might be cinnamon. She slides the skillet in. I shut the door. We remain that close a second longer than necessary. She turns slowly, chin tilting up because I am 6'2" and she is 5'8". Our faces hover inches apart. Her brown eyes search mine, wide and lit. For the first time, the weight she carries seems slightly lighter. Not burning my house down, right? I joke, voice husky. Not tonight, she answers. We retreat to our corners to avoid combusting. She ladles stock over the chicken, covers, sets a timer, then leans against the island, sipping coffee. I join the opposite side. Her gaze tracks my hands. When you cook, your hands stop shaking. I flex my fingers. Told you knives steady me. Therapy you can eat. She studies the steam curling from the lid. You ever think maybe food could be your fight, not just your refuge? Ever since the therapy, yes. I fold my arms. But lawyers say rebuilding ember and ash could hurt the lawsuit. Looks greedy, like I am profiteering off sympathy. She sets down her mug and drapes both palms on the island. Greedy is boardroom talk. Feeding people is survival. Malik hated when budget cuts threatened the firehouse meal fund. He said morale burns brighter than diesel. I swallow around sudden tightness. James used to claim hope tastes like garlic and butter. I glance at garlic skins scattered like pale confetti. He was not wrong. Elena lifts a garlic clove. Food metaphors make grief easier to chew. Good one, I say. She tucks a stray curl behind her ear. The motion exposes the phoenix wing tattoo, ink shimmering where the streetlight hits. She catches me staring. Memorial piece, she explains. Phoenix rising. I need to believe that ashes are not the end. I reach out, hover a finger above the ink. May I? She nods once. I trace the edge lightly, not touching skin directly. Electricity sparks, not painful, more like a pilot light igniting. Her breath shivers. Mine echoes. The oven timer dings, breaking the moment. She exhales a shaky laugh. Cornbread rescue. We plate. She spoons soup into wide bowls, scatters avocado cubes and crushed tortilla chips, and drizzles lime. I slice thick wedges of honey cornbread, steam spiraling. We carry dishes to the small bistro table by the window. Outside, Manhattan's skyline glitters across the river like scattered diamonds. She sits, tucking legs under. I pour water. Then we raise spoons. She tastes first. The moment the broth coats her tongue, I see it happen. Walls crack like old plaster. Her shoulders slump in relief. Her eyes shine, and her mouth curves into a smile so pure it steals my breath. Not polite, not practice. A live wire crescent of joy. Holy hell, Shaw, she says, voice thick with wonder. This tastes like safety. My chest thumps. Good safety or padded room safety. The kind where you finally breathe deep because the fire truck's returned. She dips again, hums. Heat, smoke, citrus. Like sunrise after a night fire. My throat tightens. Hearing her speak in firehouse metaphors hits something tender. She lifts cornbread. Bites. Honey drips down her wrist. She licks it, eyes fluttering shut. The gesture punches through my abdomen. I tear my own piece, chew. The sweetness comforts me, yes, but watching her enjoy it, seeing that smile, that is the real nourishment. Cooking never felt erotic before. Tonight it hums low and insistent. We eat in companionable silence, broken by occasional curses of wonder. After second helpings, we leaned back, sated. She wipes a crumb from her lip with the pad of her thumb. I track the motion, fascination and prickling. She catches me staring. Problem, chef? Marveling at the physics of honey drips. My voice comes out husky again, her cheeks warm. Science can be delicious, especially when paired with oxygen. A gesture between us, the air charged. She exhales a laugh, stands, reaches for plates. I stand simultaneously. Our fingers brush again, linger. She does not pull away. We should let the dishwasher do its thing, I say quietly, meaning us, meaning teamwork. I led her to the sink. We rinse dishes, clink ceramic. Soap suds bubble between our fingers. Our hips bump. She nudges back, playful. I cock a brow, flick a foam glob on her forearm. She retaliates with a sudsy splash to my apron. Laughter erupts, rolling free like steam from a kettle. Suddenly something inside my ribcage thaws fully. Laughter sounds unfamiliar in these four walls, yet perfect. She grips the edge of the sink to steady herself, tears of mirth brimming. I dab a paper towel against her cheek, a tender impulse I fail to resist. She stills, eyes glossy. Thank you, she whispers, voice small. For the first real laugh since... She does not finish. I cradle her cheek, thumb resting lightly at her jaw angle, conscious of her permission. She leans into the touch. The closeness is intimate but not overtly sexual. More like an oath sealed in warm breath. You owe me grilled cheese therapy next, I say. She sniffles, nods. Deal! But don't rush the phoenix. I lower my hand slowly. Slow burn, I promise. We finish dishes, hands occasionally brushing. Afterward, we migrate to the couch with a fresh pot of mint tea. She tucks legs under again, leaning sideways so we are hip to hip. The conversation wanders. Favorite songs, worst burns, why cilantro tastes like soap to her youngest brother. When laughter ebbs, comfortable silence drapes over us. She turns slightly, head resting on the cushion back, regarded as soft. Do you ever panic that healing means forgetting? All the time, I answer. But James used to guard my mice on place. I think he would smack me if I wasted perfectly good herbs on regret. Her smile ghosts. Moloch would say grief is a dance partner you eventually outgrow, but you keep the rhythm in your bones. Smart guy, I say. We honor them by living. She nods. The streetlights outside flicker as a bus rumbles by. Tonight I cooked with fire instead of against it, and neither of us got burned.
Chapter 9. Elena. The apartment has fallen quiet, the kind of quiet that carries its own heartbeat. Steam no longer curls from the Dutch oven, and the last jazz note faded 30 minutes ago, yet neither of us moved to break the hush. We migrated from the kitchen to the couch after dishes, mugs of mint tea in hand, planning to talk for 10 minutes before I caught the downtown train. 10 grew legs. Time stretches whenever firehouse schedules are not breathing down my neck. Aiden sits at the far end of the midnight blue sectional, one knee bent on the cushion, shoulder braced against the armrest. The posture looks accidental, yet it frames him like a portrait. Soft overhead light catching the rivers of scar tissue along his knuckles. My legs are curled under me, a throw blanket pulled across my thighs, fingers idly stroking the woven ridges. The blanket smells faintly of cedar and citrus, his laundry soap, I guess, and each inhalation settles deeper than the last shot of whiskey Malik and I shared. I should feel restless. Instead, I am steeped in the rare gift of stillness. We drift from topic to topic, as if selecting shells on a beach at night. First, favorite call sign nicknames. He laughs when I confess the squad dubbed me Siren Whisperer because toddlers calm down when I crouch to their level. Then, our best travel meals. He tells an animated story about a hole in the wall in Kyoto that served soy-glazed eel over rice at sunrise, and the memory lights him from the inside, eyes silvered with nostalgia. I reply with my mother's arroz con coco, coconut rice scraped caramel dark at the bottom of a battered pot in the Bronx. The scents layer in the air between us, eel smoke and coconut sugar. Intangible, yet mouth-watering. When conversation stalls, the hush feels companionable, never awkward. He lifts the tea to his lips, and I catch myself tracking the slow slide of his throat when he swallows. Desire flares. A spark, not a wildfire, but hot enough that I tuck my toes deeper beneath the blanket to hide the tingle. Lightning cracks outside the tall windows, quick and bright. A January thunderstorm, full of bluff and bluster. Rain follows, tapping the glass in staccato rhythms. One fat drop splatters. Then a sheet of water blurs the cityscape. Thin rivulets race down the pane like mercury. The sound has always comforted me. Nights in Washington Heights, Mama would sing to the rhythm. You have a rain face, Aiden murmurs, voice pitched low to protect the quiet. He sets his mug on the coffee table. A rain face? I give a sleepy chuckle. What does that look like? Like you are listening to an old friend telling secrets. He mirrors the position of my legs, so we form two parentheses at either end of the couch. When I was 13 and homesick at boarding school, storms were the only nights I slept through. The noise wrapped around the building and I felt hidden, maybe. I nod. absorbing the image of younger Aiden lying awake in some drafty dorm. Counting raindrops until loneliness hushed. The thought tugs at me. The firefighter in me catalogs exits, but the woman catalogs vulnerabilities. He has offered one. I trace a finger along the blanket seam, then match it with mine. After Malik and I pulled a triple shift during the Bronx warehouse fire 2 summers ago, I begin. We crashed in the bunk room under a leaky roof. Water dripped into a kettle left on the induction burner. Ping, hiss, ping. Every drop a promise that the fire was done, claiming oxygen. I inhale rain-damp air. I have not slept that deeply since. He watches me, gazes gentle and unhurried. You want to test the theory? I tilt my head, curls brushing the cushion. Are you offering your couch as a lab? Yes. He pats the gray pillow at his side. Hypothesis. Ambient rain plus safe company equals restorative sleep. The invitation comes without pressure. Still, my pulse stutters. Spending the night, even platonically, feels like crossing a line drawn in invisible ink, yet leaving this cocoon only to ride the train back to my cold apartment and toss alone beneath streetlight glare sounds less healthy. I weigh the risk. The balance tips toward trust. Experiment accepted, I say, pushing the blanket toward him in a light-hearted tug of war. We share the couch. 2 constants, no variables. He stands, flicks off the overhead light, leaving only the warm glow of a single table lamp. Then he returns with another blanket, a quilt pieced from indigo denim squares, and drapes it over the back of the couch. Weighted corners, he explains, helps anxiety. His cheeks darken as if embarrassed to admit it. I spread the quilt across us both. The denim heavy, instantly grounding. When he sits, our hips touch through layers of fabric. My body registers the heat, muscles easing. I settle against the cushion, keeping a modest gap between our torsos. Rain intensifies, drumming a lullaby. Conversation slows to murmurs. He asks about the first fire that hooked me. I tell him about watching Ladder 24 force a roof vent when I was 16, the roar of smoke spiraling out like a dragon exhaling, and how I felt the call reverberate in my sternum. He reveals he nearly became an architect instead of a chef, but blueprints lacked aromatic payoff. The laugh we share dissolves into a long silence. Minutes drip. The quilt climbs to my chin. Drowsiness wraps me, but I hold on to one last thread of consciousness. Thank you, I whisper into the soft dark. For what? He whispers back. Showing me grief can't cancel flavor. My eyes sting with unshed tears, but I do not fight them. And for quiet that feels earned, he shifts, careful, and brushes a strand of hair off my forehead. His fingertips barely graze skin yet leave tingles. Anytime, he says, voice hoarse with honesty. When I finally let my lashes fall, the last thing I register is the weight of his leg nudging mine, steady as a metronome. Under the melody of rain and denim, I slip into the deepest sleep I have tasted since the funeral. I wake to pale winter light flooding the loft. For a gorgeous, disorienting moment, I expect to see the firehouse bunkroom ceiling. Then memory slots into place like a puzzle. Soup, laughter, rain, couch. The quilt still covers me, but somewhere in the night we drifted closer. I am spooned around a denim pillow. Aiden curved behind me at a polite inch away. His breathing is even, a soft shush against the nape of my neck. Our blankets overlap. His forearm drapes across the back of the couch, fingers inches from my shoulder. He could have shifted closer while we slept. He did not. The restraint tugs a tender thread in my chest. It also makes me acutely aware of every inch of space between us. Warmth pools low in my belly, startling in its insistence. If I scoot backward, the thought alone sets my pulse galloping. I lift the quilt edge, allowing cool air in to steady me. He stirs at the movement, eyelids fluttering open. gray eyes momentarily unfocused, then sharpening with recognition. "Good morning," he murmurs, morning rasp rough and intimate. His mouth is inches away, the urge to kiss the corner, to taste the promise of last night's mint tea, punches through me. I anchor my fingers in the quilt. "Morning," I whisper. Rain stopped. He glances toward the windows, where sunlight refracts off lingering droplets like a prism. "Looks like the hypothesis held." I stretch, vertebrae popping softly. 8 hours straight. Captain Reed would bribe meteorology for that. The joke hides nerves. He smiles, pushing up to sit. My curls misbehave, and he rakes fingers through them. The motion draws my gaze to the line of his throat. Danger zone. I sit too, tugging jacket lapels closed. Obligation pricks. Shift starts at 2. I should go. Need fresh clothes before duty. My voice wobbles around disappointment. He nods, pushing off the blanket and standing. I'll call a car. His bare feet pad across the hardwood to the kitchen, where he taps the rideshare app. My gaze drops to the floor, tracking the delicate arch of his soles. Appreciation flares again. I choke it down. He returns, hands me my bomber jacket. Our fingers brush. The spark is undeniable. I step back, heart hammering. "Breakfast," he offers. "Quick, I can reheat cornbread or—" The invitation tempts, but I fear stretching the vulnerability until it snaps. "Another time," I say, slipping arms into sleeves. "Ramos Clan Sunday brunch demands chocolate chip pancakes. I should show up half alive." He opens the door, corridor quiet, except for the faint hum of an elevator. Waiting time is under 2 minutes, yet it unspools like taffy. I stand against the jamb, unsure where to tuck my hands. He leans one shoulder on the wall opposite, studying me with a tenderness that makes me fidget. The elevator arrives. We ride down in silence. At the lobby, he walks me to the curb where a black sedan idles. The driver opens the back door. Before I slide in, Aiden touches my elbow lightly. "Text me when you arrive." His gaze holds a question he does not voice. "I will." Impulse surges. I rise on tiptoe and press my lips to his cheek, softer than last night's brush. His eyes flare silver, then soften. I slip into the car before courage falters. As the sedan merges into traffic, I glance back. He remains on the curb, hands shoved into pockets, watching until distance blurs him into the cityscape. The ache that blooms behind my sternum is equal parts longing and fear. Wanting him feels inevitable now. Losing him feels possible, maybe probable. I tuck the quilt's sweetness under that truth and ride home in contemplative quiet. Brooklyn's bakery smells coax me out of the rideshare stupor. Mama's building sits 2 blocks down. I push into my apartment, greet the gritty dawn light, bleeding through blinds. The skillet still gleams from last week's polish session. I touched it, testing yesterday's confidence. The metal is cool, but inside memory is warm, his hand steady on mine, garlic sizzling in oil. I shower, braid my curls, and dress for shift. As I lace my boots, my phone buzzes. "Chef, car delivered precious cargo?" Me. "Home safe. Your hypothesis stands peer review." Chef. "Next experiment soon, firefighter." I pocket the phone, nerves buzzing. Want is not a crime, I remind myself. Neither is hope. The twin weights accompany me to the subway, morning crowds folding around my shoulders. During the pre-shift briefing, Captain Reed notes another deposition letter in my file, but his eyes soften when he sees I am rested. After briefing, Shay corners me by the lockers. "You're glowing," she teases, eyebrow ring catching fluorescent glare. "That soup you bragged about must pump serotonin." "Therapy soup." I deflect, but I can't deny the smile creeping in. At 1900 hours, the therapy group meets again. I arrive 5 minutes early instead of 2 minutes late, Shay high-fives my punctuality. Melody hands me a stress ball shaped like a tomato. I actually took it. When Dr. Quinn opens the floor, I raise my hand first. I froze on the scene last month. I start, pulse roaring in my ears. Because the fire felt like deja vu, the guilt kept me awake until last night. I swallow. I found sleep again with help. Someone listened instead of fixing. It reminded me that guilt is loud, but comfort can be louder. Ruiz crosses arms, nodding in solidarity. Shay offers a finger snap salute. Quinn's smile is small but bright. After the group, I gather my coat. Aiden didn't come tonight. He texted earlier that his lawyer meeting ran overtime. Despite the open sharing, I feel his absence, a missing key in a cord. As I exit, my phone pings. Chef, lobby in 5, coffee, peace offering. My pulse leaps. I descend the elevator, heart tap dancing. He stands near the revolving doors, holding 2 cups from the hospital cafe, apology smile shaded with worry. Late but present, he says. I hear breakthroughs happen. Baby steps, I reply, accepting the coffee. We step into the cold night, shoulders brushing once, then twice, until they settle side by side like magnets set free. Captain Reed calls while we walk toward the subway. He needs me on a multi-alarm standby tomorrow. Rooftop hot tar flare-up downtown. Adrenaline spikes. Old terror sliding knuckles along my spine. Before dread swallows me, Aiden squeezes my hand, anchoring me to the sidewalk. His silent comfort reminds me of what trust feels like in real time. The call ends and he keeps my hand, thumb stroking across my pulse point. The fear quiets under that rhythm, and I realize tomorrow's fire will face 2 fighters, the one in turnout gear and the one who knows my heartbeat by touch.
He's the mysterious man I had a fling with last night, and it turns out he's my dad's new boss.
I was getting IVF, but the donor came in and wanted his stuff back. It was too late. Now we're stuck together and I'm having his baby.
Ready to dive into a world where passion meets intrigue, where love knows no bounds.
If I don't find a woman to marry in the next 24 hours, then my entire company is going to be taken from me. There's only one woman I can ask, but she hates me because I ruined her father.
Introducing the Escape Your Life with Romance Book Bundle by Amazon best-selling author Tyla Walker, a collection of 100 standalone romances that promise to sweep you off your feet.
And the best part?
Get 90% off on the whole bundle, baby.
For $99.99, you'll get over 800 hours of pure romance with strong alpha males and sassy women who don't back down.
They can pass all the tariffs they want, ladies. But you won't find this deal for 100 audiobooks for less than $1 each anywhere else.
90 cents per book for all the dirty fun I can handle? How could I say no to that?
Visit TylaWalker.com to grab this bundle today.
Get ready to escape your life
With Miss Tyla.
Chapter 10. Aiden. I wake before my alarm, heart hammering against the mattress like I overslept a Michelin inspection. The soft light leaking through my loft's brick-arched windows says it is barely 6, still gray enough that the city has not finished zipping up its jacket. My phone blinks one unread text. Elena posted at 4:30 in the morning from the Harlem house, 3 flame emojis and a single word. Survived. She spent the night on a rooftop hot tar flare-up downtown, first big call since she froze last month. If she can face literal fire, I can handle a potluck. That is my mantra today. If Elena can face the roof, I can face the crockpots. Dr. Quinn scheduled a nourishment night for the therapy group, equal parts exposure exercise and morale booster. Everyone must bring food that speaks their story. Melody is making quinoa salad. Ruiz signed up for churros from his cousin's bakery. Shay threatens to smoke ribs on her balcony despite February wind. I stupidly volunteered to prepare the main entree. My reputation arrived early, fueled by short rib rumors and linguine legends. The group now expects magic. Magic used to be my native tongue. After the explosion, every syllable tastes like ash. I pad to the kitchen, barefoot on cold oak. Copper pans hang overhead like sleeping suns. In the fridge waits a case of chicken thighs from the halal market and 4 quarts of homemade harissa. James's harissa. He perfected the blend during a slow month at Ember and Ash. The paste's aroma, roasted red pepper, smoked paprika, caraway, hits me like a left hook. My stomach cramps because I can almost hear him at my shoulder. Mississippi drawl laced with glee. Painted on thick, chef, until the thighs blush crimson. Heat heals what knives cannot. I grip the counter until granite stings. Breathe. 90 seconds of box breathing. Elena drilled me on it yesterday while we rode the Q train. 4 in, hold 7, 8 out. By the final exhale, the panic edge softens to a dull hum. I line the Dutch ovens on the stove, enough for 12 therapy souls plus leftovers for ladder 14, and turn on the hood fan first. My hand still pauses at the knob, muscle memory conjuring propane roar and skylight shatter. I force the twist. Blue flame blooms under steel, and nothing explodes. Small victory. Chicken dries if fear guides the sear, so I set the thighs skin side down, let them crackle undisturbed while I toast coriander seeds in a second pan. The scent builds, peppery, citrus sweet, and it layers over the flashback like a fresh coat of paint. I work fast, slipping into the choreography. Tongs twist, salt rains from elevated elbow. Harissa swirls with garlic and honey into a ruby glaze as thick as courage. The kitchen hums with kinetic grace that feels both ancient and brand new. When the last pot slides into the oven at 325, I realize my hands are steady, no tremor in the tendons. I set the timer for 90 minutes and fill a prep bowl with couscous, preserved lemon, and herb oil. Then comes the part that always betrays me. Waiting. My pulse wants to outrun time. I wipe counters that are already clean. I reorganize the spice shelf into color gradients, then alphabetically again. 15 minutes crawl by. That is when James's voice returns, softer this round, almost cheerful. Chef, remember how you calmed me before the press dinners? Same trick works on you. Bake something simple. Perfume the fear out of the room. Elena calls me Siren Whisperer. Maybe I need to whisper to myself. I grab the sour cream, butter, and a clutch of overripe bananas from the freezer stash. James's trick. Always freeze them before bread for deeper flavor. Banana bread is muscle memory. Malik even teased Elena once that if firefighting failed, she had banana bread charisma. The thought sparks a grin. I mash, whisk, fold. Batter slides into a loaf pan. As it bakes, a second fragrance pushes the harissa to the edges. Caramelized sugar, vanilla, butter. It smells like Sunday mornings that never feared subpoenas or funerals. I lean against the counter and close my eyes, letting the dual aromas braid together like DNA strands. Somewhere in that twist, I find something that feels suspiciously like peace. The timer chimes. I pull the chicken trays, basting them with the thick crimson glaze. The meat has rendered into tenderness. The sauce glistens viscous as lacquer. Couscous fluffs with parsley flecks and lemon jewels. The banana bread cools in the draft from the cracked window while sleet needles the glass. I inhale the steam and hear no ghosts. When plating time arrives, I load the food into insulated carriers, set them by the door, and run a towel over my face. My reflection in the oven door shows a man whose cheeks flush from heat, but not panic, whose eyes are bright, not haunted. It is easier to meet that gaze than I expected. The rehab wing's multi-purpose room has been transformed by Melody into a mismatched banquet. Folding tables pushed into a U, a dollar store tablecloth patterned with cartoon avocados, plastic succulents as centerpieces. At the back, A Bluetooth speaker drips lo-fi jazz under the fluorescent buzz. Anxiety flares as I wheel my carriers through the doorway, because every head swivels. Elena is not here yet. Her shift runs until 7. I place the carriers near the warming station and breathe. Shay materializes with a grin, arms tattooed in floral sleeves, apron splattered with barbecue sauce. There's the maestro. Smells like heaven and sin, brother. Ruiz thumps my shoulder, churro sugar dusting my jacket. Chef, if this tastes half as good as it smells, we will nominate you for sainthood. Low bar, Melody adds, slicing a lemon herb tofu terrine. Her stress ball sits beside the platter. She squeezes it like punctuation. Quinn claps to get attention. Ground rule. No disclaimers. We dine, we share why each dish matters, we affirm. Let the food talk. She nods at me. Panic twitches, but roosts rather than flies. I unwrap the banana bread first. Steam wands up, carrying sweet nostalgia. Melody's eyes widened. Shay whistles. I speak before nerves gag me. Banana bread because my best friend used to make it for staff breakfast after brutal services. He said brown sugar forgives creative sin. My voice crackles but holds. It reminds me that kindness can be as simple as potassium and butter. Hands clap softly. Shay bumps fists with me. The warmth of their reception thaws the last frost in my gut. I uncovered the harissa chicken and couscous. Utensils click, steam billows. Ruiz closes his eyes after the first bite, muttering a prayer in Spanish. Melody actually moans, stress ball forgotten. The room erupts in hums of satisfaction. Compliments ping across the table. Perfect heat, depth of flavor, balanced, healing. Praise used to feel like adrenaline. Tonight it sinks deeper, fertile. I picture Elena's thumbs-up selfie from Dawn. If she could see this, maybe she would call it a win. Halfway through the meal, the door swings open and her curls enter first. Helmet pushed under arm, cheeks wind-flushed, bunker pants traded for jeans and a charcoal FDNY sweatshirt. The squad lets out a collective whoop. Saved her a plate, Shay calls. Chef's masterpiece. Elena meets my gaze across the table, brown eyes bright. She mouths, breathe. I do. She sits beside me and Quinn passes her the chicken. She inhales, eyes closing. One bite and her smile goes wide. That slow sunrise curve that unspools something tender inside my ribs. Corner bite has extra char, I whisper. Marriage material, she whispers back, then flushes. Her gaze dips, but no regret in her laugh. Ruiz bangs his mug for attention. Proposal. Chef leads a monthly cooking workshop. Murmurs of enthusiasm bloom. I hold up both hands. Let me survive today. Quinn nods. Small steps, but I like the vision. Elena taps my knee under the table. You got this. The group shares meanings behind dishes. Melody's quinoa salad honors her late partner's plant-based lifestyle. Ruiz's churros celebrate the day his father returned from a tour overseas. Shay's balcony ribs prove her partner's spirit lingers in every smoke ring. Each story lands like a stitch closing a wound. When attention shifts to cleanup, I slip to the hallway for cooler air. My chest feels full in a way that does not panic. I lean against the wall, breathing in the scent of my own cooking clinging to my jacket. James's phantom steps beside me, softer than before. You fed them, Chef, he says in my mind, tone proud. You remembered? I close my eyes, picture his grin, and let it settle without ache. Elena's footsteps interrupt. She slides beside me, shoulder brushing mine. She offers the banana bread end piece wrapped in a napkin. Ruiz tried to hoard the crust, but I fought dirty, she says. I take a bite. Warm, sweet, sharp with cinnamon. Justice tastes good. She rests her head against the wall, gaze following a nurse pushing a supply cart. Watching you in that room, you looked alive, Aiden. I felt it. I meet her eyes. You pushed me toward the stove with words instead of guilt. Thank you. Likewise. She bumps her knee to mine. We stand in silence, the good kind. Then she exhales a shaky breath. I got subpoena paperwork this afternoon for the warehouse incident. I have to testify next month. Fear flickers behind her eyes. I cover her hand with mine. I'll sit in the front row. Court might bore you, she says, but her grip tightens. I sat through culinary school lectures on poach temp. I can survive being a lawyer. I squeeze her hand once more. We'll prepare like service. Me sell and place your truth. Her shoulders drop. I probably owe you more banana bread. Paid in full, I say, holding up the last bite. Quinn pokes her head out. We're listing takeaways. Elena, Aiden join us? Elena nods. Before we re-enter, she turns, presses a quick kiss to my cheek, not shy this time, more like punctuation. I swallow surprise and lean into the warmth. Inside, Quinn writes on the whiteboard, "Courage grows in community." She gestures to me. Chef, closing word. I glance around the table at faces smeared with sauce and relief. Food didn't rescue me from the blast. Neither did hiding from it. Feeding people again feels like reopening a locked kitchen and finding the gas lines still work, but better ventilation. I shrug, uncomfortable with eloquence. Tonight tasted like permission. Applause starts small, then swells until my ears ring. Elena claps loudest, eyes shimmering. The seed Quinn wrote about sprouts a new root. We're the last two in the multi-purpose room, folding metal chairs that squeal loud enough to wake the ghosts hiding in the acoustic ceiling tiles. The lingering sense of harissa, churro sugar, and Shay's balcony ribs cling to the stale institutional air, an invisible after-party confetti. I'm reluctant to vacuum away. Elena wipes down the plastic table with industrial lemon spray, curls springing free from her low ponytail every time she leans across the surface. I'm about to tell her there's a streak of sauce across her cheek, my signature glaze, embarrassingly territorial, when the vibration in my back pocket rattles my spine. Unknown number. Again. I skim the preview. We have obtained security footage of your kitchen repair. Expect to be deposed under oath regarding negligence. Stomach plummets. I've been waiting for this shoe to drop, but the timing feels scripted for maximum sabotage. 30 minutes after I finally fed people without guilt for the first time in 8 months. Fingers go clammy. The folding chair nearly slips from my grip. Elena catches the shift in my stance the way an experienced firefighter senses a floor about to give, even before the first splinter. Aiden? She straightens, towel still balled in one hand. I force a swallow. Developer's attorney. They dug up security footage. Deposition incoming. My attempt at steady humor collapses halfway through the sentence. She crosses the room in 2 strides, squeezes my wrist. Hard. Her nails are biting, ground and painful in the best way. Breathe. We knew they'd play dirty. Shay's laughter echoes down the hall, punctuated by Melody's bright cackle. The sound ricochets off beige walls and reminds me of why I volunteered to cook tonight. Community, resilience, the quiet agreement we all signed in invisible ink. Your ghosts don't scare me if mine don't scare you. I meet Elena's gaze. Her chin lifts, half warning, half promise. Not alone, it says. Panic loosens. I type a reply. I'll bring receipts and harissa. Then mute the thread. If they want to fight, they'll taste fire first. 17 hours before the deposition notice. The snow outside my loft has turned to dirty crystals, a gritty crust that crunches under boots at 6 a.m. Sunday. I can't sleep. The lawyer's text loops in my skull, a skipping record. Deposed under oath. I picture a sterile conference room, fluorescent glare, a projection screen looping the moment I signed that cursed invoice approving the discount water heater fix. In the loop, James is very much alive, laughing at a joke we both forgot within minutes, trusting me to keep the place safe. A kettle whistles. I pour water over Elena's favorite black tea leaves. let them bleed sable ribbons into the pot. Steam ghosts across the window. I want to call her, ask what she'd say to a live electrical wire hissing under floorboards. But she slept 3 hours after her rooftop call. The shift starts again tonight. She needs rest more than I need reassurance. I text instead. Doctoring tea. Hope you're snoring like you mean it. I drop the phone face down before it can buzz. I spread invoices, maintenance logs, and purchase orders across the counter like tarot cards. Every stiff sheet whispers culpable, culpable. I pull highlighters from a junk drawer, color code repairs predating the explosion in green, the owner-approved shortcuts in orange, my own signatures in red. The page looks like a battlefield. Orange trench, red marker bodies. James's handwriting pops on the margin of a purchase order. Chef, check vent filters Monday. Smoke smells spicy, but the inspectors don't. The ink is ballpoint blue, carefree loops. A fresh crack opens in my chest. I tape the note beside the stove hood, a talisman and a dare. 9 a.m. Laura storms in with Noah, who calls the invoices adult coloring sheets before converting a handful into airplane fleets. My sister slams a latte on the counter. Interrogatories arrived. She brandishes an envelope thick enough to ballast a cruise ship. You are not opening this alone. Good morning to you, too. I aim for levity, missing by a mile. She tears the seal. They're pushing contributory negligence. Surprise, surprise, but look. She flips to an addendum. They also subpoenaed the safety violation report on the building's sprinkler system. Your half-dead water heater sits next to a corroded valve the landlord ignored. Hope sparks, brief, faint. Can we leverage that? Possibly, she says, eyes slicing lines like a chef reading a ticket queue. Defense will pivot. You'll need an expert witness saying the corroded valve accelerated the flare. James had started lining up an inspector to redo the sprinklers, but the paperwork died with him. I swallow bile. Laura softens. Look, Mom's flying in next month. We can't let her read about this in the Post. Mom's panic attacks are legendary. I rub my temples. No press leaks. Promise. Noah launches a paper plane. It lands in the harissa pot still soaking in the sink. He shouts, "Crash landing!" I salvage the soggy paper triangle. Red paste drips from its nose. The sight derails dread long enough for me to laugh. Something between choking and relief. My nephew beams like he slayed a dragon. Laura arches her brow. Your therapy seems to involve peppers. Elena calls it edible coping. Her face shifts. Curiosity, suspicion, then a sister's sharp satisfaction. That firefighter you text at midnight? I duck back to invoices. Focus, counselor. She lets it go. For now. Elena texts a selfie from her bunk. Eyes half-lidded, curls matted, grin lazy. 3 hours of real sleep. Saturday couch theory stands. Thank you underneath, she adds. I'm on standby till 2200 hours. Need anything hauled up a ladder? I stare too long at the heart before typing. Need an expert witness who knows sprinklers. Seconds pass. Leave that with me. We have inspectors who owe ladder 14 favors. Also, save me banana bread crust. Sweet fights are spicy. I check the cooling rack. Only 2 heels left. I wrap one in wax paper and label it with her initials. The other I bite into, letting molten chips scald regret. Then Tuesday, at St. Luke's rehab wing. Quinn ends the group with a prompt. One tangible plan for this week that moves healing forward. Melody vows to jog 5 blocks without stopping. Ruiz pledges 2 nights free of tequila. Shay expects to finish a sleeve tattoo honoring her partner. When the circle turns to me, I don't mention subpoenas or sprinkler valves. I say, I'm turning my friend's recipe binder into a digital archive so I can share it, not just mourn it. Quinn's nod equals approval. Elena squeezes my knee. Silent code for a good step. Warm assurance radiates through denim. After the group, while the others stack chairs, that buzz slices the moment. Attorney demanding deposition. Panic surges, reflexive and furious. Elena's nails pinch my wrist, cue to ground. Group laughter swells behind us, buoyant. I text the Harissa line. Fear recedes just enough to plan the counterattack. D5. 5 days until deposition. I'm back in the loft kitchen, not cooking but filming. I angle my phone toward the hood filters as I yank them free, showing the camera pristine mesh. Inspected weekly, I narrate. I swing to the new water heater, installed 2 weeks after the explosion, gleaming stainless. Manufacturer recommended model. Safety valve intact. Elena stands off screen holding the light. You sound like a Food Network hostage video, she jokes, but her eyes shine proud. We interviewed the sprinkler inspector, retired Battalion Chief Dorsey, owed a favor indeed, on Zoom. He swears under oath that a corroded branch line likely intensified the flare by cutting water volume to the kitchen suppression heads. Laura emails the clip to my attorney. 47 minutes later, he replies, "Slam dunk for comparative negligence." A small but vivid victory. While laptops ping, Elena rummages in my fridge, her firefighter metabolism unconcerned with court filings. She finds leftover harissa chicken, cold and jellied. She perches on a stool and eats straight from the container, humming approval. My chest expands in quiet awe. The same dish that once triggered flashbacks now fuels resilience. Deposition day. I'm in the conference room with frosted glass walls. A single pitcher of ice water dripping condensation rings onto a cedar-toned table, trying too hard to look expensive. Defense counsel, Ms. Ackerman, steel frame glasses, hair in a bun tight enough to hum, presses play on the security footage. Grainy, time-stamped 6 months pre-blast. There I am in Chef White's, scribbling a signature, shaking hands with a handyman. She freezes the frame on my grin. Is that your handwriting approving a non-licensed contractor? She asks, voice knife smooth. My lawyer sits beside me, expression neutral. Across the room, Laura watches, arms folded, jaw loaded like a slingshot. But the anchor I keep returning to is in my pocket. A note Elena shoved into my hand before I walked in. Breathe. You are the evidence of survival. I breathe. Yes, I answer, voice steady. That's me. And here. I slide over a still capture from Chief Dorsey's inspection report showing rusted sprinkler valves. Is the landlord-approved corrosion that turned a flare into a backdraft. 2 corners were cut that day. Mine was a butter knife compared to a blowtorch. Ackerman tries to object to my metaphor. Court reporter smirks quietly. My lawyer leans in, whispers, "Harissa heat, huh?" I crack the faintest grin. The deposition grinds through hours, but each time they press, I counter with data, logs, the live Zoom testimony of the city's senior fire investigator, Elena Feinegled at midnight. By 5 o'clock, counsel looks less like a wolf and more like a damp cat. She calls for a recess. Our side calls for coffee. The fight isn't over, but we just turned defense footwork into a waltz. I step outside into brittle February sunlight. Elena waits across the plaza, leaning against a hydrant painted candy apple red. Her turnout coat hangs open. Her shift started early, yet she begged off the first run to be here. I cross the distance. She reads the verdict before I speak. My posture, the set of my shoulder blades. She lifts both brows, question marks. Harissa held, I say. Relief spills across her face, brilliant and unguarded. She high-fives me, then hooks her pinky with mine. Receipt delivered. In triplicate, I reply. Her captain hollers from a rig idling at the curb. She pulls away, jogs halfway, then pivots. Dinner after shift? She calls over a hiss of hydraulics. I'm craving your banana bread French toast. Only if you bring the maple, I shout back. She salutes, climbs aboard, and the truck roars off, siren rising like a guardian angel clearing evening traffic. I watch until they disappear, then turn toward the subway. My phone buzzes. Laura's text. Defense requesting settlement conference. Mom says she booked Costco sheet cake. Congratulations, chef. I laugh so hard that commuters stare. Somewhere James is cheering from the expo line, banging an invisible bell. Elena is probably teasing rookies, mapping exit routes in her head. I am walking home, willing to believe that courage tastes like garlic and sweet like banana bread. Back at the loft, a padded envelope awaits, forwarded from the defunct restaurant address. Inside is James's pocket spiral notebook, rescued from his locker by the demolition crew. The first page shows a new menu draft titled Phoenix Tasting. My name appears beside dish number 1. Harissa Chicken 2.0 co-created with AR. My pulse stutters. The last line reads, launch after sprinkler upgrade. Fireproof future. I take a breath that feels like opening day. Tomorrow I'll show it to Elena and ask if she's ready to test pilot the Phoenix. Because the fight turned into a feast, and now the feast is ready to become flight.
Chapter 11. Elena. I'm still in turnout pants and a sports bra when the text pops up. Video deposition wrapped. Settlement talk on the table. Bring the syrup. Victory. French toast. Loading. Aiden attaches a selfie. Flour smudged along his jaw like a war paint swipe. Grin fierce enough to shame the February sun hitting the loft window behind him. The photo ignites a warmth low in my belly. Not lust. Well, not only lust, but that deeper, quieter surge that says, you win one battle, we win it together. I grin so hard my cheeks ache, then swipe to the next unread notification in the Harlem Ladder group chat. Community Fire Safety Day, Saturday, 11. 3 at 125th and Lenox. Volunteers sign up. Captain Reed's signature row of firefighter emojis lines the bottom like marching ants. And just like that, and maybe because Aiden's win feels like an invitation for more good, an idea sparks bright and clean. Pair safety with flavor. The neighborhood festival already features helmet fittings, smoke detector raffles, and a retired engine the toddlers use as a jungle gym. They need a live fire kitchen demo that doesn't end in an insurance claim. They need Aiden. I got a reply. Count me in as host demo lead. Also adding a Cooking Without Casualties booth, my friend the chef will headline. Within 30 seconds, Reed thumbs up the message and adds, bring extinguishers and extra foil. Last year, the brisket guy scorched half the tent. Half the tent, I remind myself. Not all, small mercies. Sleet tap dances on the apparatus-based skylight while my crew loads tables and 20 fire extinguishers into the utility van. The air smells of gasoline, wet wool, and the Café de Olla that Gomez brews illegally strong in the turnout locker. Reed signs off paperwork, hands me a neon yellow clipboard thicker than my thigh. These are the demo waivers, Ramos. Anyone chopping onions within 30-yard signs. Got it, I say, tucking the board under my arm. Our guest chef's already safety certified. Guest chef. He lifts a grizzled eyebrow. I swallow. Aiden Shaw, former Michelin star, currently suing half of downtown real estate, Harissa hero. His mouth twitches like a dog sniffing something new. If you vouch, I vouch. Just make sure the tents stay upright and the kids don't repurpose spatulas into swords. Copy? As we roll out, an FDNY bandana wrapped around my curls, I catch my reflection in the vent window. Brown eyes bright, cheeks flushed, a grin I haven't worn since pre-warehouse days. Hope looks good on me, I decide, even under fluorescent truck light. The plaza smells like kettle corn, smoked turkey legs, and asphalt waking under a weak sun. Flapping banners read, stay safe. Vertical bar, stay fed. Vertical bar, FDNY loves Harlem. Kids in red plastic helmets chase a therapy Dalmatian who is too dignified to run, so he trots, tail wagging judgmentally. I'm cinching the last sandbag to the legs of our pop-up demo tent when Aiden strides across the plaza, carrying 2 collapsible crates stacked waist-high. Top one labeled Mies and bottom on place in black Sharpie. The man follows a theme. He wears a charcoal Henley under a black chef coat, No fancy crest, just his surname embroidered in white thread and a tiny phoenix emblem on the sleeve hem. My phoenix tattoo pulses in recognition. Maple delivery, he says, lifting a small thermal cooler. Also, 5 quarts of oil fire-safe Atria. Smokes at 520 degrees Fahrenheit. Won't flash on these burners. You know how to romance a firefighter? I joke, gesturing at the portable induction range the city loaned us. Let's keep the flames metaphorical, though. He sets the crates down, then rests his palms on my shoulders, eyes scanning me like a pre-flight. Are you sure you're cleared for hose demo duty after the call Thursday? I've slept. Ate your victory French toast, remember? His grin wobbles tenderly. That toast didn't have enough cinnamon. You'll redeem yourself now. I toe tap the cooler. Kids at 12, adults at 1, senior center at 2:30. 3 sets of 30-minute demos, stovetop safety, what grease fires look like, how to smother, plus sampling your, what are we calling it? Phoenix chili, he says. Smoky, low heat, no splatter. I lift the cooler lid. Vacuum-sealed pouches of chili base sit beside quart containers of chopped cilantro, scallion curls, and a tub labeled lime crema. My mouth waters. Show off, I tease. All in the name of public safety. He winks. Gomez jogs over, dragging a hose reel cart. Chef Shaw, right? You're the dude who turned our captain into a harissa junkie. Guilty. Aiden shakes his hand warmly. Gomez gestures to the reel. You want a live nozzle for your grease fire demo? We can rain curtain it behind the stage? Aiden glances at me. I shrug. Let's keep the water pressure low. No toddler tsunamis. Aiden stands behind the stainless table, a plastic toy stove in front of him. I crouch beside a gaggle of second graders, each wearing cotton candy pink hearing protectors disguised as unicorn horns, courtesy of Shay's Etsy side hustle. He holds up a foam pan, places it on a burner that glows red thanks to battery-powered LEDs. Who knows what happens if we leave oil on the heat too long? A tiny boy in dinosaur galoshes yells, "It goes boom." Aiden waggles his hand. Sometimes boom, sometimes fire. He presses a button. Orange silk flames pop out of the foam pan, flickering under a hidden fan. The kids gasp, delighted. He drops a plastic lid over the pan and counts to 5. The silk collapses. And that's how we smother without water. One little girl asks why there is no water. I raise my hand, step beside Aiden with a clear jug of water, dyed with food coloring. Water and oil hate each other. When you pour water, I tip the jug gently. Colored droplets bead on the surface of a second pan of mock oil. The water sinks, flashes to steam, and throws the burning oil at your face. We love your faces too much. More gasps. Several kids clutch cheeks. Aiden hands them stickers shaped like shields that say, "Protected Chef." They stick them to their plastic helmets. A 4-year-old in braids asks to press the flame button. Aiden lifts her onto a camp stool, guides her tiny thumb. She giggles when the silk fire blooms. I watch the care in his posture, the heat of patience in his eyes, and the want inside me edges closer to need. When the set ends, kids shuffle off toward the bounce house. The unicorn horns bob away in a pastel herd. Aiden turns, cheeks flushed from praise. "That went well?" he says. Beads of sweat dot his hairline, though the wind is still teeth-sharp. "You're a natural." I wipe silk flame glitter from his sleeve. Now for the adults who will criticize your spice ratios. The audience shifts from squealing kids to skeptical parents holding compostable coffee cups. Ruiz and Shay heckle gently from the front row. A local reporter from NY1 hovers near the soundboard. I launch into the slab about keep a lid within reach, never throw flour on fire. Aiden ladles Phoenix chili onto sample spoons, the aroma of smoked cumin and charred tomatoes rolling out under the tent roof. People drift closer, phones up. "Careful," he warns Rufus Jenkins, a 60-year-old barber in a pinstripe flat cap. "It's got friendly heat, but surprises happen." Rufus sips, eyes widen. "Damn, son, this tastes like Malcolm X Belvedere in July." The crowd laughs. Reporter steps forward. "Chef Shaw, sources say you're finalizing a lawsuit against a developer connected to last year's Midtown blaze. Cooking in public now? Message to the city?" Tension slices through the tent like a backdraft. I feel my shoulders knot. Aiden's smile doesn't falter, but his pulse beats visible at the throat notch. He sets the ladle down, steps to the mic. "Message is simple," he says. "Safety starts long before flames. At the repair invoice, the sprinkler valve, the kitchen stove at home. We all share the heat, so we share responsibility." The reporter tries another angle, but Shay claps loud. "Back to chili," the crowd echoes. The question dies under spoon clatter and contented groans. Aiden exhales softly. I brush his elbow. "You handled that smoother than a grease lid." "Still sweating," he admits under his breath. "Spice or spotlight?" Maybe the firefighter is staring daggers at the journalist. I grin, unrepentant. 30 grandmothers and grandfathers line folding chairs, bundled in scarves, knit tight as hose couplings. They smell like peppermint and victory. I demonstrate how to test smoke alarms, wearing arthritis gloves. Aiden tweaks seasoning ratios so the salt hits taste buds, dulled by medication. One grandma declares she would marry him if her knees allowed, and gets a roar of laughter. During Kwanda, an elderly gent asks how much chili powder is safe for a heart condition. Aiden kneels so they're eye level, explains capsaicin and endorphins while measuring spice into the man's palm. The kindness in that squat makes my chest burn hotter than the chilies. Someone plugs a classic soul playlist into the speakers. Ain't No Mountain High Enough bumps under the tent. An impromptu dance line forms. Rufus grabs my hand. We do a sloppy two-step between the hose reel and the sample table. Aiden twirls a grandma whose walker has fuzzy dice. Laughter bubbles like soup stock. When the song ends, I duck behind the staging area to coil extension cords. Aiden follows winding cables. Snow starts again. Thin diagonal slashes of white. Beneath the pop-up awning, we share a hush broken only by distant sirens and the hiss of hot grills shutting down. He brushes a snowflake from my hair. You were magic out there, like the kids could see the fire before it started. I used to sneak onto the drill yard when I was 9, pretending the hose nozzles were starfighter cannons. My dad would catch me, laugh, then make me scrub engine rims for penance. He is a firefighter too? Volunteer, but yeah. He ate smoke for breakfast. I swallow back the familiar ache. Mom hated how I followed him. She said the job would break me in half. Maybe it did, but the halves regrew. Aiden studies me, eyes flinty bright. Phoenix halves. I smile. Phoenix halves. The crowd finishes cleanup. Captain Reed waves us over for summary photos. Before we step into view, Aiden catches my wrist and pulls me a half step closer. Our breath mingles, white against gray. Thanks for today, he says softly. You gave me back the kitchen in public. Likewise, I breathe, electricity threading spine to tongue. You gave my neighborhood heat without harm. We hover a moment, almost a kiss, but not. The timing isn't wrong exactly. It's sharp, like the edge of a knife we haven't agreed to cut with. Overhead, a truck horn blares. We separate, palms brushing down arms until fingers part. We unload leftover chili pans. The aroma reignites appetites. Ladder 14 descends like locusts. While they reheat food, Aiden and I perch on the bumper of engine 27 nursing Gatorades. Gomez salutes with a spoon, Chef, have you ever thought of hosting a regular safety and spice series? The union would pay, at least in compliments. Let me survive one lawsuit at a time. Aiden laughs. I swing my boot heel against the tire. He has a recipe archive, Phoenix menu. Aiden's head snaps. I wasn't planning to share, but the words breach anyway, buoyed by trust. He licks his lips. We'll test the dishes. Together. Together, I echo, tasting the word, letting it steep deep. The house bells blare, mattress factory fire near 149th. Heart rate spikes, but not like before. I pull on turnout, feel Aiden's gaze follow the motions. He palms my helmet just before I mount the rig. Breathe, he says, pressing a quick kiss where the Phoenix ink climbs my wrist, just above the glove line. You are the evidence of survival. The words brand inside me. I climb aboard, adrenaline humming with purpose, not panic. As the rig roars from the bay, I glimpse him in the rear mirror. Hand lifted, eyes steady, a chef guarding the flame from a safe distance, but ready to jump if the walls come down. And somehow I know, when this call ends, whether at dawn or disaster, there will be French toast or chili or banana bread waiting. Nourishment is his love language. Survival is mine. Together, we're closer to the flame, but further from fear.
Chapter 12. Aiden. It's 6:47 p.m. on a Sunday evening in Tribeca. The loft smells of orange zest and roasted garlic by the time Elena's knock lands, 3 brisk taps and a muffled "Chef" through the door. I wipe my palms on a dish towel and try to pretend the butterfly swarm in my ribcage is just hunger. Opening the door reveals her in faded sweats, curls still damp from the station shower, a bakery box balanced on one hip. "Peace offering," she says, lifting the box. "Hazelnut eclairs." Gomez claimed we earned them. My mouth curves. Did you convince him to share flower-based love? Threatened to rewrite his hose drill playlist with Taylor Swift ballads. She toes off her boots, eyes sweeping the loft. Place already smells like stolen angels. It's the citrus braise, I admit, closing the door behind her. And maybe a risky amount of butter. Risky butter is my love language. She sets the box on the counter, then runs 2 fingers over the marble as if reading Braille. How's lawsuit, Limbo? Settlement talks start Wednesday. My pulse flutters, but saying it aloud grounds me. Laura thinks we have leverage. Still feels like walking a plank over an open flame. She meets my gaze, steady, dark, bright. Tonight is water and blankets. No legal talk unless you ask. I nod once, gratitude blooming so fierce it nearly rushes into confession. Instead, I gesture toward the oven. Dinner at 20. Wine? What pairs with citrus brace? I retrieve a bottle of chilled Albarino, crack the seal. The cork's pop sounds like a possibility. She watches, amused, as I pour 2 glasses. We clink gently. To lawsuits turning into restaurant funds, she says. To roof calls ending in 0 injuries, I counter. She laughs, leaning a hip against the island. Deal. The chicken finishes its slow roast, sauce thick enough to coat the back of a spoon. Steam swirls up in spirals, blurring the pendant lights overhead. I plate 2 portions with charred broccolini and toasted farro, then carry them to the small table by the window. Elena trails with eclair in tow. Snow freckles the glass outside. Inside, the loft pulses warm, safe. First bites are silent, heads bowed like prayer. She hums, low, approving. The sound slips under my skin. When her plate is half empty, she tilts her head, studies me with that firefighting scan. You cooked like this when you were a kid? I swallow, surprised. Not exactly. Boarding school kitchens don't let 11-year-olds near chef's knives. I sip wine. But on vacations, I'd stand at the edge of Mom's dinner parties, roll dough scraps, beg the caterers to teach me shapefold pinch. Her lips curve. An eager apprentice. I felt invisible in most other places. The admission slides out before I censor it. Dad traveled nonstop. Mom hosted charity galas. Boarding school doubled as daycare. Kitchens were the only rooms where adults noticed if I stirred sugar too fast. Elena sets her fork down. That sounds lonely. It was. Memory flashes. Teenage me slipping down dorm stairwells at midnight, hunting vending machines for noise because silence echoed too loud. But loneliness trains you to read the room. I learned to diagnose moods by how people drop their spoons. I shrug. Translates well to plating and juries. She leans forward, forearms on the table. Maybe why you spot my panic before I do. Maybe that's why your panic feels familiar, I murmured. Her eyes shine, and the distance between us thins. Plates cleared. We move to the couch with tea. She curls one knee under, clutching the mug like it's the last warmth on earth. Storm clouds shift across her face. Your turn to pry, I say softly. She exhales. That mattress factory fire Friday? It went textbook perfect. But halfway through overhaul, I smelled the same melting plastic as the warehouse where Malik died. Her fingers flex on ceramic. For 2 seconds, I froze. Had to recite grocery list to trick my brain into moving. I set my mug down, slide closer. Grocery lists. Bananas, avocados, oat milk. In that order. Her laugh is paper thin. Cap read says coping hacks count, but it still feels like I'm one misstep from another funeral. I cover her knuckles with my palm. You didn't freeze. You paused, reassessed. That's competence, not failure. Her breath catches. Tell me my nightmares. I tighten my grasp. Nightmares don't know the full report. Silence thickens, laced with heartbeat percussion. She watches my thumb stroke her hand, astonished by the calm that slides in with the motion. I feel it too, something steady, heavy, right? The tea goes lukewarm. We're closer now, knees brushing. Rain starts beyond the window, a hush against the glass. My chest tightens, not from anxiety, from the electric promise coiling between us. I used to equate love with applause, I say, voice quiet. But applause fades. Then James died, and quite turned to terror. I thought the connection would burn me alive. She mirrors honesty with rawness. I tell rookies no hero ever feels ready. But alone at 3 a.m., I catalog every unsent condolence card in my desk drawer and wonder when my name ends up on one. My free hand finds her cheek, thumb grazing the ridge of a healing gash she got during Thursday's flare-up. I'm terrified too. The words hover in cinnamon-scented air, but being scared feels survivable. Her eyes shudder, then reopen luminous. She nods once, slow. We lean at the same moment, small heats orbiting toward collision. Her curls tickle my jaw. Our lips brush, feather light, test, and retreat. She inhales, trembles. I exhale, dizzy. We try again, longer, firmer, her bottom lip fitting between mine like a puzzle piece hot-pressed into place. Nothing fireworks loud, nothing cinematic. Just warmth, steam, butter-soft tenderness. I taste orange zest lingering from dinner and think it's possible to drown and breathe at the same time. She breaks first, forehead resting on mine, breaths shallow. That changes the evacuation plan. I laugh, heartbeat riotous. Add sprinklers, at least. Her fingers thread through my hair, testing a curl. We're ridiculous. Ridiculously alive, I counter. Scared, she adds. Terrified, I agree. And we kiss again, because naming the fear robs it of teeth. We do not tumble into bed. We stretch on the couch, shoulder to shoulder, hands linked, watching storm shadow flicker across the ceiling. My body hums like a cooling oven, heat banked but not forgotten. She tugs the throw over us, tracing lazy shapes on my forearm. Can we stay here a bit? She whispers. All night, I whisper back. She yawns, head on my shoulder. Not yet. Eclairs first. We shuffle to the counter, laughing at wobbling knees. She feeds me the first bite, hazelnut cream exploding sweet and earthy. I deliberately lick a smudge from her thumb pad. Her gasp echoes low. Self-control barely holds, but holds. Slow burn, she reminds us both. Best flavor, I promise. She dozes in my hoodie while I box leftovers and sleep afterwards.
Chapter 13. Elena. I surface from sleep slowly, guided by the rise and fall rhythm beneath my ear. The sound is steady, grounded. Aiden's heartbeat, cushioned under the soft cotton of the t-shirt. He refused to take off when we finally collapsed sometime after 2. Pale Atlanta dawn stripes the hotel blinds, washing the room in a gray-gold hush. The mattress carries traces of us now. Citrus soap from an after-midnight shower, the smoky sweet note of grilled peaches we demolished in bed, and the clean scent of linen that's warm to our shared body heat. My thigh is hooked over his, and one of his hands, big graceful despite the half-healed burn that arcs across his palm, rests in my curls like he fell asleep learning their shape. Nothing more happened. No frantic stripping of clothes, no bodies tangling in urgent heat. Just 2 exhausted souls talking until words blurred, whispering memories and confessions we'd never voiced in group therapy. Somewhere between my story about the first fire that changed everything and his recounting of the night cross and crown burned, we drifted, still clothed, still wary, but wrapped around each other as if contact alone might hold the nightmares at bay. That gentleness is my undoing. I stay frozen, afraid any motion will shatter the amber-still moment. In the new light, he looks years younger, the haunted set of his jaw eased. I try to let myself be present. Feel, don't flee, Dr. Quinn always says, but each slow heartbeat tightens the coil of anxiety under my ribs, because emotion is its own kind of blaze. Last night we let it kindle, inch by inch, through laughter, through tears neither of us pretended not to see. I told him things I've never spoken aloud. How Malik's last words still echo in the corners of my mind. How the station feels like a mausoleum when I walk past his empty locker. Aiden responded by placing my palm over the faint scar on his collarbone and admitting he sometimes dreams he's still inside the restaurant. Unable to find Jonah in the smoke, now mourning drags the real world back with it. I have a station physical at 10 and a review board on Monday, deciding whether I'm fit for active duty. He flies to New York this afternoon to host a charity tasting for fire survivors. We are 2 people balancing on the thin edge of survival, and making space for fragile, aching hope feels reckless. My pulse stutters. I ease my leg off him, trying not to disturb the quiet. Aiden stirs anyway, lashes fluttering. His arm tightens for a single heartbeat. Protective reflex, before he wakes fully. Morning, he murmurs, voice husky, warm. Morning. My own voice barely surfaces. If I meet his eyes, I'll drown in everything they promise. He traces a feather-light line along my cheekbone. You okay? No one's asked me that with such patient focus in years. My body yearns to fold into the question. My mind hauls up protective barriers. I glance toward the clock instead. What time's your flight again? 4. His gaze stays on my face. Why? I need to be at the station early. Paperwork, physical, the whole circus. The words come out brittle. I sit up, peeling the sheet away and head for the bathroom before guilt can cement me in place. Behind the closed door, I brace both palms on the marble counter and drag air into my lungs. Too soon the thought pulses. Too soon to feel this open. Too soon to trust that something so gentle could last. I splash cold water on my cheeks and study my reflection. Tangled curls, lips swollen from nothing more than whispered secrets, not kisses, a fatigue that looks perilously like contentment. I'm terrified of that comfort. When I return, Aiden sits propped against the headboard, reading recipe notes on his laptop, hair mussed, t-shirt and lounge pants creased. He looks like a man who belongs in this room. With me, my chest tightens. He snaps the computer shut. Still on for brunch? He grins, a crooked, teasing thing. I have a scandalous amount of strawberries soaking in Meyer lemon syrup downstairs. Brunch was my idea. A post-therapy celebration. He taught me to brunoise without butchering the knife edge. Last night, wrapped in exhaustion and possibility, it felt like the first brick in some ordinary, beautiful future. Now I square my shoulders. I can't today. Physical? I nod and snatch my jeans from the chair. He watches with quiet intensity, then slides off the bed, crossing to me. Sunlight paints the faint burn scars on his forearms. I feel painfully seen, every freckle, every old bruise from training. Elena? He says softly. He only uses the nickname when he's worried. If last night felt like too much, say that. Don't hide behind your schedule. I swallow. I'm trying not to let us crash and burn, a firefighter's metaphor that slices both of us. He winces. Regret pricks. But I can't reach for him without risking collapse. You're allowed to be scared, he says. I'm scared too, but I'm not running. His honesty slices me open wider than any confession. A phoenix wrapped around a chef's knife is tattooed over his heart, a rebirth emblem that knows its own irony. I just need time, I whisper. Take it. He steps back, palms up. Just don't shut me out. I rise on tiptoe and press a quick kiss to his stubbled jaw, an intimacy that's softer, yet feels like goodbye in miniature. He closes his eyes as if the touch aches. Bag, phone, boots. My stomach knots as I reach the door. Thank you for staying. His breath hitches, almost a laugh. You never have to thank me for being here. I almost tell him thank you for listening in the dark, for holding my nightmares without flinching, but the words tangle. So I slip into the hallway. Downstairs, elevator mirrors show a woman who looks like me but older, edges sanded by a single night's closeness, now raw where fear scoured them. I count breaths, 5 in, 7 out, doesn't stop the tremor. The Atlanta heat wraps around me outside, humid and expectant. I text Captain Reed to confirm my arrival, then Uber to Station 17. The physical is rote. Blood pressure, pulmonary test, kneel to stand reps. The medic signs my chart but warns the board might sideline me if the panic isn't under control. I nod, paced on steady breathing professionalism. In the locker room shower, lukewarm water beats across my shoulders. Memory loops. Aiden's midnight laugh when I stole the peach slice from his plate. The silences where our griefs knitted, tentative but true. The moment he threaded our fingers together and said, "Every survivor deserves mercy, including you." Not sex. Something fiercer, raw in its restraint. My heart stammers anyway. I suit up in jeans and a tank, braid my hair tight. Tyler, a probie, jogs past. Good to see you, Ramos. He means alive. I nod. Outside the bay, a glint through the records office window hooks me. The Balding Street Blaze file. I know I should walk away. Therapy insists on boundaries. Instead, my boots carry me inside. The file drawer yawns half open. Photos of cross and crown charred skeletons greet me. Malik isn't pictured, but his absence screams. I flip pages mechanically. Inspection notes, code violations, Van Allen development. My stomach drops. I haul another docket. The warehouse explosion that killed Jonah, same developer, same violations. 2 deaths, 1 negligent thread, no lawsuit, survivors too busy grieving to fight. Adrenaline surges. I snap phone photos, shove the file back, and race outside, throat tight. My fingers dial Aiden before logic checks in. He answers on the second ring, voice calm, but layered with fatigue. "Hey," I say. "I can't stay long. It's okay, he cuts gently. Figured you were busy. His restraint twists the knife. I found something. Same developer mixed up in both fires. Silence, sharp as glass. Are you sure? I have reports. Violations buried under shell LLCs. A hiss of breath. That's what Jonah was digging into. His voice hardens. We need a lawyer, Elena. I know. Quiet coils between us. Then he says, come to the suite. We'll look at everything together. My chest constricts. I can't. Because last night scared you? He asks gently. Because I'm holding on by a thread. And if we mix this with whatever we are, I'll snap. He doesn't argue. You don't have to carry any of it alone. Not the case, the grief, or the morning after. Aiden, I'm sorry I bailed on brunch. I saved you strawberries, he murmurs, a half joke, half plea. They'll keep till dinner. So will I. His patience cracks me open, but the idea of facing him while my heart sprints terrifies more than a backdraft. I need time. Okay, he repeats, softer. Just promise me time won't turn into silence. I promise. The vow feels heavier than my badge. The afternoon blurs. Rescheduling therapy, grocery run for Mama, the drive home up Peachtree. My 8th floor apartment overlooks the Beltline, but today the skyline feels distant, static. Unpacking produce, I slice red peppers mechanically. Images intrude. Aiden passing me a mug of chamomile at 1 a.m., murmuring about how taste is memory. My fingertips brushing the raised seam of his palm. The way he breathed out, you make the noise in my head quiet. The knife slips. I jerk back before it slices skin. I text him. Got the photos if you want copies. His reply pings almost instantly. Definitely. Thanks. Boarding soon, back in Atlanta tonight if you need anything. No guilt, only an open door. I stare until the screen fades. I remember how it felt, lying against his chest, no barriers except cotton and fear. Terrifying, comforting, real. Fear wins for now. I shower, eat half a salad, shove the rest away. Evening drags pink across the windows. Searching for a distraction, I pull his favorite cookbook from the shelf. Margins crowded with his brisk handwriting turn recipes into conversation. A yellow post-it flutters loose. Bring your brave heart and your appetite. A. My eyes sting. I flip it. I'll be here when you're ready. Not used to someone staying. Sirens wail somewhere down Peachtree. Life keeps moving. So must I. I thumb my phone. Safe flight. We need to talk. Van Allen and us. Can we meet when you land? 3 dots appear, vanish, reappear. Name the place. My apartment is too intimate. The station is too exposed. Only one site holds both our grief and our potential rebirth. Cross and Crown Lot. Tomorrow, noon. Beat. I'll bring coffee and a fire extinguisher, just in case. Laughter bursts free, bright and shocking. I answer. Bring strawberries too. I owe you brunch. He replies, deal. And Elena, I wait. We'll set the pace together. No rush, only the truth. I type the simplest answer. Truth sounds good. Phone down, heart hammering. Tomorrow I'll face ashes and maybe plant something new. Terror and readiness feel indistinguishable. Sparks on the same fuse. Neon outside flickers crimson over my ceiling. Sometimes fire doesn't just destroy. Sometimes it clears space for new growth. I tuck Aiden's note back between cookbook pages and whisper to the quiet, see you tomorrow, chef. My voice holds steady. Tomorrow crackles with possibility.
Chapter 14. Aiden. I am the last passenger off the plane, the carpeted jet bridge shuddering beneath luggage wheels as if it carries the weight of every secret I have tried to outrun. While the crowd presses forward, I count my steps the way Dr. Iqbal taught me, anchoring each footfall to a fact I can trust. 1. Elena asked to meet tomorrow. 2. She used the word truth. 3. I am still breathing. By the time I reach the terminal, the snow-wet air of the city is already seeped through sliding glass doors, and the cold feels like an invitation to keep moving. I silence the urge to text her that I landed. In the past, my need for immediate reassurance pushed friends to the edge of exhaustion. James used to joke that I had the emotional stamina of a Labrador left alone in an apartment, howling until someone came home. Elena is not responsible for leeching my panic. I slide the phone into my coat pocket and let the knowledge settle. If she is free to choose, her choosing will matter. The rideshare driver hums along to classic soul as Queens blurs by. Orange streetlights pool on puddles left by an earlier storm, turning the asphalt into molten copper. I try naming what I feel. Anticipation tastes like citrus on the back of my tongue. Fear tastes metallic and familiar. Under both lies an ache so deep, I mistake it for jet lag until I catch the memory of her laugh. Then it flares into something hotter. Longing. Inside the apartment, the ghost of her cocoa butter drifts from the couch. I inhaled once, just enough to conjure the shape of her curled there last week, sock-clad feet tucked under a throw blanket, while she teased me about my snobbish pour-over ritual. The memory presses against my ribs. If I linger, it will swallow the night, so I flip on every light, shrug out of my coat, and open the laptop. The cursor blinks on the Queen's Archives login. I chase it down rabbit hole after rabbit hole, collecting fire safety citations. Each report is a snapshot of negligence. Sprinklers that failed pressure tests, fire doors propped with plastic crates, alarm panels missing batteries. Patterns emerge. The same phrasing appears in complaints filed months apart, miles apart. The names differ, but even the misspellings match. Whoever forged these letters did not bother to vary mistakes. I highlight them in yellow, then orange when yellow feels too polite for homicide. Around the time moonlight gives way to the smoky glow of impending dawn, I push back from the screen, shoulders stiff. The folder on my desktop reads, Van Allen _evidence. The name smolders like molten glass. Van Allen Development Group financed the renovation that ended James's life, built the warehouse where Station 17 lost Malik, and if the rumors in Atlanta hold, bankrolled half a dozen other properties that burned. No wonder Elena's text lumped Van Allen and us into the same sentence. We are tangled in their ledger. I close my eyes, palms flat on the desk, and try to slow the gallop of my pulse. Fear of abandonment sniffs around the edge of my thoughts. It whispers that people who get too close catch whatever curse follows me and vanish. Dad vanished. James vanished. The Michelin star vanished. The whisper is well rehearsed. I greet it, then picture Elena's steady gaze the day she told a rookie firefighter not to apologize for crying at a funeral, because grief is evidence of love. The whisper retreats. Coffee hisses through the mocha pot. Steam curls under the cabinets where paint peels near the heat vent. I sip, scald my tongue, welcome the brightness. The clock insists morning meetings will exist whether or not I sleep. I choose momentum over rest. At Municipal Records, the clerk raises an eyebrow at the length of my request. She scans my ID, hits the print key, and slides a stack of stamped duplicates across the counter. I thank her, tuck them in a waterproof envelope, and retreat to the corner table where the fluorescent lights flicker as if irritated by their own existence. Fear spikes when I see how many pages carry the same schedule codes as James's building. My chest tightens. I breathe through it, 6 counts in, 6 out. Next stop is the farmer's market. Strawberries in November feel like stolen treasure. The vendor packs 2 pints into a compostable box, then tucks in a sprig of mint. Her kindness is bright as the fruit. I pay, recite tomorrow's plan under my breath. Cross-check signatures, flag payroll records, show Elena everything, let her decide the next move. On the train home, a toddler in a neon green parka waves a sticky hand in my direction. His mother apologizes, but I grin, wave back, and for a fleeting second, the knot in my chest loosens. Healing often hides in accidents of humanity. A stranger's smile, the mint in a produce bag, the fact that the car smells faintly of vanilla from someone's bakery box. I pocket that truth for later. Back at the apartment, I lay the strawberries on the counter, rinse one, and bite. Sweetness floods my mouth so suddenly it bypasses fear and goes straight to memory. The last time I tasted berries this ripe was the afternoon I taught Elena how to temper chocolate without a thermometer. She smeared ganache on the corner of her lip and dared me to lick it off. I did. 5 minutes later, the saucepan burned and we did not care. I stopped the memory before it slides toward heat. Tomorrow is bigger than indulgence. Tomorrow could crack open a conspiracy. I spread the paperwork across the dining table and sort by zip code, property type, casualty count. My eyes blur at the rows of numbers. I force myself to read them aloud. Speaking the data turns it solid, something I can attack with logic instead of panic. By midday, I have a timeline that loops every blaze to Van Allen shell companies. The pattern is unmistakable. For the first time, I allow myself the thought that we might actually bring them down. The idea is exhilarating, terrifying. Exhilarating because families could get answers. Terrifying because corporations wield armies of lawyers. If they suspect we are gathering fuel for a lawsuit, they will try to starve the fire before it ignites. The ache in my spine warns me I have been seated too long. I stand, stretch, and notice Elena's hoodie still folded on the couch. It is navy. The logo on the chest cracked from too many washes. I pick it up and thumb the hem. She left it here after a shower, laughing when I teased her about looking better in my clothes than I ever did. She answered that everything I owned smelled like cinnamon sticks and stubbornness. I press the fabric to my face. It smells like her now. The faint smoke of firehouses and the citrus shampoo she buys in bulk. I tuck it into my bag on top of the evidence because if tomorrow falls apart, I want something that proves this connection was real. When hunger refuses to be ignored, I scramble eggs with pepper jack and eat standing at the counter. The mint sprig looks lonely beside the stove, so I snip leaves into the eggs. The flavor pops, bright against the spice, and I catch myself imagining Elena's expression if I served her a plateful. The thought warms me enough that I leave the dirty pan in the sink and start drafting an outline letter to a reporter I trust, a woman who once compared my smoked sea salt semifreddo to an area you could taste. She owes me a favor. The letter sticks at the point where I must mention bodies. My chest tightens again. I save the draft and move on. The downtown streets hum when I hit the pavement, binder under my arm. I pass a bakery where sourdough loaves cool in the window, their scorched crusts exhaling steam into the cold. The smell pulls a memory of James whistling while he kneaded brioche dough. I shake it off before grief can take the steering wheel. At a co-working loft, I pay for a day pass and access a database that tracks political donations. Van Allen's name pops up beside multiple lobbying expenditures, campaign contributions spanning 3 states, all timed within months of each fire. They invest in politicians the way chefs invest in cast-iron pans. Buy once, benefit for life. My throat goes dry. Now I understand why Elena said we need to talk about Van Allen. We are not hunting a single negligent building owner. We are poking a hydra. When the screen blurs from staring, I pinch the bridge of my nose. Fear slinks back, whispering its old story. I push up from the desk, find a quiet hallway, and dial Ezra. He answers on the 3rd ring, humid air thick in the background, steel drum music somewhere near. "Thought you ghosted me," he says, mock-offended. "Could never," I answer, voice hoarse. "I might need your help." Information leak, media channels, contingency plan if a powerful developer tries to nuke my life. Silence, then a low whistle. "You always aim high. Whatever it is, send me the files and the safe word." "Safe word is brioche." The joke lands with a hollow thud, but he chuckles. We talk logistics until my shoulders drop half an inch. When I hang up, I feel less alone. The afternoon sun slants through dirty windows, spotlighting motes of dust that dance like hopeful confetti. I take that as a cue to head home, collate the paperwork, and triple encrypt the digital copies. When everything is backed up in 2 separate cloud vaults and 1 USB key taped inside a spice jar labeled sumac, I finally shower, letting hot water drum the tension from my spine. Images of Elena under a similar spray flash behind my eyelids. My breath shortens, body quickening, but discipline wins. Tomorrow, I will remind myself. Earn the future before you ask for pleasure. Night drapes itself over the city when I crawl into bed, hoodie hugged to my chest. Sleep prowls at the edges but never fully claims me. I drift in and out, replaying the moment her text arrived. Bring strawberries, I owe you brunch. The tease was light, yet the trust behind it felt heavy as history. I hold the thought until the ceiling dissolves into the gray of early dawn. Morning coffee, shower, final check of the evidence. 1 strawberry for courage. The flavor sparks across my tongue and I laugh at my own superstition. Jacket on, bag over shoulder, door locked. My steps quicken when the cross and crown mural comes into view. The paint is weather-worn, vines curling toward a cracked sun, yet the colors refuse to fade. Elena stands beneath the mural, turnout coat cinched against the cold, phone pressed to her ear. When our eyes meet, she ends the call and pockets the device. The wind teases a strand of hair across her cheek. She tucks it back with gloved fingers and smiles, and the city around us shifts focus, everything sharpening around her like a camera lens finding its subject. Coffee, 2 pumps of vanilla, plus the red alert strawberries, I announce. She accepts the cup, nods at the tote. And your fire extinguisher? Upgraded. I tap the binder. Triple reinforced. Her fingers skim the cover, reverence and fury sharing space in her gaze. Van Allen shows up on every page. Almost. The shell companies loop back to their holding group. I tracked lobbying money too. She whistles under her breath. You worked a miracle without a single subpoena. Miracle is generous. Desperation brewed in espresso. We spread the pages across the hood of her Jeep and dug in. She reads silently, jaw locked. When she reaches the Queen's warehouse, her shoulders jerk, grief flashing raw. I think of Malik, her partner, the way she once described his habit of singing old Motown at the firehouse, voices so bright, rookies forgot to be terrified of their first blaze. My throat burns. Look here! I point at a signature line. Same slope on the T in both cities. Forgeries. Her eyes widen, then narrow with purpose. Ashgrove was sloppy. Van Allen must have felt untouchable. A passing car backfires and she flinches. Instinct pushes me closer. We are not powerless, I say, softer. She straightens, squares her shoulders. You keep saying we. Makes it easier to believe. Because it is true. I hesitate, afraid of crowding her. Tell me about the phone call. You said we need to talk to Van Allen and us. She takes a long breath, steam curling from parted lips. Van Allen's lawyer left a voicemail at the station. He's requesting my cooperation in an internal review. We both know that means hush money or intimidation. My captain wants me to sit for an interview this afternoon before I can hand these files to the Bureau. That is why we leak to the press. I feel the decision crystallize. Once sunlight hits this, the department cannot bury it. She studies my face, searching for cracks. Leaking could paint targets on both of us. I have been a public villain before. A second round will not kill me. I am less replaceable than you think, she says, humor threading through the worry. Then she sobs. But I will not let Van Allen spin a narrative that makes Malik's death an unavoidable accident. We leak. Wind gusts. A document slips free. She snatches it mid-air, but the near miss rattles her composure. When she turns back, her eyes gleam with unshed tears. I slip my hand over hers. She allows it, curling her fingers tight. I keep expecting you to decide this is too messy, I admit. The sentence feels like an exposed nerve. She shakes her head. Messy does not scare me. Silence does. The look in her eyes strips every shield I have ever worn. The fear of abandonment roars, demanding distance, but I choose closer. If I crowd you, tell me. Do not disappear. She squeezes my hand. If you ghost me, I will hunt you down with a hose line. A laugh bursts out of me, relief and desire tangled. I believe you. We stand there, shoulder to shoulder, until adrenaline gives way to gravitational pull. She rises onto her toes and brushes her lips over mine, light at first, testing. I meet her halfway, deepen the kiss slowly. Cinnamon from my coffee blends with vanilla from hers. The taste as heady as any five-star dessert. When we part, her pupils are wide, her breathing uneven. Mine matches. Sirens in the distance. She gauges the tone. Different response districts. We have time. Then lunch on the ferry, Staten Island payroll microfilm, and after that we drop a folder on the courthouse steps, I say, voice thick. Ambitious, she murmurs, eyes warm. I like ambitious. We pack the evidence, secure the strawberries, climb into the Jeep. She drives while I read aloud donor records tied to Van Allen. Each revelation fuels her determination. I sneak glances at her profile, the fierce line of her jaw, the way she bites her lower lip when thinking. I want to trace that lip with my tongue. I want to memorize every freckle. The desire is a drumbeat under every word I speak. Halfway across the bridge, her captain texts, moving the interview even earlier. Frustration flashes across her face. They are boxing me in. We strike first, I say, pulling out my phone. Reporter owes me a favor. Evidence plus exclusive equals public safety gold. She nods. Approval tempered by nerves. Send it. Tonight. I draft the message, attach a summary of the forged complaints, hit send. Almost immediately, the journalist replies with a single word. Interested. Momentum feels like a second heartbeat. I lean back, exhale. That is when the unknown number lights my screen. I slide to accept, put it on speaker. A voice as smooth as aged bourbon fills the cabin. Mr. Shaw, you are making a dangerous mistake. Step away from documents that do not belong to you. Cold prickles cascade down my spine. Elena's knuckles whiten on the steering wheel. Who is this? I ask, although I already know. Someone who values discretion, and who values your restaurant ambitions. Withdraw or watch every venture you touch turn to ash again. The line clicks dead. Silence swells until the engine noise feels deafening. Elena breathes once, twice. Van Allen. Van Allen, I echo. Neither of us suggests retreat. We do not even pretend it is an option. She merges through traffic, determination radiating off her like heat. We plant this story, deliver originals to Internal Affairs, and contact the families of every victim so they hear it from us first. I nod. I already compiled a list. We will give them the folder titled Truth. She glances at me, eyes shining with a mixture of pride and terror that looks so much like love my chest aches. Look at us, she whispers. Tiny revolutionaries in a borrowed jeep with strawberries for armor. Do not forget the mint, I say, brandishing the herb from my pocket. Laughter bubbles between us, fragile but real, and for one beautiful second, the fear retreats entirely. She parks on the ferry deck. We step out, ocean wind snapping around us, the city skyline shrinking behind diesel haze. She opens the strawberry box and feeds me one. Juice bursts against my tongue, sweet summer distilled. I lick a red bead from her thumb. Her breath catches. She kisses me again, deeper this time, promise written in the slide of her mouth against mine. When the ferry horn blares, she rests her forehead on mine. Whatever burns next, we burn together, I answered without hesitation. Together. The future tilts in front of us, bright and dangerous. I imagine it in flames, not as destruction, but as forge. Whatever survives will be tempered steel. And for the first time since James died, I believe I might survive the heat. The text chime returns, this time from the reporter. The message is only 3 words. They know already.
Chapter 15. Elena. The text arrives while the ferry engines grumble beneath my boots. I do not need to read it twice. They know already. The words blur at the edges as cold wind needles my cheeks. Beside me, Aiden rakes a hand through his hair, eyes locked on the screen like it might sprout fangs. They moved faster than we thought, he mutters, voice low but steady. I tuck the phone into my turnout coat pocket and face the river instead of him. The skyline looks bruised, clouds sagging over metal spires. The water below dark enough to swallow whole secrets. I tell myself the rocking deck is why my stomach flips, not the certainty that Van Allen Development Group just learned exactly who is digging in their graveyard. We can still beat them, Aiden says. He reaches for my hand and squeezes. The squeeze that promises cinnamon and stubbornness, and every hour he spends pulling evidence from a swamp of public files. Warmth spreads through my glove, yet I cannot make my fingers close around his. I gently ease free and pretend to tighten my ponytail. We need to keep moving, I say. Payroll records, then internal affairs. He studies my face, searching for cracks. I give him the best fireground smile I own, the one that convinced a rookie last week that everything would be fine while flames licked the apartment ceiling behind us. The rookie believed me. Maybe Aiden will too. The engines throttle down, chains rattle, the ferry bumps the dock. We join the shuffle toward the gangway, shoulders brushing. I should lean into his solid heat. Instead, I fall half a step behind, cataloging our surroundings like a threat assessment checklist. If Van Allen knows we are coming, who else is watching the foot traffic? Which of these passengers might be an attorney in an expensive overcoat, or a private investigator with a hidden camera? The habit of scanning crowds has saved my life in burning buildings. It also feeds the fear coiled behind my ribs. When we reach the records building, fluorescent lights hum above metal detectors and cracked linoleum. The clerk, a woman with a salt and pepper buzz cut, peers over her reading glasses while I slide the request forms across the counter. Payroll archives for city contract inspectors, I say, keeping my tone casual, as if I am not about to dig straight into the underbelly of a billion-dollar corporation. She stamps the forms and disappears into a back room. Aiden perches on the edge of a chair, knee bouncing. I pace between last year's wall calendar and a dusty vending machine. The silence stretches like old gum until the clerk returns with 2 microfilm boxes. 8-hour limit, she warns. Handle with care. I nod. In the corner microfilm reader, Aiden and I settle like co-conspirators. The first reel clicks into place. Grainy payroll lists roll across the screen. One column catches my eye. Special project bonuses flagged for expedited compliance. The payments track the timeline of every fire we documented. I trace the entries with a blunt fingertip, heart hammering. This is the artery Van Allen thought no one would notice. Aiden mutters. They paid inspectors to look the other way. I steal a glance at his profile. Sharp jaw, dark lashes, resolve etched deep. The room feels too small for the truths we are unearthing. A single stray rumor could land us in litigation swamp or worse. But for once, after 3 years, the possibility of real justice glints hovering at the threshold of the tunnel. We spend hours photographing screens, labeling folders, compiling a timeline that reads like premeditated manslaughter. By the time we step back outside, the gray afternoon has collapsed into rain so fine it hangs in the air like smoke. IA first thing tomorrow, Aiden says, angling the umbrella to shield the binder of evidence. Right, I answer, but my pulse thrums with another plan. If internal affairs drags its feet, publicity becomes our only oxygen. I need contingency maps, A through Z. I need to be certain. We ride the ferry back in silence, the air dense with exhaust and unspoken questions. At the dock, he turns to me, umbrella dripping, eyes searching. "Dinner?" he asks, soft. "Your place, mine, a taco truck, anywhere we can decompress." I want to say yes. I want to lean into the promise of warmth and cinnamon. Instead, I hear Captain Reed's voice in my memory, warning me that Van Allen's lawyers requested my interview tonight. My back tightens. "I have to finish incident reports," I lied. "If Reed sees them late, he'll stall my leave request." Disappointment flashes in Aiden's eyes, quickly masked by understanding. "Tomorrow, then, I will bring breakfast." "Tres leches donuts," I say, forcing a grin. Bribery works on me. He tips an imaginary chef hat and disappears toward the subway. The moment he is out of sight, my shoulders sag. Honesty is supposed to heal us. So why does the idea of sharing every new lead make my lungs feel too small? The station smells like floor polish and cheap decaf. Comfort for some, punishment for me. I log into a back office computer and open my personal case notes. Field reports scroll in neat columns. Date, response time, outcome. My fingers hover over the keyboard. I am searching for patterns the department missed. Patterns I missed while drowning in grief over Malik. I type Van Allen into the search bar. 6 incidents populate across 3 years. One of them is my first fatal kitchen fire, the one that sent me into mandatory therapy where I met Aiden. The timestamp slaps me. I never once questioned the ownership of that building. I replay the night. Panicked screams, grease flames roaring up, sprinkler heads that coughed once then died. We chalked it up to chef error. But what if the sprinklers failed because Van Allen skimped on maintenance? My vision blurs. I stand too fast, chair screeching. Jenkins, our new probie, glances up from the watch desk. "You good, Lieutenant?" "Fine," I snapped. His eyebrows shoot up. I soften my tone. "Need fresh air?" Outside, rain slicks the bay doors. I cling to the chill, breathing until my pulse slows. The guilt tastes acidic. I should have seen this earlier. I should have fought harder. I should have. Stop. Malik hated should haves. He once told me regret is like breathing smoke. The longer you inhale, the less oxygen you have for living. I square my shoulders and dive back inside. At the records desk, I request the full investigative files on every Van Allen incident. The clerk frowns at the stack. "Research project?" she asks. "Loose thread," I say, trying to pull it before someone trips. She shrugs, stamps the request, and hands over 3 thick binders. I lug them to the empty conference room, spread them like a morbid buffet. Photographs show charred walls, warped steel beams, gurneys rolling through smoke. I flip pages until one detail jumps out. The same civilian name appears on the complaint forms across 2 states. Deborah Lee, exact handwriting, Aiden flagged earlier. My breath catches. Everything inside me screams to take photos and sprint to his apartment. Instead, I reach for my phone, but I do not dial. I stare at our last thread, him asking for dinner, me diverting. If I drop this new evidence on us tonight, it could detonate our fragile bond. He already shoulders guilt heavier than a turnout coat soaked in water. Layering more responsibility might crush him. The instinct to protect flares, primal and absolute. I slip the phone away and keep reading. Hours vanish. Each file confirms the pattern. Alarm maintenance skipped, exit routes blocked, inspection sign-offs forged. By the time I close the last binder, I have 2 choices. Call internal affairs immediately or copy everything first in case the evidence evaporates into departmental limbo. I hunt down the station copier. Feed pages through, heart pounding at every beep. The hum of the machine covers my whispered apologies to Aiden for the secrets piling up. When I finish, I label the envelope for Malik and seal it with a strip of tape. Only then do I glance at the clock, past midnight. My interview with Captain Reed is in 6 hours. Exhaustion drapes over me, but my mind still spins. I angle the monitor, open the city's public archives, and begin cross-referencing Van Allen's subsidiaries in other states. South Carolina, Ohio, Nevada. Patterns bloom like mold on damp walls. Violations dismissed, inspectors promoted, politicians photographed at ribbon cuttings. Every connection tightens the noose around my chest. At 2 a.m, Jenkins finds me half asleep over the keyboard. "Lieutenant," he whispers, "you look like toasted death. Bunk room's open." "Can't," I say, straightening. "Almost done." He hesitates, then slides a protein bar onto the desk. "Got your 6, he says. It is a silly phrase, but loyalty in rookie form cracks my composure. My eyes burn as I pocket the bar. When the dawn watch change clatters through the hallway, I finally log out. I stash copies of the files in my locker behind a battered pair of drill boots. The originals I return to records with forged calm. Captain Reed calls me into his office at 8 sharp. He is built like a linebacker, grain buzz cut, eyes that miss nothing. "Van Allen's legal rep scheduled a sit-down," he says without preamble. "They want your statement on Station 17's warehouse blaze." I met his gaze. "I will not give them anything without counsel." He leans back, chair groaning. "You plan to lawyer up?" "I plan to protect the integrity of the investigation." A muscle jumps in his jaw. "Internal Affairs claims you are working off the books. If you have evidence, hand it over so the department can act." I slide a single photocopy of the forged signature across the desk. Not the full package, just enough to prove I am not fishing. Reed studies it, eyebrows knitting. "Where did you get this, Ramos?" "Public domain," I answer, voice even. "And there is more." He exhales through his nose. "Make it official. Chain of custody, sealed envelope to IA, no leaks." He hates reporters almost as much as arsonists. I nod without promising anything. The second I leave his office, I text the journalist Aiden contacted, attach the forged signature, label it anonymous. My thumb hovers, guilt stabbing. I press send. My apartment smells like nothing because I have been too busy to cook. I drop the photocopy envelope on the kitchen table, rub the grit from my eyes, and remember Aiden's promise of breakfast. The clock laughs. Breakfast passed hours ago. The phone buzzes. Aiden. I answer and try to sound alert. "Double shift ran late," he says by way of greeting, voice tender. "I brought Tres Leches donuts and citrus ginger tea. I am downstairs." My pulse stutters. Panic whispers that he will see exhaustion on my face. Guess what I am hiding and walk. But beneath panic curls another truth. I miss him so deeply my bones ache. The bond we are forging is not fragile because of weakness. It is fragile because it is forming under pressure, hot enough to melt steel. Tempered steel is stronger in the end. "Come up," I say, soft. He arrives with a pastry box and eyes that immediately catalog my fatigue. He does not comment. Instead, he sets the donuts beside my evidence envelope, notices the label for Malik, and traces the letters. "Long night?" he asks. "Cap pulled files? I reviewed them." I gesture to the couch. "Sit, eat, I will make the tea." While the kettle sputters, I watch him open the box, choose 2 donuts, then break one in half to share. The gesture sends warmth flooding through me. We eat in silence that is almost peaceful until he licks sugar from his thumb and asks the question I feared. "What did you find, Ellie?" The nickname is a tender hook. My shoulders tighten. "Patterns. Same designer name on multiple fires." "Designer?" He frowns. I thought we were tracking inspectors. Both, I say too quickly. The sugar tastes like chalk now. He studies me, sensing the lie he cannot name. I busy myself steeping tea and slide the mug into his hands. Steam curls between us, fragrant with ginger. The heat loosens my chest enough to breathe. I have to meet internal affairs this afternoon, I say. They will grill hard. If they call you, stay silent until counsel is present. His brow creases. You think they will drag me in? They might, if they suspect cross-department collusion. I keep my voice steady, even as my heart drums. Promise me. He sets the mug down and cups my face with gentle fingers. I will do whatever keeps you safe. The tenderness splits me open. I lean into his palm, inhale cinnamon and soap. For a moment, the world narrows to the space between our mouths. His thumb traces my cheekbone. My breath hitches. I close the gap, kiss him slowly, tasting sugar and longing. His arm slips around my waist, pulls me onto his lap. The kiss deepens, heat flickering like pilot flame. My fingers curl in his hair, and I think about letting the day burn away. But the envelope labeled Mally catches my eye, guilt flashing neon. I break the kiss, breathing hard. I should shower before IA. He nods, though disappointment shadows his eyes. I will finish the tea. Send you good vibes from the couch. Steam fogs the bathroom mirror as I strip. Under the spray, I rest my forehead against the tile and whisper a confession to Malik. To myself, I am hiding evidence from the man who brought me strawberries and truth. I am terrified that if he knows how deep this rabbit hole goes, he will throw himself into the fire and never crawl back out. I would rather carry the burn alone. When I emerge wrapped in a towel, Aiden has washed the mugs, straightened the couch blanket, and lined the donuts in a neat row like sugary soldiers. He hands me my phone. Reporter posted a teaser. He says, "Anonymous source claims systemic safety fraud. We just set the city on fire." My lungs seize. That fast? He smiles, pride tinged with nerves. Truth travels quicker than rumor when you give it wheels. I manage a shaky laugh. He kisses my forehead and heads for the door. Text me after IA. If you need backup, I will bring an army of food trucks. Deal, I whisper, watching him leave. The apartment door clicks shut. I sag against it, clutching the towel. My phone pings. New email from Van Allen Legal. Subject line, notice of pending litigation. The body threatens defamation suits, demands preservation of all communication, and includes a list of names. Captain Reed, Fire Marshal Hayes, Aiden Shaw, Elena Ramos. My pulse thunders. They know already. Hooked again, the fear coils tighter, but under it something burns hotter, righteous fury. They can threaten lawsuits. We have the truth. And I have one more secret lead no one else has touched. I forward the email to myself, slide the Malik envelope into my backpack, and grab my turnout coat. If Van Allen believes intimidation can smother me, they never met the girl who dragged her first victim out of a burning building at 17. Today, Internal Affairs got the sanitized package. Tonight I will dig deeper, alone if I must. I owe Malik that. I owe James that. I owe the city that. And maybe, when the smoke clears, I will be brave enough to tell Aiden every buried detail. But first, I have to light the fuse. You know that feeling when a book pulls you in, wraps around you, and refuses to let go? When the tension is so thick, you swear you can feel it?
Welcome to 30 sinfully addictive romance audiobooks that will ruin your sleep.
Wow, I wasn't ready for this. One chapter in, and I'm already hooked.
Oh, you thought this was just another audiobook collection. No, sweetheart. This is the Dirty 30. Forbidden love, dangerous desires, billionaires with secrets, bad boys who bite back, and every last word is dripped in temptation.
I thought I could just listen to one chapter before bed. Now it's 2 a.m. and I need answers. Need.
So what are you waiting for? Click the link. Start listening. Let the Dirty 30 ruin you in the best way possible.
Escape your life with Miss Tyla.
Chapter 16. Aiden. I paced the length of my apartment, 6 steps from the bookcase to the kitchen island and back, trying to burn off an anxiety that clings tighter than a sous-vide vacuum seal. The city beyond the windows glitters warm and oblivious, but inside, I feel the cold draft of something widening between Elena and me. Something I cannot name yet, only sense. Like smoke before you locate the flame. She texted after her internal affairs interview. Went fine. Exhausted. Need to crash before the next shift. Rain check on movie night. No emoji, no ellipsis, just tidy full stops. I read the message until the punctuation feels like periods on the end of us, then tossed the phone onto the couch where her hoodie used to live. Fear, my oldest, most creative chef, starts plating worst-case scenarios in my head. Elena regrets yesterday's kiss. Elena blames me for the press leak. Elena decides I'm extra baggage she can't carry into war. Each possibility tastes like charcoal scrapings. I shove both hands into my hair and groan. This is what I do when someone inches away. Collect all the reasons they should run and recite them like gospel until I'm too convinced to fight back. Dr. Iqbal calls it catastrophizing. I call it preparing the fire hose before the alarm bell rings. A pot clatters as I yank it from the rack. If my mind insists on catastrophes, my hands can at least make dinner. Chop therapy, James used to joke when panic threatened service. Dice an onion until the tears that fall are exactly the ones you meant to shed. Tonight, I chose Elena's favorite, spicy seafood risotto. The first time I cooked it for her, she closed her eyes on the second bite and said the saffron tasted like a Havana sunrise. I fell a little in love with her right then, though I pretended it was the compliment that floored me. Rice sings in the pan, garlic releasing its perfume. I stir figure eights, chastising myself for overthinking. She has a right to be depleted. She just faced an interrogation that could derail her career. But the ache in my sternum refuses easy explanation. I set the spoon down too hard, metal striking cast iron, and nearly swear when my phone joins in with a startled buzz. "Laura," I mutter, recognizing my sister's name. I swipe to answer on speaker, shoulder wedged between chin and ear so I can keep stirring. "Shouldn't you be deep in toddler bedtime chaos?" "Both kids fell asleep during Finding Nemo," she says, sounding suspicious of her luck. "Mom's sixth sense says that means tomorrow's going to be feral, but for now I've got 5 glorious minutes. Thought I'd check on my baby brother." I flinch at the baby, though I'm 34 and 2 inches taller. Still, Laura's voice is home in a way even Manhattan's skyline can't imitate. "I'm cooking." "Uh-oh. That's either your happy place or your therapy bunker. Which is it tonight?" "Therapy bunker." Elena's gone radio silent. Laura clucks her tongue. Define silent. A politely punctuated text. No heart reaction. No, "see you tomorrow." You know how our messages usually feel, like jazz riffs. This one was elevator music. I hear the squeak of a rocking chair. She must have settled by the nursery window. "Aiden, honey. You've known her what? 6 months? And in that time she survived a warehouse collapse, buried a partner, and taken on a corporate Goliath. If she needs quiet tonight, quiet isn't absence, it's survival." The words land with uncomfortable precision. I tilt the pot to catch steam on my face, imagining her curled under a blanket, exhaustion heavier than turnout gear. What if she regrets us? Sweetie, if she wanted out, she wouldn't tiptoe. Firefighters don't tiptoe, they bust doors. Trust her honesty. Trust. I roll the word across my tongue like an olive pit. Easy for you to say. Dan worshipped the ground you walked on from the moment you met. Laura laughs, throaty and unoffended. You forget how I almost torched that relationship with jealousy and second-guessing. Dan stuck because I finally let him see the mess and trusted he wouldn't bail. Do that with Elena. The timer for the stock beeps. I reach to lower the flame. Meaning what? Pop over with vulnerability and risotto? Exactly that, she says. Feed her. Tell her she's allowed to be tired without explaining herself. For the love of carbs, don't weaponize silence the way Dad did. A blunt pain thunks behind my sternum. Dad's habit of disappearing mid-argument left marks I still trace in the dark. Trying, I whisper. You're more than trying, little brother. You're choosing better. She yawns. My 5 minutes are up. Send pictures of your masterpiece. Love you. Love you too. I end the call, throat thick. Steam fogs the overhead lights. I had ladles of saffron broth until arboreal grains bloom creamy, coaxing starch into silk. Shrimp sizzle in a separate skillet, pops of paprika oil dotting the backsplash. I finish with grilled lemon, charred on the cut side like sunrise after ash. The scent alone loosens the tight coil beneath my ribs, just enough to breathe around it. I portion the risotto into a shallow ceramic container, her favorite for leftovers because it won't murder the planet like disposable plastic, and garnish with slivers of preserved Meyer lemon. The finishing touch is a second container, strawberries and mint. Some are in a box because I refuse to let November dictate our mood. A note, I decide. Not a novel, just an open door. I tear a sheet from my recipe pad and write in black Sharpie. Made your sunrise. No pressure. Talk when you can. A. I debate adding a heart, panic about presumptuous hearts, draw the smallest possible one anyway. The subway ride to her Queens walk-up stretches forever. I cradle the insulated bag on my lap, praying the risotto doesn't overcook itself from residual heat. Outside her building, blocky bricks stacked against a charcoal sky. Every porch light is off except hers. Good omen? Or the only one home? My pulse jackhammers. Third floor, my breath hitching at each riser. I set the bag against her doorframe, tucking the note underneath the handle so she can see it before any curious neighbor. The umbrella stand at the corner still holds the purple floral one she pretends isn't hers. Something fragile spirals in my chest. I raise a knuckle to knock, then freeze. A muffled voice filters through. The rhythmic cadence of phone conversation. I can't make out words, but the tone is clipped. Tense. Elena's. My stomach plunges at a male voice answering low and urgent. Captain Reed? A lawyer? Someone leaning on her harder than I can fathom. Jealousy flares, ugly and hot. I slam my forehead against the cool jam until reason douses the spark. Whoever it is, she deserves privacy. I leave the meal, swallow disappointment, and descend stairs that echo louder than my courage. Halfway to the subway, the phone pings. Got the risotto. Needed the comfort more than I can explain. Rain check on talking. Shift starts in an hour. No heart emojis, but a second text follows before I can reply. Thank you, Aiden. Really? Relief rushes through my veins, chased by lingering unease. Always here. Call whenever. Then add a mint leaf emoji because words feel thin. She reacts with a green checkmark. Checkmarks are functional things. Chefs use them to close tickets, not open feelings. I pocket the phone and walk the platform, mind drafting and discarding theories. If Captain Reed has her boxed in, she'll tell me when she can. If lawyers are cornering her, she needs allies, not suspicion. Trust, I remind myself. Trust is letting her navigate without smothering her in my need. Back home, the apartment smells like leftover saffron and nerves. I wash dishes by hand, focusing on the slick slide of soap over ceramic. When the counters shine, I sink onto the couch and open the newspaper app. The anonymous leak is front page digital. City developer faces scrutiny. After pattern of fire code violations unearthed. The byline belongs to Willa Monroe, my former critic. She kept her promise. Under the headline I read until the screen blurs. Nameless firefighter source. Culinary whistleblower. Lives lost. No names printed, yet Van Allen's threat vibrates between every line. My jaw aches from clenching. Elena is out there somewhere on a night run, maybe hacking through drywall to stop a hidden flame, while the corporation that endangered her partner points at lawyers like heat-seeking missiles. She is pulling back not from regret but from triage, saving breath for fires real and legal. And I am here, catastrophizing, proving Dad's voice right, that I am always one silence away from abandonment. I stand, yank a hoodie over my t-shirt, and open the window. Cold air slaps my face, clears the carbon monoxide of self-pity. Laura said choose better. Better means patience, partnership, showing up even when the lights are off. On the counter, a single strawberry remains, a forgotten orphan. I bite into it, let sweetness flood my mouth, and imagine tomorrow. Sunrise risotto warmed in the station microwave, Elena's eyes closing on the first bite, the beginnings of a smile pushing past exhaustion. I whisper into the empty kitchen, "Hang in, Lenny." I'm not going anywhere. A notification pops. Breaking. Van Allen schedules press conference, disputes allegations. Beneath it, the timestamp is dawn. The hook snaps tight around my heart. By the time the city wakes, they will spin us as villains. I start drafting a recipe in my head. Something stronger than saffron and citrus. Something that tastes like truth no PR firm can scrub clean. While rice grains clatter into a jar, I plan the meal I will cook for the families who lost sons and sisters and partners. Feed them, listen, build an alliance before Van Allen can divide us. Outside the window, the first timid hint of daylight brushes rooftops. I close my eyes and picture Elena somewhere under the same bruised sky, axe in hand, heartbeat steady, trusting the weight of her own courage. I breathe her in, cinnamon and smoke memory, and let the steadiness lace my spine. Tomorrow I will knock on her door in daylight, with a second note that does not ask to talk, but promises I am ready whenever she is. And if I misread again, if she pushes me away, I will stay planted long enough to let her see the roots I'm willing to dig. Because love in the aftermath of fire is not about shielding each other from heat. It is about standing close enough that the flames have to go through us both to reach what we care for. The city hums awake. The chapter closes on a hook that tastes like ash and sugar and opportunity. I lick saffron from my finger and smile into the coming storm. At dawn, my phone lights with a text from an unknown number. A single photo of the risotto container smashed on concrete, golden grain spilled like evidence. The caption reads, "Leave this alone."
Chapter 17. Elena. I jerk awake to an angry buzz on my nightstand. Groggy eyes, cracked lips, yesterday's braid half undone. None of it matters the second my screen flares white. A single photo sits in the message bubble. Aiden's ceramic container lies splintered on sidewalk concrete. Risotto fanned like a golden bruise. The caption is 2 words I grew up hearing in every fire safety drill. Leave this alone. Cold steals the heat from my cheeks. I thumb the sender details. Unknown number. Of course. I half expect another notification, maybe a laughing skull emoji, but the chat stays silent as a tomb. It is barely dawn, and the war has already volleyed its first shot across my windshield. Breathe, Elena. 1 in, 4 out. I lift the phone and snap my own photo. The clipboard, where I logged last night's fire inspection, the sealed manila envelope labeled, "For Malik," the stack of copied payroll files wedged under a coffee mug. I did not send the picture. It is a reminder to myself that fear does not get to dictate my plans. I shower underwater set to skin sting, dress in jeans, and my least faded Station 17 t-shirt, braid my hair tight enough to pull at the scalp. Out in the hallway, my neighbor's Pomeranian yaps good morning gossip that someone smashed my stairwell window overnight. I do not investigate. I already know the glass is mine. The subway swallows me whole. I pick a corner pole, widen my stance, and scroll headlines. Van Allen is staging a press conference at noon, categorically denying wrongdoing. They call yesterday's article reckless, agenda-driven. I grip the metal pole until my knuckles bleach. People around me thumb screens, sip coffee, live their lives blissfully unaware that sprinklers failed because some developer boxed inspectors into hush money bonuses. At Midtown, I climb into brittle winter air that smells of roasted chestnuts and commuter sweat. Van Allen's headquarters is a tower of mirrored arrogance, 25 stories of chrome slicing the pale sky. The revolving doors inhale me with a soft whoosh. Security gates glare like judgment. I square my shoulders. "Can I help you, ma'am?" The guard's badge says Rodriguez. His voice is polite, but the look behind it is don't even try. Elena Ramos, Fire Department. I need to drop documentation for the General Counsel. I hold out the envelope, marked chain of custody copy. There is nothing inside but blank paper. The real proof is triple encrypted on a flash drive, taped behind a fire extinguisher at the station. Rodriguez's jaw shifts. "Who is expecting you?" "Mr. Laurent Davenport." The name tastes like burnt sugar. He is Van Allen's golden-tongued mouthpiece, the man who offered me a goodwill settlement in a voicemail only hours after Malik's funeral. The guard taps an earpiece, murmurs, seconds stretch. My neck prickles under fluorescent lights. Two suited men appear from the elevator bay, identical haircuts, identical smiles that do not touch their eyes. "Ms. Ramos," the taller one says, "Mr. Davenport is unavailable, but we will take your package." I hug the dummy envelope closer. "I prefer to log it directly." "That won't be possible." "Then I'll wait." I cross to the lobby seating and drop into a leather chair like an entitled client. The shorter man steps nearer. Expensive cologne layered over nervous sweat. "Security can escort you out if necessary." "If that happens, I'll deliver it to Channel 9 instead." My voice is calm, the kind you learn on a scene when a father is screaming for a child trapped behind a flame. "Your choice." He retreats to whatever glass-walled lair they hatch intimidation scripts in. I sit. 5 minutes, 10, 20. A receptionist brings water that tastes like pennies. Elevator doors ping, suits hustle in and out, but no one comes for me. Fine. They think exhaustion will make me fold. When my phone chimes at the 40-minute mark, I nearly drop it. Not Aiden. A law firm address flashes across the preview. Formal, cease, and desist. The subject line alone carries more frost than January. I thumb it open. Legal jargon swarms the screen. Threats of defamation, financial ruin, criminal prosecution for theft of proprietary documents. My heart tries to claw through ribs. Beneath the digital letterhead sits a PDF attachment labeled Protective Order Draft. A wave of dizziness tips my world. They are prepping a restraining order to gag me, to bury everything. The receptionist glances up, bored. I push out of the chair, chin high. The envelope stays tucked under my arm, but the bluff has run its course. Time to choose a smarter hill. Outside, icy wind slaps my cheeks. I walk fast, cross 3 avenues before the shaking starts. I duck into a cafe that smells like cinnamon and is priced. Hands jammed under my thighs, I breathe until the tremors fade. The legal email burns behind my eyelids. I need backup. The thought circles and circles, then lands on Aiden's name. Sunrise risotto, strawberry mint, the way he feeds bravery with saffron and humor. I clutch my phone but do not dial. He is already on Van Allen's radar. The smashed container proves it. Dragging him deeper could mark him for the kind of retaliation even sugar-brined optimism cannot sweeten. My thumb hovers over his contact photo, him grinning, flour smudged at his temple from the day he tried teaching me sourdough tension pulls. I stare at that face and see the moment the lawyers sink their teeth. I text instead. Interview ran long, safe, call later. I add the tiniest flame emoji, our code for I'm holding on. The chat bubbles vanish without a read receipt. Probably still sleeping after a night shift. Probably cooking hope for the city. Coffee tastes like cardboard. I tip it out, buy 2 bagels for the rookies, and head to Station 17. Familiar brick, familiar soot-kissed air. Inside, Jenkins and Reed wrestle hydraulic cutters onto the rescue rig. Jenkins notices the bag and brightens. Lieutenant brings carbs. Must be our lucky day. I toss him the jalapeno bagel. Luck favors the prepared. Reed arches a brow. Prepared for what? You look like you wrestled a tornado. Only a light breeze. I force a smile. Listen up. IA may request additional statements. Stick to facts, not speculating about chain of command. They exchange glances. The rumor mill is already grinding. Before they can prove, I retreat to the watch desk, open the legal email again, and forward it to my attorney cousin in Atlanta with the subject, Need Eyes ASAP. I hit send, then pull up the personnel roster. Captain Reed is out on community outreach duty. Thank every saint. It buys me hours before he sniffs new trouble. Sirens wail from across the river. My muscles twitch with phantom readiness. Instead of pacing, I log onto the public archives once more. If Van Allen wants a gag order, I will give them a flood they cannot dam. I search for any project where their architect, Deborah Lee, filed expedited permits. 3 more buildings light up. 2 sustained accidental fires. 1 lists structural collapse due to rain load 6 months after completion. I screenshot everything, dump it into an encrypted folder labeled Pumper Stats, then back it up to cloud storage under a false recipe blog. Cook, click, hide. It feels like smuggling oxygen. A notification banner crawls across my screen from the precinct reception. Courier delivery for Lieutenant Ramos. My stomach hits the floor. I pocket pepper spray, habit, and walk to the front office. A woman in a tan suit holds a white envelope with blue ribbon. The ribbons are supposed to look fancy, but nothing says lawsuit like parchment and silk. Sign here, please. Her pen hovers. I signed. She vanishes. The envelope is thicker than the email PDF. I break the seal and skim. Motion for temporary restraining order. Request for preservation of evidence. Demand that I appear in civil court Friday morning. My pulse drumlines. Friday is 48 hours away. The walls tilt. I breathe slowly. Captain Reed's office door stays shut. Good. Less shouting now. Less explaining. I retreat to the gear bay where trucks sleep under fluorescent gloom. Malik's locker sits at the far end, glossy photos of his family still taped to the door. I lean against cold steel and let grief prick my eyes. Malik, fire scene comedian, fearless horse jockey, is reduced to a cautionary footnote in corporate risk assessment. The paper in my hand crinkles. I whisper, "They think a ribbon scares me?" The sound breaks on the word, scares. Truth, I am scared, terrified, but terror can be fuel if you point it right. My phone pings with a text from Aiden. Injury accident catering gig last minute. Free by 3 if you need me. Also made extra brioche because of therapy. A photo follows. Golden loaves cool on wire racks. I imagine the house smelling like caramel and hope. Imagine dropping this lawsuit bomb in his living room. His eyes would harden, shoulders straighten, and he would walk into court beside me. I want that. I want him more than breathing. I also saw yesterday's smashed container, a different kind of breadcrumb. I type, hold brioche, shift busy, call tonight, no emoji this time because I do not trust my shaky fingers not to spill every secret. 3 dots appear, disappear. He leaves it okay. An alarm trills overhead. Dispatch for a car fire on the expressway. Jenkins, Reed, and I sprint for engine 17. The truck roars to life, diesel fumes and adrenaline swapping places in my bloodstream. Siren wail, lane weaving. world narrowing to tactic and timing. Whatever waits in courtrooms can't reach me when I'm cracking a hood with a Halligan bar, heat licking my cheeks. Foam hiss drowning everything except the engine's snarl. We extinguished the blaze in 8 minutes. No injuries. A win. Back at the station, I peel gloves, flex fingers that tremble with leftover adrenaline and repressed fury. Reed tosses me a water bottle. I chug half before I realize I'm crying. Not loud sobs, just quiet overflow sliding down soot-streaked skin. Jenkins pretends to study the rig inventory. Good man. In the shower, steam fogs everything but clarity. I swore to myself I'd not shut Aiden out. I promised him storms would be shared. Yet here I am, hiding behind legalese and chain of custody etiquette. I rinse shampoo, brace my palms on tile and mutter, he deserves the chance to choose. It echoes like an order. Fine. After shift, I change into a hoodie that still smells faintly of his cinnamon soap. I tuck the lawsuit into my backpack, add flash drive duplicates, breathe, and head for the subway. Every station poster for Van Allen luxury condos feels like a taunt. On the train, I draft the hardest text. Need to talk. Your place? I hover. Hit send before courage deserts me. The reply is almost instant. Doors open, ovens warm. 3 simple sentences. Forgiveness, invitation, home. Queen's sidewalks glisten under street lamps. I climbed his stoop. The door opens before I knock. Aiden stands barefoot in jeans and a t-shirt, dusted with flour, face etched with worry framed by determination. Warm brioche scent floats out like a welcome mat. I step in, drop my bag, and before words ruin everything, I wrap my arms around his waist. He folds me in, hands stroking my braid, steady heartbeat sinking mine. For 30 seconds, I let his breath anchor me. He leans back to study my face. Tell me. I unzip the backpack, hand him the ribboned envelope. He skims the first page, cursing, slipping. They served you? Us. I tap the second defendant listed. His name. He shakes his head. They think this will scare me off. Brown eyes flare. They don't know how stubborn I am. My voice cracks. Stubborn gets you targeted. Targeted happens either way. Right now we choose whether it is alone or together. He hands the papers back like a pact. Tears threaten again, but relief is louder. I nod. Together. He lifts the backpack, finds the flash drives. Insurance? Copies of everything. Cloud keys in 3 locations. He kisses my forehead. Smart woman. I allow myself a shaky laugh. Smart would have stayed home. Smart came here. He guides me to the kitchen. 2 bowls wait. Brioche torn into pieces. Cinnamon custard ready to pour. Bread pudding therapy. I stir while he preheats the oven. The motions are domestic, gentle, so absurdly normal my chest aches. When the pudding bakes, he pours tea, listens while I recount the lobby standoff. The couriers, the car fire. No interruptions, just the soft sound of him breathing patience into my pauses. I finish with a whisper. I thought keeping distance would keep you safe. He covers my hand on the mug. My safety is not the story. Our safety is, plus the truth. We don't shield each other by building walls. We shield by fortifying the same side. That sentence settles into my bones like a load finally set down. I exhale, long and shaky. The oven timer dings. He plates servings topped with bourbon-soaked strawberries. We eat while leaning against the counter. Sweet, warm, spiced. It tastes like maybe we can win. When plate's empty, he runs a thumb across my lower lip, catches berry juice, licks it from his finger. The gesture ignites sparks, but he waits for my cue. I set the spoon aside, slide my hands up under his shirt where skin is hot and real, and kiss him with gratitude and hunger and something dangerously close to love. He responds slowly, coaxing, until the kiss opens wider, breath mingling, hips aligning. Steam from the dish drifts around us, but heat radiates from every point we touch. My phone vibrates on the counter. The ID reads, Captain Reed. Reality slices back. I press my forehead to Aiden's. I have to take it. He nods, steps back, but keeps my hand. Reed's voice is gruff. Ramos, get to the precinct now. IA issued a temporary suspension pending inquiry. Van Allen filed a formal misconduct complaint. We need your statement tonight. Suspension. The word is a backdraft. Sucking oxygen. I grip the counter. On my way. I hung up. Aiden's eyes blaze. Suspension? Temporary, they say. My laugh wobbles. Nothing like removing whistleblowers from active duty. He grabs his keys. I'm going with you. I shake my head. And they'll spin conflict of interest. Let them. He steps closer. Everyone wants to watch a chef defend a firefighter. Makes good television. I almost smile. I need you on the outside assembling allies. He exhales through his nose, cups my cheeks. I hate that this makes sense. I'll text every hour. I kissed him once, quick but sure. Remember, one fight, same side. Always. At the door, he presses a brioche roll into my palm. Portable courage. I tuck it into my pocket and jog down the stairs. Outside, night air knives sharp. Lights smear across wet pavement. I glance back. Aiden stands framed in his doorway, arms crossed, chin lifted. A sentry willing the dark to think twice. My phone buzzes with an email. Subject line, anonymous tip line submission. The body is blank except for a link. I tap it. My heart stalls. Video plays. Malik's final helmet cam, smoke swirling, sprinkler heads silent. Overlay text scrolls. What did Van Allen pay for this silence? Below, a countdown timer ticks from 48 hours. Someone just weaponized our proof. In 2 days, the world will watch the footage whether we are ready or not. I pocket the phone, sprint toward the subway, and let the night swallow footsteps that sound like warning bells.
Chapter 18. Aiden. I stare at the red receipt timestamps like they're a crime scene timeline. Yesterday, 7:14 p.m. My first check-in after her confrontation at the developer's high-rise. Yesterday, 9:37 p.m. Second text because silence makes my skin itch. Today, 2:11 a.m. The final too-long message I sent after midnight bread-making failed to quiet my head. All three sit blue-ticked and unanswered. Elena Ramos ignores me completely, and the ache behind my breastbone blooms the way heat does inside an oven. Slow, steady, impossible to outrun. I drop the phone on the butcher block counter and shove my hands back into the bowl of shaggy sourdough. Flour fogs upward, catching in the low pendant light of my Brooklyn loft kitchen. It's almost 4 a.m, a dead zone where the city is hushed except for the distant rumble of delivery trucks and the occasional subway thunder. My neighbors are asleep, the sky outside still more charcoal than navy. But I am up to my elbows in fermented comfort. Push, fold, turn, repeat. By the third fold, my shoulders burn. I welcome the hurt because it is easier to process than guilt. Guilt is messy, intangible. Deltoids on fire, I understand. The dough resists, then yields, until the gluten network I once lectured culinary students about becomes something I feel instead of merely knowing. Stretch it, test the window pane, watch the light glow through. Controlled tension creates strength. Bakers and firefighters both live by that rule, though I doubt Elena is thinking of me while she practices her breathing drills or curls her palms over knees in some late-night anxiety crouch. I pause, my fingers mid-kneed, because thinking about Elena's panic spirals tightens my own throat. I picture her perched on a Queen's apartment radiator, phone face down on the sill, heartbeat galloping while she refuses to reach for me. I push harder on the dough, imprinting the heel of my hand with conviction. You're the reason she keeps getting dragged into danger. The sourdough pushes back, sticky and alive. I hit it again. You let your restaurant burn. You failed James, and now you're failing Elena. The words might as well be branded along my spine. I tell myself I've learned from the blaze that took Cam in the cicada room, but lessons feel hollow when the woman you care about can't stand to read your name. I oil a steel bowl, plop the dough inside, and cover it with a damp towel. The bench timer reads 4:18 a.m. 2 hours until bulk fermentation is done. 2 hours of pacing the apartment listening to New York Wake. While the dough rises, I mix brioche, then shape croissants, stacking sheet pans like feudal apologies. Butter laminates into soft layers, and I wish reconciliation were that simple. Fold her into me, chill, fold again until we're inseparable pastry perfection. I nearly laugh at the absurdity, but the sound drains before it reaches my throat. Instead, I throw on my favorite hoodie, one that still smells faintly of burnt thyme and sea salt, and scrub the flour off my arms. The brick walls sweat evening humidity, yet I shiver. My loft feels cavernous when there's no one to share the smell of yeast and dark chocolate babka. At 5:30, coffee brews. I sip it black, staring at the group chat the surviving cicada staff keeps alive. They post silly gifs and amazement that the city gave me a temporary catering license. I can't reply without bringing my storm cloud. James would have typed something gentle, then laced it with a dirty pun. But James is another ghost I haven't earned the right to grieve out loud. The timer drones. I punch down the dough, divide, shape, nestle rounds into bannetons. 30 minutes later, the first loaves go into the Dutch ovens. The hiss of water against cast iron always reminds me of the moment flames roar to life when oxygen floods a smoldering space. Beautiful, deadly, irreversible. By dawn, 6 battards and 4 boules line my cooling rack. Steam curls like incense, fragrant and forgiving. I snap a photo and hover over the share icon, reflexively wanting to send it to Elena. She'd tease me for stress baking at lunatic hours, then demand a loaf and homemade strawberry jam. I close the photo app instead. She is safe from my clinginess for at least another hour. The front window's blush mauve. My phone buzzes across the counter, skittering toward the sink. Unknown number. I frown. The only people who call this early are purveyors and credit card scammers. I swipe the answer. Aiden Shaw? The voice is female, low, certain. This is Maya Chen, investigative desk at the Atlanta Ledger. I hope I didn't wake you. I almost snorted. Been up. What's going on? I'd rather explain in person. It involves a series of internal fire inspection documents. Your name comes up repeatedly. My pulse spikes. Documents from FDNY? From multiple jurisdictions? Brooklyn, Queens, and Atlanta, actually. I'm flying to New York tonight for a different assignment, but I have a layover at Hartsfield-Jackson today. If you can meet me there, I'll show you what I found. It's impulsive, reckless. 2 behaviors Elena calls my default settings, but I nod even though she can't see me. Text me your flight details. I'll make sure I'm in Atlanta before you land. Bring an appetite. She pauses. And maybe your lawyer. The line clicks dead. My heart rams against cartilage. An investigative journalist with files that mention me is either the breakthrough Elena needs to prove negligence, or the match that will torch whatever piece we've clawed from rubble. I look at the bread spread like gold bars. Impossible to travel with all of it. I pack 2 loaves into paper sleeves, drop the rest at the shelter around the block. The volunteers thank me with sleepy smiles that remind me of Cam again. I accept their gratitude as penance, rush back upstairs, shove clothes into carry-on, book a last-minute ticket to Atlanta departing LaGuardia in 90 minutes. The subway to Jackson Heights hums. I cradle the warm bread on my lap like contraband. Commuters shoot curious looks at the flour on my sneakers, the parchment-tied bundle cradled in my hands. No one asks questions. New York has seen strangers on a Tuesday sunrise. At the airport, TSA eyes the bread, swabs it for nitrates, clears me through. I board, buckle into a middle seat, a punishment for booking so late. As the jet lifts, I allow myself a moment of weightlessness. Maybe altitude can shake off the heaviness in my sternum. Cloud swallows the city, and suddenly I'm 10,000 feet above the boroughs where my career ignited, then smothered. I flip my phone to airplane mode, but the blank screen still reflects Elena's last expression in my memory. The guarded curve of her mouth when she whispered goodnight outside the therapy center 2 nights ago. She pressed a kiss to my cheek, promising she'd call in an hour. 3 minutes later, I heard the text ping, telling me not to worry. She was okay. 30 minutes after that, her phone stopped taking my calls. In the cramped space between 2 strangers, I replay every conversation, every near kiss in the station hallway, every cracking laugh we shared over ugly carrot cake experiments. Did I push too hard? Offer too much too soon? I remember the panic flicker behind her eyes whenever someone mentions the fire investigation. Guilt, responsibility, a burden she insists on carrying alone. My father's voice echoes. Some people rebuild quietly. Others need the ceremonial breaking of every last brick before they can start again. I never learned which type I am, much less which type Elena is. Somewhere over Virginia, turbulence rattles the drink cart, jostles my elbow, smearing black coffee across the open page of my notebook. The brown stain blooms like rot, but I keep scratching notes. Pattern of violations. Shared supplier. James's tip about faulty gas risers. Phone numbers for building safety whistleblowers. Anything that might help Elena stop blaming herself. When the plane dips toward Atlanta, the cabin smells like reheated croissants. My sourdough cools quietly at my feet. I hide a grin when an elderly woman in the aisle seat leans over. "You bake, young man." "On sleepless nights," I admit. "Best therapy there is." Serve it warm with butter. The rest comes easier. If only the wheels kiss the runway at Hartsfield-Jackson. My connecting gate is on the opposite concourse, but I beeline for the main atrium fountain where Maya said we'd meet. Atlanta humidity slaps me the second I exit the jet bridge. Airports should be climate-controlled, yet Georgia Air finds a way to insist on its weight. Maya Chen spots me first. Early 30s, smart blazer over deconstructed band tee, hair in a messy bun that screams journalist on a deadline. She clasps a stainless travel mug and a manila envelope thick enough to be considered evidence. "Mr. Shaw." Her handshake is brisk. "Before we dive in, I'm recording this conversation." She taps a tiny mic on her lapel. "Off the record until you give explicit consent, but I prefer transparency." "Understood." My throat is desert dry. I'll listen. We claim a two-top at a coffee stall under harsh fluorescent light. People stream by. Pilots. Families dragging mouse-eared toddlers. Soldiers in fatigues. It is the perfect place to have a secret meeting, because no one is still long enough to eavesdrop. Maya fans open the envelope. Color copies of incident reports, inspection tags, and city council memos spill like forbidden cards. "Last month," she begins, tapping a page. "An anonymous source sent preliminary FDNOI investigative files tied to the West Queens warehouse explosion. 2 weeks ago, the same source leaked Atlanta Fire Department draft reports on the Ansley Park row house blaze. Same handwriting in the margin notes. Same yellow sticky flags." Gooseflesh prickles down my arms. The warehouse disaster is the one Elena walked into 6 months back, the one that killed her partner Malik. I swallow hard. She flips to another document. "I cross-reference property owners, different shell companies, but the controlling interest traces to Van Allen Development, same group named in a wrongful death complaint filed against your former landlord after the cicada room burned." My lungs forget the mechanics of expansion. I knew there were rumors. Elena thought so too. We didn't have anything this solid." Maya slides forward a final sheet, a heavily redacted email chain. Even the blocks of missing text scream danger. "You're in the CC line of an email exchange between the Van Allen safety officer and Brooklyn Gas Utility." She points to a blacked-out blob. The day before your restaurant caught fire. They discuss a cutoff notice, then someone overrides it. Next morning, the leak starts. I grip the paper. My name, small and italicized, haunts the header. Aiden Shaw, chef owner. A second later, I notice another. Elena Ramos, FDNY Ladder 16, included on a separate thread about volunteer cooking classes for station outreach. Nothing criminal, nothing suspicious. Yet the juxtaposition kicks me in the ribs. We were always standing on converging tracks. What do you want from me? My voice is bare. Context, Maya replies. Your recollection of the days before the fire. Anything you heard from Van Allen's representatives. You testify, I print. Sunlight disinfects. Elena would call it justice. The part of me still licking burns calls it match play with a monsoon of gasoline. I offer the sourdough loaf. You'll get context. But first, eat. Maya laughs, stunned but grateful, tears the heel off. Steam rises. This is obscenely good. Are you sure you stopped cooking? I never stopped. I just switched to insomnia baking. She chews, eyes bright. Well, insomnia might save lives. I type a quick note. Call Elena. Tell her everything. I hover above send. The certainty I felt while kneading dough trembles. What if pushing this information on her right now shoves her farther away? What if it saves her? Maya pockets the files. I jump to LaGuardia at 1:15. I'll email you a secure upload link. Deadline is 48 hours, she stands, slings her backpack. And Aiden, watch your 6. Van Allen plays dirty. I nod, attention glued to my phone. Elena's contact photo, her half-smile stolen during a street fair funnel cake taste test, stares back at me. 3 dots of unsent drafts pulse. I hit delete, start new. Elena, we need to talk. It's about Van Allen and Malik. I'm in Atlanta, but can fly back tonight. I hesitate, then add, miss you. Please be okay. Send. The message slides into cyberspace. No receipt. No immediate grace. Yet hope is a stubborn ember. A baker's hearth never cools completely, and neither does the heart once it decides where it wants to rise. I sling my duffel over one shoulder, clutch the second loaf under my arm, and head for the departures board. Brooklyn beckons. So does the truth. If Elena keeps shutting me out, at least I'll hammer on her door armed with something concrete rather than apology pastries. Before boarding, my phone vibrates. For a heartbeat, I think it's her, but the preview shows a string of numbers, no name. I answer. A modulated voice crackles. If you and your firefighter girlfriend don't stop digging, the next blaze won't leave anyone to identify. The line cuts. The phone shakes in my hand. Airport ding swallows the moment, strangers hustling past, oblivious to the ruin blossoming in my ears. I exhale once, steady as I can, and flag a gate agent. Ma'am, what's the earliest flight to New York? She taps keys. Flight at 11:10 is boarding at 30. Want to book? Absolutely. Fear drags down my spine, but adrenaline forges resolve. I pay, thank her, then text Elena again. Call me. You're in danger. Still no response. I breathe through the panic, slip earbuds in, and cue the meditation track Dr. Quinn recommended flashbacks. The British narrator tells me to envision a safe place. I picture Elena's kitchen instead, those mismatched mugs she inherited from Malik, the faint scent of cinnamon she keeps in the cabinet for his memory, the way her laughter sounds when she forgets she's supposed to be grieving. The boarding call echoes overhead. I join the line, bread loaf hugged tight, the envelope of leaked reports burning in my backpack like a second-degree prophecy. I have 30 minutes of Georgia Air left to decide whether to loop in the police, hire private security, or storm Elena's apartment myself. What I cannot do is keep my silence. Secrets combust. We already know what rises from ashes. Nothing good unless you sift, test, rebuild with care. As I step onto the jet bridge, the phone buzzes again. This time the screen flashes the name that has kept me awake for 2 days straight. Elena, typing. Then the typing bubble disappears. I grip the railing, halfway on the aircraft, halfway frozen. The agent behind me clears her throat. "Sir, are you boarding?" I nod, forcing motion, but my blood screams a single question toward the fickle digital cloud that swallowed Elena's half-written reply. What did she try to say, and who or what stopped her?
Chapter 19. Elena. The city is already sweating when I leave Queens at 5 in the morning. The subway platform tastes like copper and humidity, the kind of air that sticks to your tongue and makes every breath feel borrowed. I count the pulse in my wrists while I wait for the Manhattan-bound E-train. 78 beats per minute, elevated but steady. I tell myself that means I am ready. My therapist would call it grounding. I call it survival. The battered canvas tote at my feet carries two things that could change everything. One is a flash drive holding the inspection reports Aiden's reporter friend sent yesterday, cross-tagged with the internal memos Malik and I collected before the warehouse blast. The other is my dress uniform, pressed so sharply that the seams look like drawn blades. I have worn it only twice since the funeral. Today it feels less like ceremony and more like armor. When the train screeches into the station, a wall of heat rushes out. Tourists in Mets t-shirts blink at me, a firefighter in full Class A holding a tote instead of a turnout bag. I catch my reflection in the plexiglass window. My eyes are fierce, jaw set, braids pulled into a low bun that will keep my neck cool under the studio lights at City Hall. Malik used to tease that I looked like a storm front when I was determined. I force my shoulders down. Soft, Elena. Dr. Quinn reminds me in my head. Soft does not mean weak. 40 minutes later, I emerge in Lower Manhattan. The sky is a pale rind, but television trucks already line the curb outside the south entrance of the municipal building. Reporters sip iced coffee through straws, fanning themselves with press badges. They glance up when I walk past. I feel their curiosity snag on my dark skin, the Navy uniform, the Queen's Ladder 16 patch that has become shorthand for tragedy. Some of them recognize me. I keep my gaze forward and think of the flash drive burning a rectangle inside the folder. Inside, the air conditioning hums like the cool side of a pillow. Deputy Mayor Carrington's assistant escorts me to a holding room with glass walls that overlook the press pit. She offers water, then closes the door behind her. The silence lands with a dull thud. I change into my uniform jacket, smooth the lieutenant's bars with trembling fingers. My name tag reads Ramos, but every letter throbs. Malik, Malik, Malik. I tuck the tag flat. I rehearsed my statement one more time. No grandstanding, no blame, only facts. The environmental safety loopholes, the forged inspection signatures, the shell companies that point to Van Allen development. It is all there, stapled and triple verified by the union lawyer who owes my captain too many favors to refuse. I end with the victims' names. I practiced them until each syllable sat lightly on my tongue, a benediction instead of a weight. At 8:30, the communications director knocks once and opens the door. She is a whip-thin black woman in a scarlet sheath dress, edges laid to perfection. She has been flinty but kind since I arrived, which is more grace than I expected from anyone inside this building. It is time, Lieutenant. My stomach dips like the first drop of a roller coaster. I follow her through a back corridor, past framed portraits of mayors who all look vaguely surprised to be immortalized. A television mounted near the grand staircase shows the local morning show. The headline crawl at the bottom reads, "Breaking Whistleblower Press Conference to Expose Developer Negligence." My photo flashes beside the text, the one from last year's FDNY banquet, where Malik grinned behind me. He is cropped out now. Either no one noticed or no one wants the extra layer of heartbreak. The comms director places a hand lightly on my elbow. This room will be loud, but you have control of the podium. Speak slowly, keep your eyes on the center lens, and do not let any question pull you off message. Understood? Yes, ma'am. We step through double doors. The press gallery lights ignite in a bright stutter. Microphones bristle on the podium like metallic weeds. Instantly, I catch the scent of hot wires and stale coffee. My pulse thrums in my ears like a helicopter rotor. I plant both feet, shoulders broad, and breathe into the lowest part of my ribs. The therapist's trick works. I found the center lens. The comms director begins with a boilerplate introduction. While she ticks through legal disclaimers, I scan the crowd. No sign of Aiden. Of course there isn't. He is probably still at 30,000 feet, barreling north. Headphones in, bread cooling in an overhead bin. The thought should calm me, but instead it sharpens the ache behind my sternum. I swallow, taste cinnamon ghosting on my taste buds, a memory of the spiced snickerdoodles he made after our first therapy session. The cookies crumbled in my mouth like warm safety. I tucked the memory away. Later. And now, Lieutenant Elena Ramos, the director says and steps aside. The room muffles under the hush of expectation. I move to the microphone. The heat wave outside is nothing compared to the furnace of attention aimed at me. I angle the flash drive so the seal of the fire department faces the cameras. A sound technician boosts the gain. The speakers pop. I wait for the feedback loop to settle, then speak. My name is Elena Ramos, and I serve the people of New York City as a firefighter. 6 months ago, my partner, Lieutenant Malik Carter, died in a warehouse explosion in Astoria, Queens. I almost died beside him. Our investigation into that fire was marked classified because evidence went missing. Today, we correct that record. I insert the flash drive. A monitor behind me flickers to life, projecting the first document, a building inspection report, the signature forged. I click to the next slide, then the next, each one dealing another blow. Dates, addresses. The same developer buried under shell corporations. I recite facts, nothing but. My voice starts like gravel, but smooths as I gather speed. I barely register the gasps, the frantic typing. When I reach the list of fatalities from the 2 major blazes and half a dozen smaller incidents, my throat contracts. I steady my hand at the brink of the podium. Malik Carter was more than my partner. He was a son, a brother, an uncle, and the backbone of Ladder 16. James Dominguez, chef de cuisine, Brooklyn. Eric Flores, paramedic, Fulton County EMS. Danielle Harris, tenant, mother of 3. The lives lost span states, but the negligence traces back to one corporate actor. The comms director signals to me that my time is nearly up. I close with a request for the district attorney to pursue criminal charges and for the city council to launch a public hearing. I thank the room. Then the questions attack like a kettle of crows. Lieutenant Ramos, did you leak these files yourself? Is it true your relationship with gourmet chef Aiden Shaw influenced your decision to come forward? Are you afraid of retaliation from Van Allen? I answer the first and last with careful sentences. On the middle one, heat floods my cheeks. I stand straighter. My professional duty and my personal life are separate. Today is about public safety. Next question. The roar swells again. The comms director intervenes, shepherding me out. Doors slam behind us. For a second, my knees buckle. She grabs my arm, steadies me. You did good work there. Get home safe. Her gaze flicks to the security guard waiting to escort me. Protocol for whistleblowers. I nod, throat too thick for words. By noon, I am back in Queens, stripped of dress blues, and folded onto my couch in gym shorts and an FDNY t-shirt that still smells of smoked cotton candy from the block party last month. The air conditioner rattles, but can't pierce the heat. On television, every local channel loops the presser. My voice plays a half-second behind my own heartbeat, a surreal echo. The anchor talks about possible statewide grand jury investigations. On the ticker I read, Van Allen's stock halted after fire report leak. I should feel triumph. Instead, guilt spores in my chest. I open the group chat with my crew. Messages fire off. Chewy. Holy hell, LT, you broke the internet. Jonesy. Mayor just canceled his golf trip. Ace. Dibs on driving you to TMZ if they camp outside 16. I laugh and send a fire truck emoji, but the sound is brittle. Chewy's typing bubble appears again. Shaw, see this yet? I hesitate. My phone sits mute on the coffee table. No call from Aiden. My last message to him was a blurry selfie in turnout gear after a routine kitchen flare-up, a grin that tried too hard. That was 3 days ago before I ghosted him. I deserve his silence. I text Jonesy back, maybe, then flip the set to national news. A legal analyst explains corporate manslaughter statutes, while a sidebar displays my face. My stomach flips. I mute the TV. The silence unspools until the refrigerator click feels like a gunshot. I stand, pace to the window. Asphalt, 2 stories below, glimmers like a skillet. Sirens bleat in the distance. I clench the sill, press my forehead to the glass. It is hot. Everything is hot. My thoughts scatter to the worst-case diagram. Van Allen has money, lawyers, and private investigators. They threatened Aiden once already. My voicemail from last night plays in memory. If you and your firefighter girlfriend don't stop digging, I swallow a whimper. I need water. In the kitchen, I fumble a glass under the filter, spill half on the floor. I wipe it with my bare foot, then set the glass down untouched. The phone is still silent. Coward, my brain hisses. You blew up City Hall and didn't even warn him. He learned with everyone else. Maybe he is angry. Worse, maybe he thinks I do not trust him. Truest is the one currency we have left. I pick up the phone and open our message thread. His last text from early this morning sits unread. Miss you. Please be okay. I stare at it until the screen blurs. My fingers hover. Before I can type, the apartment buzzer blares. The abrupt noise spikes my pulse so hard I gasp. I set the phone down, wipe palms on thighs, and press the intercom. Yeah? A male voice crackles. Delivery for Ramos? From where? Independent courier, ma'am. Fragile. I hesitate. All I can picture is a box on my doorstep, labeled with my name and filled with malice. I key open the front door downstairs. The click echoes through the hallway like a dare. I grab the baseball bat from behind the coat rack, Malik's idea after the first hate letter, and pad down the stairs. A slim man in a neon visor stands on the landing with a flat cardboard envelope and a hand held to sign. His eyes darted to the bat. Need a signature? I lower the bat fractionally. ID? He flips a lanyard. Legitimate enough. I scrawl my name, then retreat up the stairs before he finishes thanking me. Inside, I lock the deadbolt and peel the tape. A single sheet rests inside, glossy. It is a still photo taken from the morning broadcast. Me at the podium, mouth open mid-syllable. Someone has circled my throat in red Sharpie. At the bottom, block letters spell out, "Nice speech. Watch it be your last." My vision tunnels. The room sways. I lurch to the sink and vomit until dry heaves scrape my ribs. When the spasms stop, I rinse my mouth, bracing on the counter. Phone. Call Aiden. I return to the living room. The phone vibrates as I reach for it. Unknown number again. I answer, voice raw. Hello? No sound, only slow breathing. The line disconnects. The walls tilt closer, suffocating. I sank to the floor, knees hugged. Tears scald down my temples, though the rest of me feels refrigerated. A shrill beep from the television drags me back. Emergency alert banner. Heat advisory. I bark a cracked laugh. The world is literally on fire. Why not? I pull in 3 shaky breaths and force myself upright. I need to file a police report, alert my captain, and call the union lawyer. All of that can wait until I do the one thing that matters. I tap Aiden's contact. It rings once, twice. My heart freezes. Answer, please. On the fourth ring, he picks up. The sound of his voice nearly crumples me. Elena, thank God. I can barely speak. Did you see? I am in a taxi barreling toward your place. You did not pick up, so I had the driver run every red light from LaGuardia. He exhales equal parts relief and fury. Why didn't you tell me you were leaking the files? His question hovers like a live wire. I clutch the threatening photo, feel the ink bleed against my sweaty palm. Aiden, someone just sent me a picture from the press conference with a death threat. My voice fractures. I think they are outside. They know where I live. Silence. Then, a curse I have never heard from him. Listen to me. Lock every window. Grab your turnout jacket. I will be there in less than 8 minutes. I do not argue. The line stays open while I move room to room testing locks. He talks constantly, grounding me with the details, the crosstown traffic, the smell of sourdough still on his shirt, the way the driver side-eyes his frantic directions. I tuck the threatening photo into a plastic evidence sleeve, shove it in my backpack with the original flash drive, then collect my turnout coat and the helmet I keep in the utility closet. 4 minutes, he says. His voice is rough, like he has been chewing gravel. Stay on the phone. I slide to the living room floor with my back against the door, a turnout coat cocooning my lap. My pulse evens out to his cadence, second by second. Glass shatters at the alley window. I flinch. Aiden hears it through the receiver. I am almost there. Someone yells outside, then running footsteps. My lungs clamp. I grip the bat again, every muscle coiled. Tires squeal below. Aiden's voice rises. I see them running. Police are 3 blocks back. Elena, do not open the door until you hear my voice and the words, Code 16. Got it? Got it. He is off the line, shouting. More glass shatters. Sirens climb. My apartment door rattles once like someone shoved it, then goes still. I hold my breath, counting 10 excruciating seconds. Nothing. Then his voice, muffled through the door, low and urgent. Elena, code 16. I unchain and fling it open. Aiden stands sweating in 90-degree heat, hair plastered to his forehead, sourdough crumbs on his hoodie. Blue and red lights spin behind him. He steps inside, locks the door, and pulls me into his chest. The bat thuds to the floor. I sink into him, whole body trembling. He smells like stress and cinnamon and airplane cabin air. He cups my cheek. We are safe for the moment. For the moment, I echo, tears hot on my face. Outside, officers shout, collecting evidence. Inside, the heat wave pushes against the windows, but in Aiden's arms I feel the first breeze of relief. It is fleeting, tentative, but it is real. His thumb brushes my cheekbone. We are in this together now, Elena. No more secrets. I nod against his shoulder, fingers fisting his shirt like an anchor. Behind him, the television blasts a breaking news stinger. The anchor announces that Van Allen executives have scheduled an emergency press conference. Speculations of resignation swirling. Aiden reaches for the remote, mutes it without releasing me. He leans his forehead to mine. We just set fire to their empire. My answering smile is small but fierce. Then we better be ready for the smoke. Sirens fade, but a new noise rises from the street, a low rumble of angry voices and camera shutters. The fallout has only begun. Aiden squeezes my hand. I squeeze back. Together, we face the door, the shattered window, the war outside, and whatever comes through the smoke next.
Chapter 20. Aiden. The rumble outside grows teeth, engines, and voices snarling at each other while red-blue strobes paint the living room ceiling. Elena's fingers tremble in mine. I feel the echo of every quake in her wrist, the percussion of adrenaline ricocheting between us. Shattered glass crunches under an officer's boot as he steps through the doorway, clipboard in hand, rainwater dripping off the brim of his hat. "Mr. Shaw, Miss Ramos, we need statements," he says, calm in that practiced way that only makes the danger feel sharper. "Detectives are en route. Forensics too. We will post a car outside overnight." Elena starts to answer. Her voice fissures on the first syllable, so I squeeze her hand, giving the words a place to land. "We will cooperate, but she needs a minute to breathe." I keep my tone respectful, firm, the cadence of a man who knows how to run a kitchen full of egos and open flames. The officer nods, gestures to another uniform to start photographing the broken window, the brick that sits in glittering shards beneath it, ugly markers scrawl across one face. Burn. Real creativity there. Fear coils through me like smoke in a duct. I guide Elena to the kitchen where light flickers weakly under a ceiling fan. She sinks onto a stool, turnout coat sliding from her shoulders to puddle at her feet. Sweat beads on her temples, though the apartment is cool now that the rain has bullied the heat wave aside. I pour water from the half-working fridge dispenser, and notice my hands are shaking too. "Small sips," I murmur, pressing the glass to her fingers. She obeys, throat bobbing, eyes fixed on the doorway where uniforms drift in and out. When they set the shattered frame on a table for photos, she flinches. I angle my body so the evidence is out of her sightline, hook a stool with my foot, sit close enough that our knees touch. "I'm sorry," she whispers. "This is not how your Friday night was supposed to go." "My Friday night is wherever you are," I answer, no hesitation, because the truth clicks into place with frightening clarity. "Sourdough can wait. You cannot." A muscle in her jaw jumps. She scrubs both palms over her face. "I need to hand over the flash drive and the threat photo. Chain of custody, no contamination. You're thinking like a firefighter again. Procedure over panic." I straighten, call the nearest officer, and watch Elena slide each piece of evidence into separate sealed bags. Her hands no longer shake. That scares me even more than the trembling. She is moving into that cold zone first responders occupy when the flames are close enough to taste. Detective Morales arrives 10 minutes later, trench coat soaked, silver streak in his hair glistening under harsh apartment lighting. He has the tired eyes of a man who thought tonight would be paperwork, not arson-adjacent terror threats. Statements take 40 minutes. I recount the taxi ride, my sprint up the stoop, the silhouettes fleeing. Elena explains the investigation, the forged inspection files, the leak. Morales listens, nodding, jotting shorthand no civilian penmanship can decipher. When he learns the developer filed a defamation suit the same afternoon, his mouth compresses into a line thin as monofilament. "Stay elsewhere tonight," he advises as he signs the property seizure forms, preferably outside the borough until we pick up those runners. I glance at Elena. She nods once, trusting me to choose the place. My apartment above the bodega in Clinton Hill is no fortress, but it has a steel door, security cameras, a landlord who served 2 tours and trusts no one. Good enough. Uniforms sweep the apartment one last time, bagging the brick and shards. News vans still idle outside, rain-slick satellite dishes glinting like insect wings. Morales walks us to the stairwell, blocks cameras while we duck into the back alley where an unmarked cruiser waits. The ride across Brooklyn is silent at first. Wipers slap rain off the windshield, streetlights smear into ribbons. I hold Elena's hand. The tips of her fingers are numb from adrenaline backlash. I rub gentle circles, coaxing warmth back while my own pulse stubbornly refuses to settle. Halfway to my place, she exhales a shaky laugh. "You still smell like cinnamon." I drowned in croissant scraps at the test kitchen before the flight. Apparently pastry butter is a stage 5 clinger. I lift her hand, kiss scraped knuckles that must have met the bat handle hard. "Tomorrow I will smell like proper disinfectant when I scrape glass out of your floorboards." Her eyes soften, something bright slipping through the fatigue. "You are ridiculous." "Correct, but effective." I dare a smile and receive a ghost of one in return. The cruiser pulls to the curb outside my building, modest brick, security gate rattling in the wind. I led her up one flight. My door is brown steel, 4 deadbolts, a keypad lock that beeps low. Inside, the apartment is a small, open-concept chef's space. Stainless countertops, spice racks, no dining table because I always eat at the prep counter. Tonight, the faint scent of cardamom still lingers from the last batch of test chai blondies. I flip on lights, lock every bolt, set the alarm. Elena steps out of her boots, toes curling into the woven mat by the fridge. She stands in the middle of my kitchen, looking as if she does not know where to put her hands. Shower first or food first? I ask because decisions feel impossible after adrenaline crashes. I have frozen chicken soup, also cereal, 2 kinds of bourbon, and emergency chocolate. Her laugh is ragged music. Shower, then soup, then the strongest bourbon you own. Deal. I point her toward the bathroom, set a fresh towel on the rack, dig out a t-shirt and sweatpants because her jeans are streaked with rain and fear. While water runs, I toss soup in a pot, flame low, and swirl it gently the way Chef Liao taught me, clockwise to preserve the mirepoix perfume. My hands remember their purpose and the tremor slow. I slide the bourbon out, 2 chipped mugs because all my glasses are packed for the new restaurant build. The familiar ritual grounds me, ladle clinking enamel, steam fogging windows already thrumming with rain. When Elena emerges, her curls drip onto my shirt, and her eyes are red-rimmed but clear. My sweatpants pool at her ankles. She looks impossibly small, yet impossibly fierce. I set soup on the counter, gesture to the stool. Refuel! She wraps chilled fingers around the mug, sips broth slowly. Captain Reed will lose his mind when he hears what happened. Let him. I pour bourbon, no ice. Morale's already called him. Reed can help us dig deeper. She blows steam off the soup, gaze on the swirling carrots. I never wanted you in the blast radius, Aiden. Tough. I tip bourbon, feel it scorch down my throat. We are locked in now, Elena. The Empire is already on fire. Our best move is to aim the blaze. She lifts her eyes, pupils dilating with something halfway between terror and awe. You sound very sure. I have never been more sure of anything. I set my mug aside, lean in until our knees touch. Hold her gaze. Tomorrow morning we will call my cousin in Boston, the union lawyer. We called the investigative reporter I catered for, the one who owes me 3 favors. We built a firewall with law and light. Her lips twitch. Chef metaphors. I have a deep catalog. Get used to it, I reach. Tuck a damp curl behind her ear. She closes her eyes, leans into the touch, tension bleeding away in slow increments. We finish soup, exhaustion settling like silt. I pull the futon mattress off the sofa frame, unfold it near the windows, away from direct sight lines. She stretches out, a turnout coat folded as a pillow. I lie beside her on top of the blanket, staying fully dressed because sleep feels too fragile to risk bare skin and distraction. Streetlight sneaks through blinds, stripes across her cheekbone. Rain drums on the fire escape. I match her breathing. Slow inhale, slower exhale, the cadence I memorized in the taxi. She slips into sleep first, fingers curled in my hoodie. I let my eyes close, but the moment consciousness loosens its grip, my phone buzzes. I silence it, face down, shove it under a discarded recipe pad. Whatever fresh flame is licking at the edges of our lives can wait. What cannot wait is the way Elena's knuckles soften against my ribs, the sleepy hum that rolls from her throat when I reshape myself to her curve. I press my lips to her hairline. Bourbon and rain mix with the faint smoke still clinging to her. God, she smells like danger and home. Elena, I whisper. My voice is gravel, torn between need and restraint. Her lashes lift. Even in near darkness, her irises catch gold from the streetlight. You okay? No. The confession slips out raw. I need you close. Closer than this. She shifts, turning until our noses brush. Her palm tests the rise of my chest, fingers playing as if she is mapping the safest route through a battlefield. Tell me what you need, Chef. I lace our fingers. Permission to touch. To take a night off from the war. Her breath hitches. Yes, God, yes, I kiss her. Soft, exploratory. A taste of broth and adrenaline. The kiss steadies me the way a knife handle slots cool and certain into my palm. She answers with a low moan, mouth opening, tongue licking into mine with unguarded hunger. When I pull back, she follows, chasing the contact. Slow? I ask. Her smile is half wrecked, half wild. Slow until I beg for it. I start with her hoodie zipper, metal teeth part, and reveal the charcoal sports bra beneath. My knuckles graze plush curves that rise and fall with every shaky inhale. Beautiful, I murmur. She palms the back of my head, nails skimming my hairline. You say that like you just discovered the word. I did, I say, sliding one strap down her shoulder. Because it finally found its match. She snorts, wry, affectionate, but her gaze glosses with heat. I guide her onto her back, prop on one elbow, and lower to taste the bit of skin revealed above the bra's edge. Salt and warmth flood my tongue. She arcs, offering more, humming encouragement. Her hand slides under my hoodie, nails teasing along my abdomen. Each graze tightens every muscle I own. She follows the faint trail of hair, fingertips pausing at my waistband. Lose this, she commands, voice scratchy with desire.
I hate to put a stop to a good time, but it looks like we've hit this platform's limit for spiciness.
This platform's got some rules we have to play by if we want to keep giving you these stories for free.
And trust me, this scene isn't something you want to miss.
While we can't get into all the details here, you can still dive into the full, uncut version at TylaWalker.com.
Miss Tyla has an entire collection of unabridged audiobooks and ebooks waiting for you.
And the best part? You can treat yourself with 40% off when you use the code SAVE40.
That's right. You'll save on any digital product, even bundles that are already discounted.
Miss Tyla would never let anyone feel the kind of disappointment you must be feeling right now.
So why wait? Treat yourself with Miss Tyla.
I let my eyes close, but the moment consciousness loosens its grip, my phone buzzes. Unknown number. I stare at the screen until it stops vibrating. No voicemail, no text. My stomach knots. I silence the device, slide it face down on the coffee table, and return to the futon. Outside, sirens echo off buildings, fading farther each minute. Elena murmurs in her sleep, something that sounds like my name. I whisper I'm here, over and over, until her breathing steadies again. Somewhere across the river, Van Allen executives polish talking points for tomorrow's press conference. By sunrise, they will paint Elena as unstable, a disgruntled employee. I watch the clock on the stove tick past 3 a.m. and feel the steel backbone of every service rush I have ever survived lock into place. They underestimated the wrong chef. My phone vibrates so hard it skitters across the counter and nearly dives into a saucepan. Dawn spills milky light through the blinds, gray-pink like a half-healed bruise. I snatch the cell and blink at the message from my cousin Devin in Boston. Tell your girl to suit up. Judge granted an emergency hearing for the restraining order at 9 o'clock. I whirl, nearly colliding with the narrow fridge door. Reporters are already clustering on the sidewalk below my second-floor walk-up, lenses trained on the fire escape like vultures waiting for a weakened animal to crawl into the open. The news crawl on the muted television behind me loops a still image of Elena's apartment window, the glass spider-webbed inward, captioned whistleblower under siege. I breathe slowly through my nose, the way I do when a Beurre Blanc threatens to split. Keep the emulsion together. No one else will. In the living room, Elena dozes on the futon, a single curl stuck to her cheek, a turnout coat bundled around her like armor. She should look fragile. She looks unbreakable instead, even in sleep. I kneel beside her, careful not to jostle the mattress. "Morning, firecracker." Her eyes open, raw but defiant. She's already halfway upright by the time I finish the sentence, scanning the room for threats. When she sees only me, she exhales and touches my chest, right over the heartbeat that still thuds too fast. "Tell me the news isn't worse," she whispers. I have a timeline. Better than worse, I show the text. Emergency hearing at 9. Devin filed in Boston as a courtesy, then leaned on a New York judge he clerked for in 14. We need to be at the Kings County Supreme Courthouse in 90 minutes. Elena's fingers tighten around the phone before she hands it back. Restraining order against who exactly? Van Allen, their shadow security goons? Everyone named in the threat chain, starting with the 2 runners from last night. We will add defendants as we identify them. I bring her a mug of coffee, strong enough to peel paint. You have time for a quick shower and 1 slice of toast. I will stand guard and plate something portable. She smiles under the steam. You measure adrenaline spikes in carbohydrates. Carbs, caffeine, quart, in that order. I kiss her forehead, taste salt and shampoo. Move. She disappears into the bathroom. I butter toast with practice speed, wrap it in foil, then dial Devin on speaker. We talk strategy while I pack a makeshift briefcase. Police report copies, evidence photos, digital copies of the forged inspection files on a fresh flash drive, 2 portable battery packs. Devin's voice comes crisp through Boston static, already caffeinated. Judge Cortland is no nonsense, but hates corporate intimidation, he says. Present the brick, the threat photo, the injuries that could have occurred. Keep it factual. I filed an affidavit from Morales confirming the break-in. Understood. I glance toward the closed bathroom door. Water shuts off. How long does a temporary restraining order last? 10 days can be extended at the next hearing. It forces Van Allen reps to maintain a minimum 100-yard distance and forbids contact in any form. Violation could flip their suit from civil to criminal harassment within minutes. Music to my ears. Thank you, Dev. Watch your 6, he says, voice softening. And bring backup when you talk to the press. Copy that. I hang up and grab the spare set of Chef Whites folded on the shelf. Too conspicuous. I swap them for a crisp Oxford and navy blazer that smells faintly of time. If I am walking Elena through a media gauntlet, she will see confidence in my posture, not flour smudges. She emerges in my sweats and borrowed t-shirt, curls damp, eyes newly stormy. Ready? We descended the stairwell. Reporters pivot like a school of fish, microphones flashing. Elena stiffens. I slide my palm to the small of her back. Chef Shaw, do you plan to countersue for defamation? Did the FDNY pressure Ms. Ramos to withdraw her complaint? I raise my voice just enough to punch through the chatter. No statements before court. Respect the process. They surge closer. Flashbulbs explode. I angle my shoulder, guiding Elena into the waiting rideshare. The driver's eyes bulge when he recognizes her, but he taps the meter without hesitation. Hazard pay via surge pricing will soothe his nerves. Doors slam. Engines hush the crowd. Elena presses her forehead to the window while we roll toward downtown Brooklyn, rain trailing in wavering lines behind glass. I place our fingers on the seat between us. Say something reckless, she murmurs. Van Allen's attorney is about to regret waking up. I squeeze her hand. Reckless enough? She huffs a sound that might be a laugh. It is enough. We clear security with 10 minutes to spare, sprinting up marble steps that echo like timpani. Court officers stare at Elena's borrowed sweats. She squares her shoulders as if they are as formal as dress blues. Judge Cortland calls the docket at 9 sharp. Van Allen's counsel arrives late. Armani suit, hair helmet stiff, disdain dripping from every syllable. He opens with a request to postpone due to insufficient notice. Devin's telephone appearance slices that argument into ribbons. The judge scolds counsel like a misbehaving line cook and denies the continuance. I sit beside Elena at the petitioner's table. My pulse marks time in my ears. She keeps her chin high, voice steady as she details the forged inspection reports, the retaliation, the brick, and the death threat. She does not flinch when opposing counsel tries to badger her into admitting fault. "Ms. Ramos," he sneers, "is it not true you have a documented history of traumatic stress, including episodes of dissociation at fire scenes? Perhaps your perception of last night's events is colored by past instability." Anger floods my vision with white spots. Elena's shoulders stiffen. I rise before the judge can bang the gavel. "Your Honor, Aiden Shaw, petitioner's witness," I say. "The question is an attack, not relevant because the defendant's men were witnessed fleeing the scene. My sworn statement and Detective Morales confirm it." Judge Cortland cuts opposing counsel off with a glare so frosty it chills the room despite July heat. "Sustained." "Counsel, another remark like that and I will sanction you." "Continue, Ms. Ramos." Elena catches my eye, gratitude flickering before she returns to her narrative. Within 30 minutes, the judge grants the temporary restraining order, instructing Van Allen's counsel to serve notice on every corporate employee within 6 hours. He sets a follow-up hearing for 10 days to review additional threats. Oval Falls. Done. We exhale in unison. Outside the courtroom, Devin texts a fist bump emoji and a dinner IOU. Elena leans against the corridor wall, head tilted back, eyes closed as if she might cry for the first time. I brace my palm beside her ear, shielding her from foot traffic. "We won step 1, I say. "We are still in the fire," she whispers, tears not falling yet. "But I can breathe." Breathing is good. I rest my forehead to hers. Lunch might be better. Instead of the front steps swarming with reporters, we sneak out the side exit, snagging slices from a deli while walking fast toward Borough Hall subway. Each of us eats standing, mouths burning with mozzarella and adrenaline. For 10 blessed minutes, we are only 2 New Yorkers devouring 2 hot pizza on a windy plaza. "Therapy group still meets at 6, Elena says around a bite. "I need normalcy." "Group is good," I agree, although my insides twist. I kissed her in that circle once and felt new possibilities spark. Today I'm not sure I trust myself to sit quietly beside her while half-truths hang between us. The brick, the forged files, the secrets she held. We rode to Clinton Hill, ducking past a second wave of press to re-enter my building. Elena pulls her turnout coat from the futon, cradles the helmet in her lap like a talisman. "I need real clothes," she says, cheeks flushing. "I cannot face a group looking like I borrowed your laundry." I open my closet. "Right away." She selects dark jeans and a charcoal button-down, rolling sleeves to elbows. When she steps from the bedroom, she looks like a woman who will not be deterred by anything less than Armageddon. Captain Reed insists on his staff attending at least 10 sessions in therapy after any traumatic incident. Elena's count is in the 20s by now, and mine 5. The rehabbed brownstone smells of herbal tea and fresh luminol from someone's art therapy project drying in the hall. Folding chairs form that familiar circle. We arrived early. I pour peppermint tea and perch on the radiator. Elena paces in front of the bookshelf, backlit by golden hour sunlight. My heartbeat vibrates in my throat. The restraining order is solid, but the distance between us feels wider than it did this morning. She let me protect her in court, but she still kept the investigation secret until it detonated. Dr. Quinn enters, cardigan and patient smile. Group members trickle in next. Shay with her shaved head and electric pink nails. Theo jingling his keys to mask leftover shakes. Ruiz lumbering like an oak in turnout pants. They nod at us, expressions tightening with sympathy. Dr. Quinn begins with the usual grounding exercise, counting slow inhales, but my lungs refuse to sink. When he opens the floor for check-ins, Theo speaks of a successful shift, Carmen of a false alarm that nonetheless triggered a memory. My turn looms. Finally, Dr. Quinn says, "Aiden, you look tense. Would you like to share?" The words crack the dam. I stand too fast. The chair screeches. Elena's eyes widened. I need to say something, and it will not be polite, I announce. The room stills. Elena, you kept the threats quiet while you leaked the files. You faced corrupt suits and hired thugs alone. I found out from a news alert and a broken window. That is... I search for a word less raw than betrayal. None arrives. That is terrifying. Her shoulders snap back as if bracing for impact. A murmur ripples, but no one cuts in. Dr. Hill's calm gaze urges me to keep going. You talk about trust during every debrief. You build it at fire scenes and here in this circle. Yet you shut all of us out. Heat scalds my voice now. How am I supposed to protect you if you block every warning flare? Elena's jaw flexes. She remains seated, dignity a cloak across her shoulders. Her reply is ice smooth, each syllable honed to a razor. I never asked for protection. She pauses, breathing hard. I asked for partnership, which means respecting my judgment even when it scares you. The files were my responsibility. I leaked them because the department might have buried the truth to safeguard the public image. I would do it again. Anger flares behind my sternum. You almost got killed. So did half the circle last year, and we are still here. She gestures to Carmen, to Theo. We face danger every shift. That is the job. This was not your job. This was a corporation trying to erase evidence. Her voice shakes on the next words, but she forces them anyway. And you wanted to erase my agency. I step back like her sentence slapped me. Shay rises, places a gentle hand on Elena's shoulder. Chef, breathe, she says, voice soft but steel-laced. We get that you are scared. You love her, but shaming her in here is crossing a line. Dr. Quinn clears his throat. This circle is for support, not judgment. Elena, your safety matters. Aiden, your fear is valid, but maintain respect. Elena pushes to her feet. I need air. She strides from the room. The door clicks shut. The air I inhale tastes metallic, like overworked dough. Shay's gaze pierces me. Go after her, but this time listen first. I nod, throat too tight for words, and follow down the hallway. Fluorescent lights hum overhead. I find Elena on the back steps, hands braced on the railing, face tipped to the cobalt sky. The heat broke earlier, leaving the night cool and damp. I stop 3 steps above her so we are eye level. I was wrong, I say, each word heavy as a cast-iron skillet. I made your choices about my fear. That isn't a partnership. Her shoulders slump. She looks at her shoes. I hate needing help, Aiden. Every time I have depended on the system, it failed. Leaking the files was the only level I trusted. I get it more than you know. Restaurants fail chefs, too. I place a hand on the rail beside hers, not touching. Close. Tell me how to stand beside you without crowding your decisions. She exhales, trembling, vibrating through her frame. Ask questions before charging in. Agreed. I inch closer. Also, maybe mention when bricks start flying toward your head. A laugh cracks out of her. Shaky, but real. She tugs my blazer lapel, pulling me into a hug that feels like a ceasefire. I wrap my arms around her waist, cautious, until she burrows her face into my collar. Still mad, she mutters. Same, I admit. But mad is an improvement on silent terror. I smooth the stray strand back where it belongs. Come home with me again tonight. Tomorrow we map the next steps together. She nods against my chest. Tomorrow. Inside, the group continues without us. Outside, Chinatown fireworks pop in the distance, left over from the 4th of July weekend. Elena lifts her head, fireworks reflecting in her eyes. Do we go back in? She asks. Only if you want the other half of Shay's donut, I quip. She stashed it under her chair. Elena's lip quirks. Carmen does not share. Better to live another day. We descend the metal stairs and step into the alley where Morales' cruiser idles, tailing us until the restraining order is served. Moonlight glints off the roof. Elena threads her fingers through mine as we walk toward the car. I leaked those files for every rookie who runs headfirst into flames, believing the system will protect them, she says into the night. And I crash the courtroom for the same reason I crash test a souffle recipe 100 times before dinner service, I answer. Because if the structure fails, people get burned. She squeezes my hand once, slight but sure. We ride north in silence, city lights streaking past. Whenever I glance her way, she is watching the side mirror, making certain no one follows. She does not see me watching her back, equally vigilant. Maybe that is partnership. 2 circles of vigilance overlapping until neither of us stands alone.
Chapter 21. Elena. I did not hear the smoke alarm at first. The motel wall unit rattles like an old generator. The television whispers a late-night infomercial. And the single vodka nip I downed before bed still thrums behind my eyes. When the siren finally cracks through the haze, I jolt upright. Sheets twisted around my waist, chest already tight with reflexive dread. Not a fire, only my phone, private number. I swipe, throat sandy. Ramos. A woman clears her throat, professional and distant. Miss Ramos, this is Officer Garcia with the NYPD. We received a voicemail from Mr. Aiden Shaw requesting a wellness check at your room. He said you responded to a warehouse fire in Atlanta this morning and have not returned his calls. My heart trips. Of course he called the police. He cannot leave anything half-fixed, not a broken sauce, not a broken me. I am fine, I answer too sharp. Tell him the next check will cost him a catering bill. The officer chuckles, promises to note my safety, and disconnects. I stare at the cracked plaster ceiling. Another night, another reminder that I built a cage out of stubborn pride and invited him to rattle the bars. I swing my legs over the mattress and plant bare feet on cold linoleum. The uniform I hung over the air conditioner is still damp, heavy with warehouse soot. My body aches from hauling hose and fear through 2 alarm calls in 12 hours. What I really need is 8 hours of uninterrupted sleep, but the back of my neck buzzes with unfinished business. I did it to save lives, not to hurt you. The words still echo in the stairwell, where we argued again after the debrief, fluorescent lights buzzing like bees. I hurled them at him, hands shaking. He stood there in travel crease slacks and a rain-soaked shirt. Eyes like a hurricane's eye, oddly still in the middle of my storm. He said nothing, which hurt worse than any curse. Now I lace up my boots, shove my duffel over one shoulder, and step into sticky Atlanta darkness that smells of diesel and magnolia. I cannot face 4 stale walls another second. Tonight the safest place is Station 42's apparatus bay, wedged between the ladder truck and a row of half-empty lockers. The station doors are propped open for airflow, letting crickets and humidity drift in. Inside, chatter hums around scarred pine tables, where the midnight crew plays spades and tears into powdered donuts. Captain Reed looks up as I enter, eyes soft with concern that grates against my skin. Figured you'd circle back, he says, pushing a Gatorade across the table. I can't sleep anywhere else. I peel the cap and gulp, electrolytes stinging a tongue still salt-coated from adrenaline. Mind if I crash on the rig floor? He nods. Throw a blanket wherever. We both know the couch springs are shot. I pad past the kitchen, past the trophy case with decades of soot-black helmets, until I reach the gear racks. The ladder truck's massive tire offers a windbreak. I spread a scratchy wool blanket, tug off my boots, and stretch out. Diesel, rubber, charred pine, comfort sense to a firefighter's nervous system. The clang of a dropped wrench rings from the tool room, but my mind latches onto quieter noise, the phantom hiss of Aiden's sauté pan, the soft grunt he makes when he tastes the sauce and it is almost, but not yet, perfect. He has stopped cooking again. I know even before he calls it quits. Cooking is how he processes the world. When he cannot face his stove, something in him is burning too hot already. We are identical experiments with opposite controls. He starves the flame. I sleep beside it. A dream wakes me. A warehouse corridor, warped by heat. Aiden's silhouette on the threshold as smoke curls between us. I reach, but beam collapse shakes the floor, knocking him backward into roaring orange. I scream his name and jolt upright. Sweat glues my shirt to my spine. The bay is quiet except for the snore of Rookie Santos on the recliner and the low mutter of K-pop on Engineer Kim's headphones. The clock on the far wall reads 4:42. I blink away embers of dream and dig out my phone. One unread text. Aiden. I found the replacement wiring receipts. You were right about the bribes. We can prove it. Call when ready. Pride tells me to roll over. Conscience forces my thumbs to life. Elena, good. Send copies to the union lawyer. I'll add to my report. 3 dots pulse, stop, vanish. Appear again. Aiden, that is all you want from me tonight? I picture him in the Harlem apartment. Lights off except for the fridge glow. Standing barefoot because he used to cook shoeless, claiming it grounded him. Now the kitchen is silent, feet cold on tile. I type, erase, type again. Elena, I want to sleep without nightmares. Aiden, then come home, Ellie. The nickname cracks something tender. I press the power button before I can answer and drop the phone beside my pillow. My heartbeat thunders against thin blanket cloth. Home. A 4-letter temptation that feels farther than any blaze I have fought. Sunrise slides peach pink across bay windows. A recruit flips on ESPN, kettle whistles, overhead lights buzz awake. My head throbs from low sleep, but I stand, shake out the blanket, and join the coffee line. Reed lifts his brows. You sure you don't want real rest? I sit black, wince. Rest later. The city has hearings. I need to write the incident report before noon. He leans an elbow on the counter. You keep running on fumes, Ramos. You won't have anything left when the tribunal calls. Tribunal. The word tastes like ash. The buzz around Station 42 is that the developer's lawyers plan to discredit my testimony in 2 weeks. They will question every code violation I flagged, every training course I skipped due to overtime, every tear I shed in front of a dead firefighter's widow. They will paint me reckless, emotional, unstable. Only airtight evidence will protect me, and maybe, by extension, protect Aiden's project. I nod once, swallow coffee scald. I'll manage. My phone vibrates. Group text from my therapy circle. Melody. Potluck tonight at 6, Harlem Community Center. Someone brings carbs. No store-bought. Aiden's message follows within seconds. A separate thread. Aiden. My oven is off limits until further notice, but I can show up with fresh fruit if you show up with your beautiful, stubborn face. I stare at the 2 notifications. One is sanctuary, the other is invitation. My thumb hovers. Read notices. Friend? Depends on the minute. I pocket the phone. Can I borrow the office computer? He hands me keys. Try not to rewrite the National Electrical Code before lunch. I manage a ghost smile. The joke is only half wrong. The office is tiny, a windowless cube stacked with incident binders and a battered desktop. I log in and lose myself in report language. Temperature, dispatch times, nozzle diameters. Structure fire at 915 Hathaway Street. Part of the same redevelopment corridor tied to the bribery scandal. Ceiling collapsed 1 hour, 17 minutes in. Injuries, 2. Fatalities, 0. My hand trembles as I type the last statistic. That 0 is sacred. It cost every scrap of energy I had left at dawn, dragging sodium lights and cargo pallets and rubble to reach 2 trapped warehouse employees. The younger one kept whispering about a chef who donated industrial freezers, and secondhand ranges for their nonprofit soup kitchen. "Good man," she said, voice shaky. "Hope the press doesn't crucify him?" I hit save, heart crashing. The desktop clock flips to 9:13. My phone rings. Boston area code, Aiden's cousin Max. "Hey." Shaw's locked himself in the test kitchen, Max says by way of greeting. He told the staff to prepare nothing but black coffee and paperwork. You know what that means? Cold dread pours through me. Black coffee is his war song before a long night of self-flagellation. He will pump caffeine until his hands shake among invoices, reliving every signature that might have endangered someone. "Can you keep him talking?" I ask. "I can keep him breathing," Max answers. "But you're the only one who gets him cooking again." The weight of that truth lands heavy on my sternum. "Keep calling me with updates," I say, shame prickling. "I'll try to draw up a plan." I hang up and exhale. I have no plans. At noon, I walk to the courthouse annex across Peachtree Street, binder under arm. The air shimmers with Georgia heat, and I miss the heavy spring rain of New York. Inside the annex lobby, 2 lawyers in slate suits wait by the metal detector. They represent the developer, gleaming smiles over shark teeth. "Miss Ramos," the taller one greets me. "We look forward to deposing you next week. Tell your union counsel we'll need unredacted logs." I brush back a single spiral, letting it rest against my hairline, voice level. "I'll bring everything. Be sure to prepare explanations for those faulty insulation orders. OSHA enjoys surprises." Their smiles flatten. I walk past, pulse pounding. I have never felt braver and more frightened in the same breath. Back at Station 42, I find Reed on the apron hosing ash from ladder 2. He studies me. "You look like someone who needs a tourniquet for an emotional bleed." "I need a distraction." He jerks his chin toward the driver's seat. "Take her around the block, practice pump shifts." I have hundreds of hours behind engines, but I nod and climb into the cab. The steering wheel is sun-hot against my palm. I roll out onto Marietta Street, siren silent, windows open. Atlanta mid-afternoon smells like fryer oil and sun-baked concrete. I circle Centennial Park, loop beneath the Ferris wheel, and pull back into the bay 10 minutes later. The short drive settles my limbs but not my mind. I text my cousin. "Elena, can you FaceTime Mommy tonight?" "Nora, already scheduled. She will try to feed you through the screen." A soft laugh huffs out. My mother will ask if I am eating enough. I will lie because I cannot explain how appetite evaporates when Aiden's absence sits heavy as a lead apron. 5:27, crew shift change. I slip into the locker room, swap bunker pants for jeans that hang loose on my hips, and stare at my reflection in dented metal. My hair is a frizz halo around tired eyes, skin ash streaked. I dab on tinted moisturizer, swipe a fresh coat of mascara, and hate myself for fixing up just in case I see him. Potluck invitation blinks unread. I tuck the phone in my back pocket and sling a canvas tote over my shoulder. Inside, 3 loaves of cornbread I baked at dawn while filing reports, honey jalapeno butter in a recycled salsa jar, a battered deck of Uno cards in case the therapy circle needs competitive distraction. Streetlights flicker on as I walk the 8 blocks to the community center. Children play tag in the courtyard. Chalk flowers bloom on cracked pavement. The building smells of bleach and curry. Laughter echoes from the multi-purpose room. I pause outside double doors, pulse sprinting. If Aiden comes, I will feel him before I see him. If he did not, the disappointment might fold me in half. My feet root to the floor. Behind me, a voice rumbles, low and familiar. "Cornbread in that bag?" I turn. Aiden stands 3 paces away, hoodie unzipped over a t-shirt that reads, "Feed people, fight fires." The union fundraiser slogan from last fall. His hair curls at the temples, unstyled. Eyes weary, hopeful. "You stopped cooking," I say, words catching. He lifts a brown paper sack. Gala apples, raspberries, mascarpone from Brooklyn. I figured fruit counts as dessert. No oven required. A brittle smile. Couldn't stay away. Max threatened to stage an intervention with donuts. I swallow. Those would be store-bought. Melody would riot. We hover on opposite sides of the hallway, clutching food like shields. A burst of laughter erupts from inside. Someone starts a karaoke track. The door cracks open. Kendra peers out, grin wide. Cornbread, girl. Chef boy, stop loitering. Love and carbs await. She winks, retreats. I inhale. Will we go in together? If you want, Aiden answers. I'm still mad, I admit. I deserve that. I'm also scared. His voice falls to a hush. So am I. We step through the doors. The circle greets us with cheers. Food crowds, folding tables. Melody's baked ziti. Ruiz's plantain chips. Shay's kale salad that nobody wants but everyone praises. We add our offerings, then weave through clusters of survivors and caregivers. Aiden nods to each greeting, but his focus drifts back to me as if tethered. During karaoke, he claps while Melody mangles a Beyoncé hook, but his gaze returns to my profile between verses. During Uno, he deals in silence, slides a wild card in my direction, murmurs, "Your move, hero." Heat sparks under my sternum. At 9:15, cleanup begins. I carry empty casseroles to the kitchen sink. Steam fogs the cramped room. Aiden slides in behind me, setting down a stack of plates. The door swings shut, muffling karaoke warbles. Water roars. Steam mingles with soapy citrus. He hands me a towel. I dry a plate, voice low. You brought evidence. It proves the developer swapped grade A wiring for grade D scrap, he says, eyes on suds. Someone signed purchase orders under my name, probably forging. He glances up. We can clear your record, too. My throat tightens. You did all that after you tried to protect people, he cuts in. I was angry, but I was never blind. I set the plate aside, palms hot in dishwater. The ache between us feels like a second sun. I still hate that I blindsided you on national television, I whisper. I hate that I made you think you had to. He shuts the faucet. Silence pulses. He inches closer. We keep trying to choose for each other instead of with. I press wet hands to stainless steel, head bowed. What if we choose wrong again? His breath brushes my temple. Then we do what firefighters and chefs always do. We start over, with better safety protocols and sharper knives. A tremor laughs through me. Terrible analogy. Pretty accurate, though. His fingers hover near my waist, not touching. I want you in my kitchen, Ellie. In my life. Even if it means every meal comes with a side of legal briefs. I turn, wiping palms on jeans. When I face him, the longing in his eyes almost knocks me backward. I want you too, I admit, voice raw. But I am still mad and still scared. Aiden's hand tightens on mine. The back of house fluorescents glinting off the thin sheen of dishwater, still clinging to our knuckles. We can hold anger and love at the same time, he says, thumb circling my pulse. I'll keep a drawer open for your fury next to mine. A helpless laugh tumbles out of me, small and watery. I step into his space. His arms fold around my waist, hesitant, like a man braced for rejection, and I press my cheek to the starched cotton of his shirt. His heart pounds a frantic rhythm beneath. Mine syncs up, two frantic drums beating toward the same crescendo. The air smells of citrus soap and warm cornbread crumbs, and yet every inhale tastes like him. Smoke, cedar, a hint of something sweeter he'll never admit is cologne. He whispers, "Tell me if this is too soon." Don't let go yet, I breathe, We stand there until the quiet becomes thunderous, until my palms memorize the slope of his back and the fragile seam where fabric meets skin. Footsteps around the corner. Aiden releases me, but threads our fingers. We exit the kitchen side by side to a chorus of wolf whistles, melodies the loudest, and I feel heat bloom high on my cheeks. My anger's still tucked somewhere inside me, but he's holding it too, and that makes it manageable. Neither of us said the actual words. Let's go home. We don't have to. His truck ride is a taut silence that buzzes louder than any playlist. City lights smear across the windshield, making gold brushstrokes over the crisp line of his jaw. My mind flips through every way this could go wrong and still lands on one undeniable truth. I want him, body, soul, and every jagged shard in between. When we step over the threshold, the world seems to exhale. His place is all dark hardwood and firefighter practical furniture. But tonight, the dim sconces cast the living room in amber, turning the leather sofa into a strip of molasses, the hallway into an invitation. Aiden sets his keys down with unnecessary care. Elena, my name breaks apart in his mouth, half plea, half warning. The last sliver of space between us disappears. I fist his shirt, drag him down, and kiss him like I'm spilling secrets into his throat, salty and desperate and real. He answers with a growl, teeth grazing my bottom lip before soothing with his tongue. The taste of cornbread lingers on both of us, sugared crumbs turned liquid heat. Bedroom, I say against his mouth. Are you sure? I'm sure of you. He nudges the door with a booted foot, never breaking the kiss. Soft lamplight reveals an unmade bed, charcoal sheets, pillows dented by the outline of a wide back that hasn't known rest in days. I push him until the backs of his knees meet the mattress, then climb into his lap, skirt hiking, thighs caging him. His breath stutters as I slide, deliberate, over the thick ridge beneath his jeans. I hate to put a stop to a good time, but it looks like we've hit this platform's limit for spiciness.
This platform's got some rules we have to play by if we want to keep giving you these stories for free.
And trust me, this scene isn't something you want to miss.
While we can't get into all the details here, you can still dive into the full, uncut version at TylaWalker.com.
Miss Tyla has an entire collection of unabridged audiobooks and ebooks waiting for you.
And the best part? You can treat yourself with 40% off when you use the code SAVE40.
That's right. You'll save on any digital product, even bundles that are already discounted.
Miss Tyla would never let anyone feel the kind of disappointment you must be feeling right now.
So why wait? Treat yourself with Miss Tyla. I trace lazy circles on his sternum. We're a mess. Best kind, he murmurs, pressing a kiss to my forehead. We burned it all down tonight. Then we'll rebuild, I whisper, nuzzling closer. On sparks and second chances. His arms tighten, heart a steady drum in my ear. And we'll keep a drawer open for our fury, he says, voice laced with sleepy humor. I smile against his skin, right next to the one for love. Outside, sirens wail in the distance, faint, inconsequential. Inside, everything is quiet. The storm of bodies spent, but the promise of tomorrow is warm between us. I close my eyes, breathing him in, and let the ash settle into something that might just be hope.
Chapter 22. Aiden. I wake before dawn because the apartment is too quiet. Harlem usually hums by 6, coffee carts rattling, pigeons arguing over bagel crumbs on the fire escape, but this morning the silence sits on my chest like lead. I poke my head into the galley kitchen. The range is spotless, burners cold. Yesterday's produce order, basil, heirloom tomatoes, 2 pounds of blueberries, rests untouched on the counter. I canceled dinner service at the pop-up before it even opened and told the cooks to take a paid mental health day. My sous chef Kira texted a thumbs up and a single word: breathe. I will try. The inhale is shallow, the exhale shaky. The last time I felt lungs this tight was the night James died. My best friend, my sous chef, my brother, and everything except blood collapsed outside a burning nightclub kitchen in Brooklyn 5 years ago. One moment we were shouting orders over fryer noise. The next smoke poured through ventilation ducts like a tidal wave. We got everyone out, almost. When the coroner ruled the death accidental, faulty wiring, cheap drywall, same corner cutting we are fighting now, I stopped trusting anyone who set up to code. I grab my keys before I can overthink the impulse. LaGuardia is only a 20-minute cab ride this early. Logan in Boston is a hop away. James's grave is even closer once I land, a small cemetery in Melrose where willow branches hang low and quiet. The early shuttle to Boston is half empty, a red-eye crowd on their way home from delayed business connections. The flight attendant offers coffee. I refuse. I no longer deserve the ritual of first sip of clarity, not until I fix what I broke with Elena. Instead, I stare out the window as the jet noses above cotton-thick clouds, sunrise staining them peach. We kissed last night. It was gentle, fleeting, but the warmth of her lips lingered longer than any chef's burn. Then she flew south on a call-out, and I lay in bed counting heartbeats until exhaustion won. How each mile between New York and Boston feels like another length of chain I forged myself. At Logan, I rent a compact and point the nose north. Boston's brownstones blur into leafy suburbs. I make the drive in silence. The cemetery gates stand open, iron tongue curling at the tips. I park beneath the willow we used to climb as kids after soccer practice. The April rain earlier in the week has left the air crisp, grass luminous. James's stone is slate gray, modest, just how he wanted. James E. Malone, 1990 to 2020. Cook with love. A faded set of chef's knives is etched beneath the dates. Someone left a paper cup of clam chowder under the inscription. The lid is still on, steam fogging the plastic. His mother, maybe, or one of the junior cooks who treats this place like a shrine every anniversary. I crouch, fingertips brushing damp grass. "Hey, man," the words come out gravelly. "Figured I owed you a visit before the next war starts." Wind rustles the willow. A cardinal hops across the adjacent grave, crimson against granite. I sit cross-legged, suit pants soaking. There's a woman. Elena Ramos. Saying her name here feels like opening a door I never noticed behind me. She's a firefighter, you would like her. She cusses like you when the ticket machine is jammed during brunch rush on Mother's Day, but she also sings off-key R and B when she chops vegetables, and I swear she knows when someone in the room needs hugging, even if they won't ask. My throat tightens. I keep screwing it up, James. She blew the whistle on a developer paying off inspectors, the same developer funding my community kitchen expansion. And I got angry first, scared second, understanding third. If I had just listened. Tears blur the slate until the words smear. I scrub my eyes. You died because people looked at safety regulations and saw dollar signs instead of human lives. Elena refused to let that happen again. She risked everything, including me, and I punished her for daring to protect strangers. An ache splits my ribs. I press a fist against my sternum. I can't lose her too. I won't. The admission tumbles out, raw, undeniable. Trusting her scares the hell out of me, but losing her would be worse than any grief I already know. A gust rattles branches above. Sunlight breaks through a cloud at that exact moment, warming the top of the stone. I like to pretend James answers via coincidences, little cosmic fist bumps. I accept this one. I stand, wipe grass from damp pants. "Thank you for the shove," I whisper. "You always said I thought better at 6-quart speed than 60-quart. Time to scale up." I place my palms on cool stone, leaning forward until my forehead rests against his name. Grief floods in, swift and fierce, then ebbs, replaced by a calmer tide. "Trust someone," he used to say. or die taste testing your own sauce forever. I straighten. Breath feels less knife-edged. In the rental's glove box, I find a battered notebook, grocery receipts stuffed as bookmarks. I tear out a page, scrawl 3 lines. Elena, you were right. I have more to tell you. Wait for my letter. I fold the page, tuck it beneath the chowder lid, and close the gate behind me. Back at Logan Security, a skycap scans my ID. Quick trip? I had to clear my head. My smile is real for the first time in days. He grins. Hope you found what you were looking for. Me too. The return flight to LaGuardia is delayed by thunderstorms rolling up the coast. I settled into row 8, an empty seat beside me. Laptop balanced on a tray. I draft menus for next month's therapy group luncheon. Simple dishes survivors can help prepare. Lemon herb roast chicken, charred broccolini, a cornbread pudding riff on Elena's recipe. The cursor blinks after each bullet point like a heartbeat. Rain streaks the oval window until the runway lights distort into smeared jewels. Turbulence jolts the cabin as we climb, but my hands stay steady on keys. When the seatbelt sign dings off, I open a fresh document titled Letter to E. The first sentence spills out fast, then stalls. I delete, start again, rinse, repeat. 30 minutes later, the draft is longer than most of my recipe headnotes and still feels wrong. The flight attendant announces our descent. Panic nips my heels. Words taste truer when handwritten. I snap the laptop shut and root in my backpack for the moleskin I keep for tasting note sketches. I flip to a blank page, date it, and begin. Elena, I'm writing from 35,000 feet because you always said perspective matters. I lost mine. I let fear make decisions I claimed were logic. You trusted your instincts and they were right. Lives were saved. I only saw the collateral damage to my ego. Ink blots where the pen pauses. I press on. When James died, I promised myself I would never care about someone so much that losing them could level me again. Then you ate burnt panna cotta at my pop-up and still licked the spoon, and it was already too late. I'm drenched in feelings that only answer to your name. Simple as that. Complicated as that. My eyes burn. I blink until letters steady. If you can forgive me, I want to meet you wherever you choose. I will show up on time. Apology in hand. Stove already lit. I understand if you need space, but know this. I am done letting fear call the shots. Yours, Aiden. I sign, date, and close the notebook, letting the ink dry while the plane thumps onto the wet runway. In Queens, the rain has eased to mist. I speed toward Harlem in a cab, notebook pressed to my chest like fragile pastry. At 116th Street, I pay, hop out, splash through puddles. My building's lobby smells of damp concrete and the bodega downstairs is frying empanadas. I ride the elevator to 6, heart echoing in the metal box. Inside the apartment, I spread stationery on the island, thick ivory sheets, navy envelope I bought years ago for a letter to a food critic, but never used. I copy the draft longhand, every loop deliberate. By the time I finish, my wrist aches, but the ache feels deserved. I could email, I could text. Elena deserves more than a screen ping. She deserves something she can hold between gloved fingers at 3 a.m. when the world is burning. But a letter alone feels insufficient. I rummage the pantry for dry yeast, bread flour, and raw honey. The moment I tip flour into the bowl, a familiar hush falls over the apartment. Not silence. Focus. The soothing scoff of metal spoon against glass. I cannot remember the last time I baked for pleasure, not profit. Dough comes together under my knuckles, silky and compliant. I shape it into a round, brush honey water across the top and let it proof near the preheating oven. The scent wafting 20 minutes later is warm, alive, sweet as a promise. While the loaf cools, I fold the letter, slide it into the envelope, seal with wax pressed by James's old bronze chef knife emblem. Then I wrap the bread in a linen towel embroidered with Station 42's logo from last year's fundraiser. It Feels like sending a piece of me and a piece of her tribe in the same parcel. A glance at the clock shows 11:17. FedEx cutoff for next day morning delivery to Atlanta is midnight. Plenty of time if I hustle. Outside, mist thickens to drizzle. I jog 4 blocks to the 24-hour FedEx on Columbus, hood shoved back because I crave the sting on my face. Inside, fluorescent lights buzz. The clerk yawns behind plexiglass. I cradle the package like a newborn while I fill out the slip. "Fragile?" she asks. "Extremely," I answer, softer than intended. She stamps the box, hands me the receipt. "Guaranteed by 10:30 a.m. I thank her, step into the night. Rain has chilled to needles now. I tilt my face up, let the water wash smoke memories from my hair, then walk home with hands in pockets and heart thrumming a hopeful bass line. Back upstairs I shower, but my nerves refuse bed. I brew chamomile, take the mug to the balcony. The city skyline glitters, raindrops blurring neon into impressionist streaks. I picture Elena stepping off an engine at dawn, bunker gear creaking, soot smudging her cheekbones. I imagine a courier intercepting her as she finishes debrief, presenting a box that smells of honey and home. I imagine her reading my words once, then again, thumb drifting across my signature the way water shapes stone. The mental image terrifies and steadies me in the same breath. Phone buzzes. Cousin Max again. "Max, Amelia's attorneys want your testimony moved to Friday. Can you make depositions earlier?" "Great. More legal hoops, less timeline to coordinate with Elena's case." I text back. "Aiden, do it. I have priorities in Atlanta." Max's response is a gif of a chef's kiss. I chuckle, sip tea, let steam fog my glasses. Inside, the oven timer I set earlier for no reason dings exactly at midnight. The sound startles me. I walk back in, shut it off, stare at the glowing control panel. I left it running warm, like a lighthouse so nobody mistakes the door for closed. Elena once said the safest thing about fire is that it warns before it consumes. All you have to do is smell the change in the air. I grab the battered cast iron skillet James gave me our first day at culinary school. Setting it on the stove, I drizzle olive oil, slice garlic, add chilies. The sizzle pops, fragrant. I toss in chickpeas, kale, and a drizzle of lemon. Midnight snack for 1, maybe 2, if a certain firefighter knocks on my door next week. I plate the dish on a chipped porcelain bowl, take a bite standing at the counter. Salt, heat, acid, fat. Everything a body needs to stay alive. Everything a story needs to stay interesting. The apartment clock flips to 12:07. My phone buzzes on the island again. Atlanta area code. I swipe. "Elena?" My voice cracks. Silence at first, then her low, alto, tired, tender. "I just got off shift. Tell me you're awake." "I'm here," I breathe. "I smell bread, even through the phone line." I laugh, relief at tide. "You'll smell it in person soon. Check your desk at the station tomorrow." Her exhale sounds like a smile. "I will. Thank you." I needed to say more than thank you, I add, heart pounding like a jackhammer. "Read the letter, then tell me when I can see you." "I already know when," she whispers. "There's a memorial service Saturday for the warehouse crew we pulled out. The families invited donors and first responders." She pauses, voice soft. "I want you there next to me. I'll book the ticket tonight. Bring cornbread," she teases, voice thick with exhaustion yet laced with warmth. "They love cornbread down here." "Yes, Chief." My chest loosens after what feels like forever. We sit in a comfortable quiet. I listen to the faint station noise behind her, radio chatter, compressed air hissing from a refill station, while she listens to the city traffic below my balcony. "Get some sleep," she murmurs at last. "You too," I say, "on an actual mattress." She snorts. "No promises." After she hangs up, I stare at the darkened phone screen. My reflection shows puffy eyes, stubble, flour on one cheek. Contentment blooms anyway, small but fierce. Hook. Thunder rumbles low beyond the skyline, distant but rolling closer. I step back inside, gather James's skillet, place it to soak. The storm might reach Atlanta by morning. I will be chasing it south with a carry-on, a suit, and the proof that love, like fire, needs oxygen and trust to keep burning, not walls to keep it safe.
Chapter 23. Elena. It's 1:07 a.m. at Station 42 in Atlanta. The call ends, and the tiny green light on my headset winks out, leaving the apparatus bay in a hush so complete I swear I can hear my pulse. Aiden's voice still lingers in my ear, warm as a hand cupped around coffee on a winter sidewalk. I stare at the dark screen for one breath, then two, feeling the weight of what I have just asked and what he has just promised. Saturday, a memorial. My throat closes at the thought of folding chairs lined beneath a tin-roof pavilion, photographs of the warehouse crew propped on easels, loved ones clutching tissues that will be drenched long before the chaplain speaks the final benediction. I see myself in uniform blues, cap tucked under my arm, the Georgia sun a harsh spotlight on every gilt-carved line of my face. But this time, I will not stand alone at the edge of the crowd, hands sweating, listening for judgment in every whispered condolence. Aiden will be there, a 6'2" wall of steady breath and calloused palms, smelling faintly of honey and proof dough, broadcasting silent assurance that I am not the villain tonight's headlines made me out to be. I swallow, heart skittering against my ribs. A soft clatter pulls me back. On the other side of the bay, Rookie Santos is balancing an empty SCBA cylinder on his thigh, trying to thread it into the rack without waking the shift captain. He flashes me an apologetic grin when the metal slips and pings the floor. I lift a hand in silent forgiveness, then tug my turnout coat tighter around my shoulders and head for the watch desk. Rain rattles against the station's roll-up doors, a steady percussion that smooths frayed nerves. The forecast promised thunderstorms sweeping north from the Gulf. I picture the same line of clouds trudging northward toward New York, carrying traces of this moment to whatever apartment window Aiden finally decides to close against the weather. I settle into the creaky chair, flip open the incident log, and pretend to update times, but the pen hovers useless. My mind is already choreographing Saturday. His flight landing, a sedan idling at Hartsfield's curb, the way he will duck into the passenger seat, shoulders too broad for the cramped rental, and how the car will fill with that bright cinnamon citrus soap he favors. How I will grip the wheel to hide the tremor in my fingers. And he will notice anyway, placing his hand over mine at the first red light. Stop, Ramos. 1 hour at a time. The station clock clicks to 1:13. On the wall beside it, a bulletin board lists tomorrow's training schedule and a faded flyer for the annual chili cook-off. Someone has scribbled, "Bring the heat. Spare the toilet" in Sharpie. The joke lands a shaky laugh in my throat. Aiden would win that competition by a mile, even with half his spices confiscated by TSA. Cornbread. My gaze drifts to the kitchenette at the rear of the bay. A flour sack slumps open on the counter, abandoned after the shift-made late-night pancake batter. The idea blooms bright and impossible. Bake now, while the rigs rest and the grief is fresh enough to season the batter. Warm, honey-slick squares for the morning briefing. Proof that comfort can rise from chaos. He would approve. He would tease me for wrecking his oven mitt technique, then kiss the burn cream onto my knuckles. I stand, stretching sore shoulders, and cross to the kitchenette. The fluorescent light hums, pale and unforgiving, revealing smudges of soot I missed at shower time. I rinse my hands, dig a mixing bowl from the drying rack, and gather ingredients with the methodical calm that only cooking grants. Flour, coarse cornmeal, baking powder, pinch of sugar, melted butter, splash of buttermilk swiped from the crew fridge, honey trickling slow and amber. I stir, fold, pour. The station's little convection oven preheats with a metallic pop. Its capacity is laughable compared with Aiden's commercial range, but small gifts count. While the batter settles, I fish my phone from my pocket. New text from Nora. Nora. Mama says she dreamed you were dancing in the rain. She's lighting a candle until you call. I smile, type back. Elena, tell her candle duty ends at dawn. Love you. The phone chimes again. This time a shipping notification from FedEx. Priority overnight label. Created by A. Shaw. Estimated arrival, 10:07 a.m. My pulse does a queer little skip. He wasted no time. Somewhere in New York, a box now carries the weight of his handwritten confession and the scent of fresh bread. The thought nudges behind my eyes, tender and aching. The timer dings. I slide the pan onto a cooling rack, steam billowing. The smell is heaven. Sweet corn and browned butter, a note of caramel where the sugar kissed the cast iron. I tear a corner free, hiss when it scorches my fingertips, blow taste. Perfect. Almost. Needs a drizzle of that peach bourbon honey we got as a thank you gift from Engine 36 last month. I fetch the jar, spoon a glossy ribbon across the loaf, watch it soak the golden crumb. My chest loosens, some inner torsion unwinding thread by thread. This is what Aiden does. He makes broken things edible again. Maybe tomorrow the crew will taste hope between bites and never know the recipe started with longing. Thunder booms just above the roofline, rattling the fluorescent bulbs. The power flickers, snaps back. Rain pounds the tin exhaust vents so hard, it sounds like applause. I glance toward the apparatus bay doors. Beyond them, the city lies slick and luminous, traffic signals bleeding red and green across puddled asphalt. Somewhere out there, families of the warehouse crew are awake at kitchen tables, practicing speeches, framing photographs for easels. They will stand beneath the pavilion on Saturday and search the crowd for faces that understand. I will give them mine, and at my side, a man who chooses compassion over comfort will offer his. The storm surges, then softens to a steady hiss. I cover the cornbread, label it group briefing. Hands off until 0700 and tuck it onto the highest shelf. My bunk beckons, but the bay floor feels right tonight. I roll a fresh blanket near ladder 2's front tire, lie down, let diesel and honey mingle in my lungs. The rig's chrome reflects a skewed version of me. Lashes clumped, curls frizzed, but eyes bright, watchful, alive. I whisper into the spacious dark. Hold the plane, Aiden. The fire might be big, but we're bigger. The storm answers with the distant thunder, and I let the sound rock me toward uneasy dreams of memorial hymns and bread still warm in a stranger's hand. Dreams where love, like flame, refuses to stay contained. I wake before the station alarm because something sweet hovers at the edge of my dreams, equal parts honey and warm yeast. For a moment, I think I am back in Aiden's Harlem kitchen with the dawn slanting over his countertops. But the concrete ceiling above my bunk reminds me I am still in Atlanta, still on 72-hour shift, and still trying to forget the way his voice cracked when he promised to stand beside me at tomorrow's memorial. My back protests as I roll to my feet. The bay is shadow quiet except for the low hum of the air compressor and the distant patter of rain against the roof vents. A glance at the wall clock sets the scene, 4:18. Too late to count as night, too early to count as day. Insomnia's no man's land. I pad toward the locker corridor, rubbing grit from my eyes. The gear oil smell is stronger here. Woven with soap and last night's cornbread crumbs, the rookies devoured before morning briefing. My locker door sticks on the first tug, the hinge corroded from a decade of humidity. When it gives, something pale and rectangular flutters from the top shelf, landing at my feet with a soft slap. My pulse bumps, then gallops. A navy envelope lies on the linoleum, fat and elegant, sealed with a flattened glob of bronze wax pressed by the raised imprint of a chef's knife. My initials loop beneath the stamp in bold pen strokes, no mistaking the handwriting. Elena. I crouch, fingers tingling, and slide the envelope free of rain-spotted boot prints. The flap peels open with a faint crackle. Inside rests a folded letter on thick ivory paper and a smaller, folded recipe card that smells like rosemary, lemon zest, and the ghost of Maiden's favorite bergamot tea. Someone cleared his priority overnight package into my locker after I went to check hydrant maps, probably Reed, pretending he did not notice how my hand shook whenever the FedEx van rolled past the bay. I pressed the flap closed, then hugged the envelope to my chest, glancing up and down the empty corridor. Bunks beyond the wall are packed with snoring firefighters. The watch desk is unmanned until 5. Privacy now or never. The ready room couch sags where springs died years ago, but it is the only spot with a lamp dim enough to feel like confessional lighting. I lower myself onto cracked vinyl, tuck my legs beneath me, and unfold the letter. Elena, I am writing from 35,000 feet because you always said perspective matters. His ink swoops and dips, equal parts chef's precision and artist's rash confidence. I read each word slowly through the sentences ache to gallop, and by the 3rd paragraph, I am no longer in the watchroom. Memory pulls me sideways into a string of vignettes, each bright as kitchen steel. First flashback, a burnt panna cotta, and a crooked smile at a charity tasting no one believed in. I sampled his dessert because every other chef offered flashy liquid nitrogen stunts, while he stood with a tray of simple glass jars, cheeks flushed from the heat lamp behind him. The panna cotta broke on the way to service, its top scorched amber instead of creamy white. He grimaced, warned me it tasted like campfire. I tasted anyway, and the singed sugar reminded me of the brown edges on leche flan back home. I told him it felt like a rescue in a spoon. His laughter rumbled like the first warm day in spring. I pressed the letter to my lips, sniffed the faint cologne embedded in the fibers, and dived back into his script. I looked at faulty wiring schematics yesterday and thought of the way you trace char lines on burned joists, reading danger like Braille. You make me want to see past numbers into living bodies who will sleep beneath those beams. Second flashback, group therapy. Week 3 of the shared trauma group. He arrived late, smelling of thyme and wood smoke, apron strap marks still pressed into his neck. Greg asked us to share the moment we last felt safe. My tongue stalled. Aiden cleared his throat and said, "Safe is the second before a sauce breaks. You think you have ruined everything, but it can still pull together if you move gently." He glanced at me when he said, "Move gently." My heartbeat synchronized to the dripping faucet at the far margin of the circle. Third flashback, balcony pancakes. We spent a Saturday morning flipping blueberry pancakes on his 2-burner camp stove because his main range was torn apart for maintenance. I remember standing barefoot on cold concrete, Harlem skyline glowing, syrup pooling on chipped plates, powdered sugar dusting my curls until I looked like a snow globe. He swiped sugar from my cheek, tasted it, and said, "Perfect ratio of sweet to stubborn." We never made it back into the apartment. The city could have burned around us. My eyes blur. I swipe tears with the cuff of my sweatshirt so they do not blot the ink. I sign papers, trusting a system that lets you down. You challenged that trust and, by extension, me. I lashed out because courageous women scare the fear out of me, and fear is familiar. I want to be worthy of how fiercely you live. Fourth flashback, stairwell argument. 2 nights ago, under flickering fluorescent light. My anger, his hurt. The way he spoke, you torched my reputation, and I snapped back with code violations and charred memories of friends who died for cheap insulation. That fight is still a bruise. Yet beneath it, I tasted how close rage sits to love. Lovers fight hardest because the stakes are heavier than their own hearts. Fifth flashback, potluck cornbread. Last night's potluck feels like a lifetime already. He slid a wild card across the Uno deck with a sly smile, sacrificed his own victory so I could win 1 round after a week of televised defeats. He never said the words, "I'm on your side," but they rose in the steam that curled off plantain chips and baked ziti. My chest tightens. I fold the letter closed and hug it to my sternum. Air shifts behind me. The watch captain crosses from the coffee pot to the dispatch screen, mumbling about incoming storms, but he leaves me alone on the couch. The recipe card begs attention. I flip it open. Cornbread pudding for brave hearts. 1 skillet day-old cornbread, cubed. 2 cups whole milk, 3 eggs, beaten. 1 cup blueberries. Zest of 1 Meyer lemon. Whisk, soak, bake at 350 until gold. Share warm, no apologies for crumbs. My laugh escapes before I can smother it, soft but alive. He took my cornbread, upcycled it into comfort I did not know I needed. Typical. I slip both pages back into the envelope, trace the wax seal with my thumb. The ready room clock taps toward 5. Sunrise remains an hour away. Sleep is pointless now. I tuck the envelope into the inner pocket of my turnout coat and head for the bay. The rain has stopped. Leaving asphalt that glints under sodium lights, I kill the urge to pace by pulling the station's ancient rowing machine into the open doorway. 10 minutes of pulls usually quiet my mind. Tonight, each stroke whips up more questions. Could I really let him stand beside me tomorrow under the weight of grieving eyes and news cameras? Could I stand without him? We have earned bruises on each other's egos, but healing has begun in small ways. A phone call, a loaf of bread, this letter that lays his fears bare on handmade paper. I list pros and cons in my head. Pros. He owned his mistakes without prompting. He flies across states before dawn, just to hold my hand in front of people who may still hate us both. He bakes hope into everything. Cons. My career still hangs on a tribunal. If lawyers spin this romance as collusion, both our testimonies could burn. I am terrified of losing someone brave again. Fear sits heavier than any bunker gear, yet it is also paper thin. One spark of trust could punch right through it. The rowing machine beeps at the interval end. Sweat slicks my hairline. I wipe my face on my sleeve and catch sight of Reed looming beside engine 2, coffee in hand. "Are you rowing away demons or rowing back to them?" he asks. "Depends which direction fear swims," I say, breathless. He takes a sip. Eyes slide to the envelope peeking from my coat. "Package from New York?" "Special delivery?" My voice softens despite me. He nods, understanding more than he says. "Whatever's inside, let it help, not haunt. The city needs you sharp tomorrow." He means the memorial. He also means the everyday fires that do not care about grief schedules. I clear the machine to the corner and haul the hose crate to the rig, checking couplings for rust, a task that requires hands more than mind. Giving my thoughts space to settle. Shift passes in mechanical blur. Morning inspection at 8. Interdepartment meeting at 10. A single vehicle fire at the edge of downtown just after lunch. The sky cycles through bruised clouds and sun that feels too intense for April. The letter remains tucked inside my coat, a heartbeat against my ribs. By supper, I manage 2 bites of chili before my stomach rolls over the edge of adrenaline fatigue. Coworkers trickle to their bunks one by one. I volunteer for a night watch, craving solitude. Midnight finds me pacing the mezzanine outside the dorms, the city a quilt of gold squares through the high windows. I retrieve the letter again, unfold, read a 3rd time, forcing myself to inhabit each line. When James died, I made a quiet vow to never care about someone so much that losing them could level me again. I'm drenched in feelings that only answer to your name. Simple as that. Complicated as that. If you can forgive me, meet me. I will show up on time, apology in hand, stove already lit. My pulse races so hard I can see it thrum at my wrist. I close the letter, slide down the wall, until I am seated on cold concrete, knees tucked. Forgiveness. I shape the word aloud. It echoes faintly. Firefighters teach rookies that hot smoke will find any crack to vent through. Sealing up a burning structure kills from the inside. I have sealed my heart under the banner of self-protection. Maybe it is time to crack a vent. Decision trickles through me like warmth after a shot of good rum. I pull out my phone. The lock screen shows the last photo Aiden texted. His cast iron skillet soaking in a sudsy sink, thunderclouds reflected in the window above. I unlock, open the message thread, thumb hovering. Before courage evaporates, I type, Elena, letter received. Tomorrow I will stand beside you. Blue dress uniform, red socks, brave heart, no running. The typing bubble appears instantly, then vanishes. Appears again. Aiden. I will bring cornbread pudding and industrial strength handkerchiefs, no running. My lungs expand like bellows. I send one more text. Elena, sleep now, chef. We have families to honor at dawn. Aiden, sleeping, but only if you promise the same. I snap the phone silent, tuck it into my boot. The envelope goes back into my coat pocket, right over my heart. I push off the floor, stretch, and head for the bay. Engines gleam under floodlights, metal skins reflecting the faintest hint of my smile. Rain taps lightly on the overhead door, gentle now, almost grateful. A low rumble of thunder disturbs the quiet. Not a threat this time, more like a drum roll announcing change. I reach for the remote panel, crack the door 6 inches, and let the night air rush over me. It smells of wet asphalt, magnolia blooms opening after the storm, and distant bakery yeast carried on a northern wind. If I breathe deeply enough, I swear I can taste cornbread pudding drifting down the interstate. My radio chirps with the soft pre-tone of an incoming call. It is dispatch, voice tight with alarm. A structure fire has broken out at an abandoned textile mill 3 blocks from tomorrow's Memorial Pavilion, flames licking at rafters older than my grandmother. I slap the overhead door control, grab my helmet, and swing onto the rig as Engine 2 roars to life. The letter beats against my heart pocket with each step, a reminder that sometimes love and ash share the same air, and the only way through is forward into the heat. The bay doors shudder upward, swallowing what's left of the night. Rain-polished asphalt flashes under the floodlights, and Engine 2 lurches forward with a snarl that vibrates through my boots. I swing into the jump seat, tug my helmet down, and slam the door. The letter from Aiden thumps against my ribs, steady, insistent, inside my turnout coat. Textile mill on Decatur and Grant. Reed calls from the front cab. Reports of squatters trapped on the 2nd floor. My gut nods. That mill sits 3 blocks from tomorrow's Memorial Pavilion. The irony burns harder than any backdraft. We may be fighting fire in the very shadow of our grief ceremony. Siren wail slices the air. As we rocket through empty intersections, thunder rumbles overhead, echoing off boarded-up storefronts. The neighborhood was once a humming warehouse district until Van Allen Development bought half the block, promising luxury lofts that never materialized. Instead, inspection citations piled up and 3 accidental blazes followed, all ruled equipment malfunctions. My jaw tightens. Tonight feels like deja vu at the blowtorch scale. The rig breaks hard. Flames lick out broken windows 2 stories up, painting rusted fire escapes blood orange. A handful of bystanders wave frantically near a graffiti-tagged loading dock. I jump down, air tasting of wet concrete and creosote. A teenage girl sprints forward, smoke streaking her cheeks. My brother and his friend went inside looking for scrap metal. She sobs. They never came out. I squeeze her shoulder. We'll get them. Santos drags a charged line tool toward the front entrance while I follow Reed through a side door, thermal camera raised. Inside, the heat is oppressive. Old cotton fibers soaked in machine oil burn dirty and fast, Charred pallets collapse in sparks across the floorboards. "Sound search!" I shout. "Call out if you hear us." A faint cough answers from somewhere above. Stairs at the far wall sag under our weight, but hold. Second floor hallway, warped planks, fire racing the ceiling joists overhead. My camera paints two white-hot human shapes huddled behind a stack of broken looms. "Fire department, keep low." I crawl, mask scraping splinters, and reach a boy no older than 12 clutching his friend's sleeve. Their faces are ghost pale behind grime. "Follow my light," I say, voice muffled by SCBA. The taller kid helps lift the smaller one, who limps on a twisted ankle. We retrace our path, but halfway back a ceiling beam crashes, splitting the hallway. Heat roars up, cutting off retreat to the stairs. "Alternate exit," Reed barks through radio static. He sweeps the camera left, then freezes. "Elena, North Catwalk." We heard the kids through smoke so thick it feels solid. My pulse hammers. At the window, iron bars have rusted to lace. I shoulder my Halligan against a weak seam. 1, 2, steel gives with a shriek. Fresh rain-sweet air floods in. I lower each kid onto the fire escape landing. Santos appears below with the hose team, nozzle arcing, buying us seconds. The younger boy reaches safety, but as I swing onto the ladder, a blast of heat rolls out, slamming me back. My foot slips, shin scrapes metal. Pain flares white. I shove past it and climb down one rung and another. Something catches my eye in the alley beyond the engine lights. A dark SUV idling, reverse lights glowing. A tall figure drags a duffel toward the open trunk, rich wool overcoat despite the rain, silver hair catching flame glow. Van Allen. He hurls the bag inside, yanks out a phone. Over the roar of pumps, I still hear his hissed order. "Finish it." Everything linked to those failed permits burns tonight. My lungs seize, not from smoke, but fury. There it is, the connection threading every suspicious blaze across the redevelopment corridor, each one wiping evidence of shoddy work before inspectors could revisit. "Ramos, move!" Reed's shout snaps me back. A timber explodes overhead. I drop the last 4 feet, landing hard on my bad shin. Pain knifes up to my hip. I stagger, catch myself on the railing. The kid with the twisted ankle sobs into Santos's turnout coat. Medics rush them toward the waiting ambulance. I turn toward the alley, SUV fishtailing, tires spitting water. As Van Allen vanishes into the night. "Captain," I rasp through my mask mic. Suspect fleeing east in a black Cadillac, Georgia plates. Van Allen himself, he torch cleaned his own property. "Copy, I'll flag PD." Reed answers, voice deadly calm. "Get checked out?" Adrenaline ebbs. Injury screams louder. Blood trickles into my boot. Paramedic hands guide me onto the bumper of Rescue 1. They cut the pant leg away. Deep gash, no fracture. Bandage tightens. I grit teeth. The letter presses against my ribs, warm and reassuring. Flames finally submit under a torrent of foam. Dawn creeps gray over the skyline, illuminating a mill, now half skeleton, half steam. Fire investigators arrive. Cameras flashing, snapping shots of melted electrical conduits. Early proof of deliberate sabotage. I point them toward the alley, recount Van Allen's words while they jot frantic notes. Sirens recede, replaced by distant church bells marking 6 o'clock. In 24 hours, families will gather for a memorial 3 blocks west, unaware their grief nearly gained new names tonight. My hands tremble as I sign the injury log, but my voice steadies when a detective asks if I'll testify. "I was there," I say. "I heard him. And I've got a whole neighborhood of patterns to back it up." The medic smears antibiotics over the cut. I hiss, then glance at the letter's corner peeking from my coat pocket. Edges singed but intact. Aiden's handwriting is still legible. Love's proof stands up to heat after all. I text him one-handed. "Elena, I'm hurt, but okay." Found the matchstick man. We'll talk when you land. 3 dots appear, disappear, return. Aiden. On my way, ASAP, a tired laugh escapes me. No running, not anymore. I look back at the smoldering heap of Van Allen's failure, see the first investigator's string caution tape, and know exactly what I'll tell the tribunal. Ashes don't lie, and neither will I. The siren shrieks overhead, a shrill harmony to the ache throbbing down my shin and the raw scrape of smoke in my throat. Fluorescent ceiling panels flick past in juddering rows as the stretcher glides into the back of Medic 6. Rain drums a frantic rhythm against the doors. Captain Reed's face blurs at the edge of my vision, then vanishes behind swinging steel. BP 90/60, the paramedic calls, pressing a cuff around my arm. O2 at 92 after nebulizer. I nod to show I hear her, though the world has narrowed to the hum of the diesel engine and the rise and fall wheeze of the portable ventilator beside my head. She straps an oxygen mask over my mouth, the plastic cool and oddly comforting. With every inhale, the sharp chemical tang of fire recedes a little more, replaced by sterile hospital air that smells like new beginnings. My gaze drifts to my turnout coat, folded beneath my knees. The navy envelope with Aiden's letter peeks from the inside pocket. Wax seal cracked, edges faintly singed but words intact. My fingers itch to touch it, but the IV line taped to my hand tugs when I move. I settle for letting the letter's weight press against my calf, a reminder of promises still warm. A second medic leans over to cut away the rest of my ruined pant leg. Lucky slice, he mutters. 1/4 inch deeper and we'd be talking bone plating. Lucky, I echo, voice muffled by the mask. Lucky feels foreign. For months I have woken with Malik Carter's name lodged in my chest like shrapnel. The rookie I pulled from a 3-alarm on Edgewood, the one who died of complications a week later. I replayed the scene night after night, certain a faster ventilation cut or a different nozzle angle would have spared him. Grief turned to guilt, guilt to self-punishment. Sleepless nights, sleeping on bay floors because mattresses reminded me of hospital beds that failed him, pushing Aiden away because joy felt stolen. Tonight, cuffed to a gurney, pain singing up my leg, I scan my heart for that familiar shard and find only tenderness. Still sorrow, but no dagger edge. Malik's face surfaces in memory, calm and steady, just as he looked during rookie orientation while reciting the creed. I whisper it now, quiet so the medics will not hear. I will never quit. I will never leave a fellow human behind. I did not leave him. The smoke gods did. My lungs expand as the truth settles. Pain at 6, the medic prompts, sliding a slim syringe into my IV port. 4, I correct. The number surprises me, not because the gash hurts less, but because the weight of guilt is gone, lifting everything else. We lurch around a corner, tires sloshing through puddles. Atlanta Medical rises ahead, windows bright against storm-soaked sky. Inside that maze of antiseptic corridors is an ER bay where I will wait for stitches and x-rays. I picture Aiden storming through automatic doors before dawn. Bread pudding balanced atop a takeout tray. Cornbread crumbs on his jacket because he sampled the batch for courage. The image sends warmth skating through my veins, mingling with the medication. My heart doesn't flutter or panic. It settles, recognizes home. The paramedic tightens the strap across my hips as the rig breaks at the ambulance bay. "Someone special you need us to call?" she asks. I turn my head, pulse steady for the first time all night. "He's already on a plane." My lips curve beneath the mask. "Just make sure he can find me." Doors burst open, rain-spattered air washing over us. They wheel me down a tunnel of humming lights. Each passing bulb feels like a checkpoint in a race I thought I was losing. But maybe I was always headed here, toward a place where Malik's memory rests in peace and Aiden's name echoes without fear. As we roll into the trauma bay, I lift the oxygen mask enough to whisper one promise to the ceiling tiles. "I'm ready." A shadow crosses the curtain, a nurse announcing that the waiting area has just received a visitor carrying a cast iron skillet wrapped in a linen fire station towel. My pulse leaps, sure-footed now, because even across smoky miles my heart knows the sound of Aiden Shaw arriving.
Chapter 24. Aiden. I sprint through the sliding doors of Atlanta Medical like my shoes are on fire, the cast iron skillet clutched so tight my fingers throb. A nurse at the podium startles when she sees the towel-wrapped pan and the flour still smudged on the cuff of my blazer. It looks as though I've fled a midnight brunch. I try to steady my voice, but desperation ricochets off every syllable. I'm here for Elena Ramos. Firefighter, arrived 20 minutes ago, leg laceration, smoke inhalation. I rattle off her birth date, badge number, blood type, as if cramming facts into the air will manifest her whole and laughing in front of me. The nurse's brows rise, equal parts concern and amusement. She gestures toward a bank of waiting room chairs serenaded by a flickering television, but before she can speak, a younger nurse pushes through the curtain at triage. Visitor for Ramos? She looks from my flour-dusted elbow to the skillet. You must be Chef Shaw. She warned us you'd bring contraband carbs. I nod so hard my cap nearly flies off, relief punching a hole straight through my sternum. How bad is she? Stitches, smoke, cracked pride. She's grumbling about missing morning roll calls and obsessing over a warehouse arson case, so prognosis is excellent. The nurse eyes the towel-swaddled pan. Food can't go past the door. Hospital rules. I grip the handle tighter. It's cornbread pudding for brave hearts. Doctor's orders. My voice cracks on the half-joke. Cornbread pudding feels like hope incarnate, and I need her to taste it. The nurse reads the ache in my expression, then winks. 5 minutes, but if the Joint Commission pops in, it's your funeral. She moves me forward. The hallway smells of antiseptic and cafeteria coffee. Fluorescent lights buzz overhead, reflecting in pale green linoleum, each rectangle an accusation that I took too long. The letter I wrote yesterday rides in my pocket, edges crumpled from clutching it during the flight and cab ride. I told myself I would hand it to her before anything else, but life rerouted me to a fire scene on the way from Hartsfield, where flames painted the sky the color of my guilt. By the time I reached the hospital, the fire was out, and so was my composure. Room 23 sits halfway down the corridor, curtains drawn. I pause, gather the skillet against my chest like a shield, whisper a quick prayer to every culinary saint I know, and push through. Elena sits propped against snow-white pillows, one leg elevated and wrapped from knee to ankle. Her curls sprawl across the pillow like storm clouds in repose. An oxygen cannula perches just inside her nostrils, the tubing tethering her to a portable tank that puffs with each breath. She's still in turnout undershirt, soot fingerprints smudged along her jaw. Her eyes lift, and the glimmer there knocks the wind out of me. You came, she whispers, voice hoarse but unbroken. My pulse steadily finds a rhythm that's been missing since yesterday. Traffic was hell. I lift the pan. But I bribed every TSA agent in the Southeast with cornbread crumbs. She laughs, then winces when the motion tugs the stitches in her shin. I cross the room in 2 strides, set the skillet on the shiny bedside tray, and take her hand, lightly because every inch of her feels fragile and blazing at once. Are you in pain? 3 on the firefighter scale. She nods toward the bandage. 12 stitches, no tendon cut. Smoke in my lungs kept me up overnight, but the doctor says I'm stubborn enough to heal. Gratitude shakes my bones. I lean my forehead gently to her knuckles, inhaling the smoke and antiseptic and honey still clinging to her skin. When I raise my head, she's watching me with that half-amused, half-devout expression she once reserved for sunrise over Harlem rooftops. You're safe, I say, needing the words anchored in the air. That's all I care about. A soft knock at the door interrupts. Dr. Pattison, a silver-haired ER physician, steps in with a chart in hand. Ms. Ramos, your vitals look solid. We'll run a final chest x-ray at noon, and if the readings stay clear, discharge tonight. He turns to me. Whoever you are, you just bought yourself the title of most anxious visitor. I saw you pacing the nurse's station like a caged sous chef. Guilty, I admit. Is she truly out of danger? Provided she crutches instead of sprints for 72 hours and avoids smoke for a week. He raises an eyebrow at Elena, who salutes with ironic flair. Satisfied, he signs her chart and exits. Silence floods back, warm as broth. I slide the bedside tray closer, unveil the skillet. Golden cubes of cornbread bob in lemon zest custard, blueberries bleeding twilight swirls across the crust. Hospital air instantly smells like breakfast at the end of the world. I would have garnished with fresh mint, I confess, but I figured you'd forgive half measures. Her eyes glisten. It's perfect. She breaks a corner with the plastic spoon from her lunch tray, closes her eyes at first bite. I watch, studious as any maitre d', until she licks a stray blueberry off her lip and sighs. The sound is sunlight after days of rain. Santos called, she says between spoonfuls. The warehouse fire is officially arson. Investigators found an empty diesel canister in a locked electrical room. My jaw tightens. Van Allen's doing... Elena nods, shoulders tense. I saw him dump a duffel in his trunk before the building flashed over. He told someone on the phone to finish wiping the failures. The pattern lines up with every property his partnership abandoned when investors pulled out. Rage sparks behind my ribs. I pull my phone, scroll to my attorney's number. We have paperwork ready to file racketeering claims once we tie his shell companies to bribed inspectors. Your testimony adds gasoline. I pause, meet her eyes. But only if you're up to it. Saving lives doesn't stop because I'm on crutches, she says. I'll testify. The tribunal, the press, Santa's naughty list, wherever. I grin, thumb hovering over the call button. You focus on breathing exercises and not sprinting. I'll handle the legal firestorm. You always did like complicated recipes. She leans back, napkin pressed to her mouth, then drops her gaze, suddenly shy. Thank you for coming. I knew you would, but seeing you, my heart recognized you faster than my head. My chest expands, making room for a hope too large to contain. I tuck a lock of hair behind her ear, my fingertips grazing soot and silk. I read once that hearts keep their own time zone. Then mine's already tomorrow morning, she murmurs, because every beat is racing toward what's next. I swallow the lump forming. What's next is you home, feet up, coaching me through a firehouse chili recipe while we prep for a courtroom showdown. Her smile widens. And after? After, I echo, feeling the word ignite along my spine. I want to wake beside you without counting the hours until the next emergency. I want pancakes on a balcony that isn't partially condemned. And maybe, someday, a kitchen where every drawer fits your spatulas and my spice jars. She exhales, eyes shimmering. Slow burn, chef. I don't need a blueprint tonight. Just promise we'll keep building. I nod, sealing the promise with the brush of my lips across her knuckles. Brick by brick, Ellie. My phone buzzes. Max, my cousin, and lead counsel. I answer on speaker so she can hear. Max, you're living with both future star witnesses. I start. Elena, you okay? Max's Boston accent barrels through tiny speakers. Surviving, she replies. Ready to roast a corrupt developer. That's my girl, Max says. Listen, Aiden, I filed the injunction to freeze Van Allen's assets tied to the inspection fraud. Judge McCoy set a hearing for 9 a.m. Monday. That's 84 hours, I calculate. Plenty of time to gather sworn statements from the fire investigators and Elena's first-hand account, Max continues. But the press is circling. We go public, we own the narrative, or Van Allen spins it. I glance at Elena. Her eyes harden with resolve that could weld steel. We go public, she says. Max exhales. Good. I'll draft the press release once I have Elena's audio deposition. He pauses. And cousin, Mom says if you missed her birthday while chasing a firefighter across state lines, you owe her a soufflé. I laughed for the first time today, chest cracking open wider. Tell Auntie Carla I'll whip her a soufflé that floats. The line clicks off. I slide the phone away and meet Elena's gaze. Ready to talk to Max on record? Always. She wiggles a spoon at the skillet, but after another bite. We finish half the pan, illegal carbs be damned, while recording a detailed statement. She narrates every observation from the alley. Van Allen's coat dark with rain, the brand of cell phone, the direction his SUV fled. Her voice quavers only when describing the boys she guided to safety. I squeeze her hand each time fear flickers, grounding her the way she's grounded me in boiling kitchens and silent therapy circles. When we wrap, her eyelids droop. The monitors tick in steady green arcs. I lower the bed slightly, adjust her blanket, and settle in the bedside chair. She looks at me through thick lashes. You should sleep before the memorial, she whispers. Only if you do first, I counter. She chuckles, then winces at the tug in her ribs. I dim the lights, leaving only the soft blue glow of the vitals monitor. Outside the window, dawn paints the horizon seashell pink. Shift change thrums through the hallway. Her breathing evens, lashes fluttering closed. I hold her hand, thumb brushing the pulse at her wrist, a quiet metronome of possibility. The skillet sits empty on the tray, custard scraped clean, proof that small sweetness can survive even hospital fluorescence and long nights. I should call Max again, answer texts from my restaurant staff, draft talking points for the press. Instead, I watch Elena sleep, cataloging every freckle, every soot shadow I'll wash away with warm cloth and gentler hands. Words from my letter echo. I'm drenched in feelings that only answer to your name. Simple as that. Complicated as that. I meant each syllable. Now they settle over this room like a quilt, tucking us both in. The intercom crackles, announcing a code blue in another wing. Nurses rush past. I tighten my grip around Elena's fingers, protective instincts roaring awake. But her vitals remain steady, breaths deep and unhurried. She's alive, healing, and soon will stand shoulder to shoulder before grieving families, before cameras, before the judge who will decide if truth carries as much weight as greed. I lean back, close my eyes, let the rhythmic whoosh of the oxygen tank lull me. The last image before sleep claims me is Elena's hand curled in mine, our fingers overlapping like interlocking tines of a tuning fork finally settling on the same note. My phone buzzes again before I can steady my breathing. Another message from Max pops up on the lock screen. Max, hearing set for tomorrow at 8. Judge wants all parties present before granting any continuance. Van Allen petitioned to appear remotely. We objected. Bring Elena's statement and the investigators. I swiped to silent mode, careful not to jolt Elena's hand in mine. Her fingers remain lax but warm, pulse steady beneath the light pressure of my thumb. Outside the window, dawn has pushed the sky to palest blue, streaked with thin clouds glowing rose at their edges. A nurse wheels a vitals cart past the doorway and veers off toward another room, heels clicking. All around us, the hospital shakes off the night shift. I type a reply while Elena sleeps. Aiden, I can be downtown by noon for prep. Elena is still recovering, but determined to testify. If the judge insists on in-person, I'll get her there. Max's typing bubbles appear immediately. Max, she needs medical clearance. Judge won't risk contempt charges over duty injury. Have her doctor fax a statement of fitness. He adds a link to the court order, then almost as an afterthought. Also tell her I said thank you. Her eyewitness puts the nail in Van Allen's coffin. I exhale and tuck the phone in my blazer pocket. Asphalt-colored adrenaline churns beneath my ribs. A settlement is a silent plea for mercy, but it is also a chess move. Van Allen will offer money to keep us quiet, to bury evidence and testimonies before the public sees the rot. Elena deserves justice more than hush money zeros. These fires claimed property, nearly claimed lives and left her scarred, body and soul. I glance at the skillet on the tray. Half the pudding survived the night. The custard has set firmer, blueberries glossy like half-frosted sapphires. It looks strangely like a miniature battlefield, crumbs scattered across the surface like troops regrouping. The metaphor is not lost on me. I pull the linen towel over the pan, preserving warmth for later. Elena shifts, lashes fluttering. She inhales sharply, coughs lightly, then settles again. I smooth a curl from her cheek, the pad of my thumb catching on a speck of soot I missed earlier. Even sleeping, her face holds resolve, a quiet determination carved by years of running toward flames instead of away from them. I ease my hand from hers, stand, stretch the knots from my shoulders. The chair has imprinted its metal ridges into my spine. I paced a crowded airplane aisle half the night. This morning I feel equal parts weightless and wired. My phone buzzes again, this time an unknown Atlanta number. I answer in a whisper. Aiden Shaw! Chef, this is Detective Rivera, Arson Task Force. Your attorney gave me this number. I understand your partner witnessed Van Allen at the textile fire. That's correct, I say, voice low. I step into the corridor, curtains swishing behind me, but keep Elena in sight through the narrow opening. We've recorded a detailed deposition. The fire investigators recovered a diesel container and ignition device. Elena heard Van Allen ordering the destruction of evidence. Rivera exhales, a short whistle. We're filing charges as soon as forensics confirms. Can you bring her to headquarters for a lineup tomorrow? She's on crutches and oxygen, I say. But if the doctors release her, I'll drive her myself. Much appreciated. Rivera pauses. One more thing. News broke about the emergency motion. Reporters know your name and hers. You might want hospital security at the door. My pulse thuds. Thank you, I'll handle it. I click off, slide the phone into my pocket, and turn toward the nurse's station. A petite nurse with a clipboard scrolls through electronic orders. Her badge reads Allison. Morning, Chef, she greets with a smile. You look like you could use caffeine IV. Caffeine later. Right now I need a favor. I nod toward Elena's room. Can we post security or at least limit visitor access? She's a key witness in an arson case. Media may swarm. Allison's expression shifts from warm to professional steel. I'll add a no-press flag on her chart and call security. They'll station an officer near the elevators. She eyes the skillet. Comfort food bribes are welcome, but we screen everyone. I thank her, dip back inside. Elena's eyes are open now, drowsy but alert. She tracks me from curtain to bedside. You pace louder than a fire truck, she rasps, adjusting the cannula. I grin. Years of hardwood kitchen floors. Sorry. What's wrong? She studies my face. You got your I just heard bad news jaw. It might be good news. I sit, take her hand again. Van Allen's lawyers begged the court for settlement talks. Judge scheduled a hearing tomorrow morning. We need your doctor to sign medical clearance. I pause. Detective Rivera wants you at arson headquarters for a lineup and sworn testimony. I told him we'd try. Her eyes sharpen with purpose. If I can climb a 30-foot ladder on 2 rolled ankles, I can hobble into a courtroom. A laugh bursts from me before I can temper it. Joy in the storm always sounds like Elena. I figured you'd say that. She sobs. Aiden, if they settle, we might not expose the full scope of the fraud. Settlement money helps victims, but it doesn't fix the system. I squeeze her fingers. We decide together. Take the money and use it to rebuild, or push for trial and risk drawn-out hearings. Either way, your safety comes first. Her shoulders relax, but her gaze drifts toward the window, where sunrise highlights the gauze clouds. For months, guilt made every decision for me. But last night on that gurney, I realized guilt is just fear wearing a hero's cape. I want justice, not vengeance, and definitely not silence. That makes 2 of us. I brush my thumb over her knuckles. The click of her IV pump fills the hush between heartbeats. She shifts, pain flickering across her brow. I adjusted the blanket, careful of her leg. "We have a busy day," I say. "Max will bring signed affidavits." The city inspectors who forged my signature already agreed to testify. We add your audio deposition and the arson team's evidence. Then we tell Van Allen to keep his money. She tilts her head. "Detective Rivera called 10 minutes ago." I stand, roll the bedside table closer. "He warned the press is circling." I nod toward the skillet. "Breakfast fuel before the flashbulbs?" She grins. "Only if you eat half." I grab 2 spoons from my pocket, pilfered from the nurse's break room. She laughs at my preparedness, taps her spoon to mine like a toast. We dig in, sharing the last warm bites. Sugar and lemon dance on my tongue. She chews slowly, savoring each morsel. Her eyes gleam. "If I survive this hearing without passing out, promise me we'll cook a celebratory dinner. Ugh, something outrageous." Outrageous? I pretend to ponder. Mashup of New York deli classics and Atlanta soul food. Pastrami collard greens on rye croutons. She snorts. "Your menu board will implode. Implosion is half the fun." Her laughter subsides. She reaches gently for my lapel, fingers tracing flour still clinging to the fabric. "Thank you. For the bread. For finding me. For believing." "I never stopped," I murmured, even when I was too angry to admit it. Her hand slides to my cheek, palm warm despite the hospital chill. The monitor blips a little faster as she leans closer. I meet her halfway, brushing a kiss against her forehead. The taste of smoke lingers faintly in her curls, mixing with the antiseptic of her skin and the sweetness of blueberries. It is the flavor of resilience. Footsteps near the door. We straighten as Dr. Pattison returns with a folded sheet. "Ms. Ramos, your labs look clear." Chest x-ray still shows mild inflammation, but within safe limits, he hands her a pen. "Sign this, and I'll release you under ambulatory care. Limited stairs, no duty for 7 days." She signs without hesitation. Pattison glances at me. "She leaves with you?" "I'm her chauffeur," I confirm, "and her cook." "Good man." He signs his portion, hands me a copy. "Keep that for the courthouse, and keep her on anti-inflammatories." He exits. Elena grins. "You heard the doctor." "Chauffeur." I grin back. "I'll rent a van so your crutches have legroom." She eyes my flour-sprinkled blazer. "And after court, you're showering before anyone photographs you." "Deal." I pocket the paperwork, then pull out my phone. Time to call Max. "Ready?" She nods. I dial, put the call on speaker. Max answers mid-ring. "Talk to me," he says, voice already caffeinated. "Elena is cleared for transport," I report. "We'll meet you at your office by 11. "Perfect." Keyboard clacks echo. "Media trucks camp outside the courthouse. We'll release a joint statement at noon. Elena, can you handle questions?" Her voice is calm steel. "Yes, but facts only." No personal drama. Max chuckles. "Chef, she's more disciplined than you." "That's why I'm marrying her someday," I quip before my brain catches up. Silence. My heart stutters. Elena's eyes go round, but the surprise flickers into warmth, then mischief. Max whistles. "Invite me to the tasting." "Focus, cousin," I mutter, ears blazing. He laughs, signs off. Elena arches a brow. "Someday, huh?" I swallow. "Too soon?" She studies me, then reaches to squeeze my tie. "Someday sounds like a good recipe, but right now, we have a frying pan of corruption to flip." Relief floods my veins. I nod. "Let's preheat." 2 hours later, I push Elena's wheelchair through the atrium, crutches strapped to the handles. A uniformed security guard stations beside us, scanning for reporters. Outside, news cameras jockey for angles, microphones poised like spears. The sun is fully up, glinting off lenses and windshields. Elena adjusts the collar of her Navy Station polo, aircast peeking under her denim caprice. She looks every inch the hero she is, plus a few stitches and stubborn determination. She inhales slowly, settles a hand over the pocket where she tucked my letter, worn soft from nights beneath her pillow. "You ready?" I ask, palm on her shoulder. "Ready." She squares her jaw. "Let's make ashes count." Security waves us forward, double doors sliding open to a blast of humid April air. The crowd spotlights us instantly. Flashes pop, voices overlap. "Firefighter Ramos, did you witness the suspect at the scene?" "Chef Shaw, is your development tied to an arson conspiracy? Are you two collaborating to avoid liability?" Elena lifts her chin. In a voice that cuts through the chaos, she answers the first question. "Yes, I saw him with my own eyes." Microphones thrust closer. Before they can bury us, Max strides forward, suit jacket flapping, press statement in hand. "Questions after the hearing," he calls. "Let us do our jobs." He shepherds us toward the courthouse steps. Elena grips the wheels, propelling herself with surprising speed. I match her pace. Each camera flash feels like a detonator, but the fear that once lurked in my gut is conspicuously absent. Maybe because her presence beside me is steadier than any anchor. At the base of the steps, I lean close. "Last chance to run." She smiles, fierce and bright. "No running, remember?" We ascend together. Halfway up, a gust of spring wind catches the linen towel over my forearm. The scent of lemon, honey, and courage drifts out, twining with exhaust fumes and camera ozone. Reporters murmur, craning for a glimpse. We reach the landing and pause. I grip the skillet handle, heavy but sure, as if carrying a torch that refuses to go out. Elena nods to the courthouse doors. "War room," she says. "Side by side," I answer. We push through into marble halls echoing with the hush before battle. Inside the anteroom, a clerk hands us hearing dockets, and I see Van Allen's signature scrawled beneath a motion to postpone. My attorney shakes his head. Too late for delay. The judge wants him. In the hot seat, I look at Elena, resolve mirrored in her eyes, and feel the skillet's weight like a promise in my grip. After everything we survived, we are done letting flames dictate the story. This time, we light the truth ourselves. The double doors into 4B swing shut behind us with a boom that seems to vibrate in my molars. Dark-paneled walls, high clerestory windows, echoing air that smells faintly of lemon oil and the ghosts of 1,000 verdicts. This room was built to make people feel small. I shift the linen-wrapped skillet under my arm, grounding myself with its familiar heft, and guide Elena's wheelchair down the center aisle toward the plaintiff's table where Max waits, papers fanned like playing cards. Across the well, Van Allen sits with 2 white-shoe lawyers. His silver hair looks freshly barbered, every strand lacquered into place. But the shadows under his eyes betray the night he must have spent shredding evidence and praying the sprinkler system of justice would misfire. When he spots Elena, 4 bruises on her forearm, aircast cuffed around her calf, his jaw tightens. Good. Let the sight haunt him. Judge Maren McCoy strides in from chambers, black robe swirling, gavel slamming once. "On the record," she says, voice smooth as river rock. Court reporters' fingers begin their staccato. I ease into a seat beside Elena and lace our hands beneath the table. Her grip is tense but steady. "First order of business," McCoy says, scanning the docket. "Defendant's motion to postpone." She lifts one brow at Van Allen's counsel. "Care to explain why you filed 2 hours after I granted the plaintiff's emergency motion?" Van Allen's lead attorney, a man whose cufflinks probably cost more than my stove, stands, clearing his throat. "Your Honor, Mr. Van Allen has experienced unforeseen medical stress due to hostile media coverage. We request a short continuance for his well-being." McCoy levels a stare that could curdle cream. The fire victims also experienced medical stress. Motion denied, her gavel taps. "Mr. Shaw, Ms. Ramos, you have new evidence?" Max springs up, laptop already mirroring the clerk's monitor. "Yes, Your Honor." Sworn deposition from firefighter Elena Ramos, eyewitness audio. Timestamps aligned to 911 logs, plus recovered incendiary device with serial numbers matching earlier property fires. The images flash on screen. The diesel canister, charred but legible. Thermal photos of the warehouse. A transcript overlay with Elena's calm voice describing Van Allen's words. Murmurs ripple through the public gallery. Press, neighborhood residents, off-duty firefighters in Class A blues. Van Allen shifts, whispering to his attorney. The lawyer's shoulders sag. They can feel the walls pressing in. Judge McCoy turns to Elena. Ms. Ramos, are you able to testify today? Elena wheels forward, microphone lowered to her. Her chin lifts, voice raspy but clear. Yes, Your Honor. She recounts the scene. The roar of flames, the teenage scavengers, the flashover, Van Allen's silhouette in the alley, the chilling command. Finish it. Destroy the failures. Every sentence lands like a hammer. I watch jurors' faces harden, see a young reporter wipe tears. When she finishes, McCoy nods. Cross-examination? Van Allen's attorney rises, shuffling papers. No questions at this time, Your Honor. Translation. Nothing to claw at. Max submits affidavits from inspectors who forged my signature, invoices for subgrade wiring, an email chain where a site manager warns Van Allen of electrical risks weeks before the first fire. Each document tightens the noose. Finally, McCoy addresses the defense. Mr. Van Allen, your counsel indicates you prefer settlement. Van Allen stands, smooths his tie. Yes, Your Honor. My company is prepared to make amends. Elena's fingers squeeze mine. I feel her pulse race. Anger, triumph, vindication. I lean close, whisper so only she hears. Your call, Ellie. Trial or terms. She inhales, meets McCoy's gaze. Respectfully, Your Honor, the community deserves public accountability, not private payouts. Max steps beside her. Plaintiffs are willing to discuss settlement only if the full investigative record is unsealed, and funds placed in an independent trust for victims' housing repairs, firefighter safety programs, and Code 40 reforms. Gasps spark like kindling. Van Allen's lawyer pales. Judge McCoy flips through the docket, then looks over her glasses. Mr. Van Allen, you brought this inferno to our doorstep. You've two options. Accept plaintiff's terms in full on the record, or proceed to trial Monday with an expanded indictment for attempted homicide. The courtroom holds its breath. Van Allen's nostrils flare. Sweat beads at his temple. He confers in frantic whispers, then turns back. We accept. Gavel cracks. Cameras click. A collective exhale shudders through the benches. McCoy adds, "And Mr. Shaw, that skillet you're brandishing, like Thor's hammer." Laughter ripples. Color blooms in my cheeks. Breakfast for the witness, Your Honor. Her stern facade softens a fraction. Bailiff, mark Exhibit C, a reminder that sometimes comfort food fuels justice. Reporters swarm, but we emerge flanked by firefighters in dress uniforms, Max orchestrating like a traffic cop. Elena raises a hand for silence. Her voice carries, clear as the first bell on shift. Today's settlement is not ending. It's a blueprint. Funds will rebuild safe homes, expand fire prevention, and make sure greed never outweighs human life again. Flashbulbs strobe. Questions volley. She answers a few, then looks at me. I step forward, skillet hoisted. For months, I say, we let fear and anger write our story. From now on, the community writes it. Shared tables, honest construction, and accountability that doesn't burn down when investors bail. Applause bursts from residents packed behind barricades. I feel Elena's palm find the small of my back. The contact steadies me like a cherrywood spoon in simmering sugar. A teen girl, the one whose brother Elena saved, pushes forward, eyes shining. Thank you. Elena leans down, murmurs something that makes the girl's shoulders straighten. I pass the skillet to her mother, a makeshift offering of hope baked in blueberries and courage. We escape to the rooftop for air, the Atlanta skyline blazing in the late morning sun. Sirens wail far off, ordinary calls that will always keep spinning. Yet for this moment the world tilts quiet. Elena rests against the concrete barrier, wind tugging curls from her bun. Did we really just do that? I step beside her, slide an arm around her waist, gingerly, mindful of bruises. We did. And you were magnificent. She laughs low, eyes glistening. My heart pounded so loud I thought the bailiff might cuff me for disturbing the peace. I heard it, I tease. Perfect metronome for my speech. Her gaze softens. About that someday comment, my stomach flips. Too forward? She shakes her head, brushing a thumb across my cheek. Too perfect. She draws a shaky breath. After Malik died, I convinced myself the safest love was the one I never voiced. But today I saw what honest love can build, even out of ashes. Heat rushes through my veins. I take her face in both hands, careful of the oxygen cannula now tucked away in her tote. Elena Ramos, when you're cleared for full duty and I'm cleared for emotional heavy lifting, will you let me cook you breakfast every day you're not on shift? She laughs, eyes bright. That sounds dangerously close to a proposal. Call it phase 1. I kiss her, chaste, reverent. She tastes like lemon, smoke, and liberty. Her fingers curl into my lapel, holding me there one heartbeat longer. Blue lights flash at street level, investigators escorting Van Allen into a cruiser for processing on a separate fraud charge he thought buried. Justice rides in handcuffs. Love stands on a rooftop with scraped knuckles and the sun in her hair. Elena breaks the kiss, forehead resting against mine. What now, chef? I grin. Now we call your mother, schedule physical therapy, and renovate a kitchen big enough for 2 stubborn hearts. I glance at the skillet cooling in the breeze. And maybe, just maybe, open a community bistro named after a certain fire station. She arches her brow. Station 42's Bread and Ember? Has a ring, right? Only if the menu includes pastrami collard greens. I groan. You drive a hard bargain. She brushes her lips over mine. Worth every charred edge. Above us, a pair of hawks ride a thermal, circling wider, higher. The city hums below. Horns, hammers, everyday noise no longer drowned by sirens. I slip my fingers between Elena's, feel our pulses match. No, we won't let the world burn us down again. This time, we're fanning the right flames. My phone buzzes once more, an email notification from a local community board begging us to lead a fire safety fundraiser next month. Elena squeezes my hand, a mischievous spark in her eye. Ready to test your chili against 50 Georgia grandmothers? She asks. I laugh, pull her close, and tap reply. Challenge accepted. The next chapter of us smells like spice, sawdust, and brand new beginnings. Chapter 25. Aiden. I arrived early for the group because following a long, weary stretch of months, the basement of St. Gabriel's felt less like a confessional and more like a finish line. Folding chairs form their usual lopsided circle, the sagging sofa still shoved against the back wall, but everything looks brighter. Maybe it's the April sun slanting through grimy windows, or maybe it's me breathing easier now that Van Allen's settlement check is locked in a trust and inspectors are testifying on record next week. I set a grocery tote near the snack table, blood orange slices, cheddar scallion biscuits, a mason jar of the peach bourbon honey Elena and I swiped from the station pantry. It feels good to feed people again. Really good. Dr. Quinn strides in, wearing his signature cardigan with the elbow patches. He claps twice to get our attention once everyone is seated. Before we share, he says, I want to recognize a milestone. Last year, this circle kept Aiden Shaw upright when grief threatened to knock him flat. This week, he stood in open court, skillet in hand, no less, and fought for the same community that once fought for him. Applause ripples. I scratched the sensitive hollow at my nape, cheeks warming. Behind Greg's glasses, his eyes soften. You reminded us that healing isn't only stitches and therapy worksheets. Sometimes it's blueberry custard under fluorescent lights. Well done, Chef. My throat tightens. I nod instead of speaking. Worried gratitude might spill out messy. Jada, a former paramedic, passes me a stress ball shaped like a pepperoni slice. I squeeze it until the foam squeals. When it's my turn, words find their way. We got a partial win, I say, steadying my breath. Van Allen's signing away millions to rebuild safe housing and upgrade fire equipment. But the bigger victory was walking beside Elena into that courthouse and realizing I no longer cook to outrun guilt. I cook because love tastes better hot off the stove. Laughter tinkles around the circle. Someone snaps their fingers in agreement. And, I brought snacks. Even Quinn breaks the no food until closing rule. The group digs in, biscuit crumbs falling like quiet applause. Marcus, our resident poet, raises a honey-slick slice of orange. To cornbread courage, he toasts. I drive home lighter. Harlem sidewalks pulse with Saturday bustle. Kids dribbling basketballs, street sacks crying low notes, bodegas hawking mangoes on ice. I detour through 125th Street Market. The produce stalls overflow. Rainbow chard, early strawberries, fat bunches of cilantro fragrant enough to perfume the entire block. I load my tote, lemon cucumbers, sweet corn, 2 glossy eggplants, and a bouquet of marigolds because Elena likes how they smell like sunshine and pepper mixed together. At the apartment, the kitchen greets me like an old friend rediscovered. I fling open every window, let spring air chase out the memory of stale courtrooms. The fridge hums, newly stocked with grass-fed beef, duck eggs, oat milk for Elena's coffee. I arrange vegetables on the butcher block, each one a promise to cook for her again. Chard wilted with garlic, eggplant blistered over open flame, strawberries macerated in brown sugar and lime. 3 weeks later, Elena graduates from physical therapy. She sends a selfie, crutches propped in the corner, her hair cast off, calf scar gleaming like a hard-earned comet trail. "Ready for phase 2, chef," the caption reads. I text back a dinner invitation in 3 options: rooftop picnic, hole-in-the-wall taqueria, or private after-hours tasting at my pop-up kitchen. She chooses the tasting, writing, "I want to sit on the prep table and heckle you while you plate." That night, I lit votive candles along the stainless countertop, their reflections gleaming like twin rows of runway lights. The staff cleared out at 6, leaving jazz humming low through battered speakers. I slide duck breasts into a cast-iron pan, skin crackling. When Elena arrives, the elevator dings and she steps into the kitchen, curls swept high, scar peeking below a navy sundress. My knees nearly buckle. She hops onto the prep table, feet swinging. Smells like starched chef whites in heaven. Her gaze lands on 3 plates. What's first? Charred corn polenta with blistered tomatoes, I say, spooning golden swirls onto the center plate, because summer is flirting with spring. She dips a tomato in polenta, sighs. Tastes like sunshine you can hold. Course 2 is seared duck over marigold tossed salad. She plucks a petal, sniffs. "You remembered." "Never forget sunshine pepper," I tease. Between bites, we trade tiny stories. Her return to modified duty in 2 weeks. My plans to launch Station Bread and Ember as a non-profit bistro near the rebuilt warehouses. She listens, eyes shining, then touches my wrist. "You fought for all this, Aiden, even when fear tried to snuff your pilot light." "I fought because you showed me how," I say. "Running into flames is easier when someone believes you can outrun them." Dessert is strawberry honey shortcakes. I set the plate between us, whipped cream clouding the edges. She drags a berry through the cream, pops it between my lips, then licks the sweetness off her thumb. The kitchen temperature spikes. "I missed cooking like this for you," I whisper. "I missed watching you," she counters, sliding closer until her knees brush against my hips. Heat arcs up my spine, but we stay in that hover, the slow burn space we've earned. Her fingers trace the flour dusting my apron. "This is better than any siren song!" Stay the night, I blurt. Her smile is gentle, patient. Soon. I promised my mom I'd call before midnight. She's still convinced you're a charming menace. Menace I can do. I glance at the clock. It's 11:17. She kisses my jaw, lingering. Walk me to the subway, menace? Outside, Harlem breathes in lilac and exhaust. We strolled 2 blocks, her arm linked through mine. At the station entrance, she pauses, tiptoes, presses a strawberry-flavored kiss to my mouth. I'll be on shift next Thursday, first night back, she says. Swing by with midnight noodles? Consider it done. I tuck a curl behind her ear. Be safe. She descends the stairs, turning once to wave. The underground rumble swallows her silhouette, but my chest stays full. No hollows left for fear. I head home planning that noodle broth. Ginger scallion, maybe a splash of bourbon honey. 1 week later, the therapy group meets again. Greg announces a new challenge. 3 gratitudes a day, spoken aloud. I jot mine on the edges of an order pad. Elena's laugh when whipped cream smudged her nose. The warehouse skeleton now scaffolded with newly inspected steel. The skillet hanging by my stove, clean but never cold. As the group wraps, Greg catches my arm. You were right about love tasting better hot, he says. But remember, chef, even good fire needs airflow. Keep talking. Keep breathing. I think of Elena's pulse beneath my thumb, the gust of night air through open kitchen windows, the way fear shrank when we named it out loud. We will, I promise. At home, the apartment is quiet, but life hums in the small details. Cilantro stems in a glass of water, notes from recipe testing scribbled on fridge magnets, a pair of Elena's station socks draped over the back of my couch like a flag staking territory. I preheat the oven, dice onions, and start Sunday sauce simmering, because cooking for tomorrow feels as crucial as breathing today. Halfway through reducing tomatoes, my phone buzzes. A photo fills the screen. Elena on the firehouse roof, helmet balanced on her heeled shin, sunset flaring around her like a promise. Shift starts. Sirens ready. Miss you already. My reply is simple. Stove on. Noodles at midnight. A second message pings before I set the phone down. Station alarm lights flashing behind her. Engines roaring to life. The caption reads, First call. See you in smoke. My pulse spikes, but the fear is different now. No longer drowning, just rushing water carrying us forward. I taste steam rising from the noodle pot and know she'll hear comfort in every simmering bubble. Tonight, the city may burn in spots, but we have learned to meet fire with fire and to feed the hunger it leaves behind.
I thought I was getting a fake marriage, but I didn't know my story was being told by Miss Tyla.
This isn't just any fake marriage now, is it?
No. You introduced me to the devil.
Come on, girl. Jacob isn't that bad.
Oh, I love Jacob. His family, on the other hand?
Beggars can't be choosers, Nyla. You should be grateful I even let Jacob Stone look your way.
I just wanted to save my granddaddy. Is that so bad? Why couldn't you let this be a normal fake marriage? Instead, you put me in a twisty story filled with money, betrayal, power, and lies.
Let's not forget love.
That's what keeps me going. But not gonna lie, Miss Tyla. This story you got me in ain't the simple fake marriage happy ending I thought it would be.
It's not. Where would be the fun in that?
Treat yourself to Say Less, I Love You. New releases every Thursday, now with longer episodes. Or skip the wait and grab the full series bundle from TylaWalker.com for up to 85% off. Treat yourself with Miss Tyla. Chapter 26. Elena. I stretch my leg beneath the folding table in St. Gabriel's parish basement, testing the final arc of tendon and scar tissue. No pain, just the phantom echo of fire heat that will probably live in the fibers forever. Like seasoning on cast iron. Good. I need every ounce of strength tonight, because Dr. Quinn handed me the facilitator clipboard with a grin and stepped back as if passing the baton in a marathon. Your turn to shepherd us, he whispered. Nobody understands resilience like a woman who ran back into a warehouse inferno and still managed to bake biscuits on crutches. Now, the battered clock over the coat rack ticks towards 6. The usual dozen chairs fill, and I perch on the edge of the facilitator's seat, breathing through a cocktail of nerves and determination. My palms sweat against the clipboard. The green index cards I prepared feel childish, but they steady me. Jada, the former paramedic, settles beside Marcus the poet, their knees touching in solidarity. Mrs. Delacroix, who once wept through every session, lifts a styrofoam cup and tips me a toast. She looks impossibly bright in a butter yellow head wrap, healing from grief inch by inch. Their faces remind me why I said yes to leading. I clear my throat. Welcome back, everyone. Tonight's theme is resilience, not the Pinterest quote kind. The kind you earn when everything you love smells like smoke. A ripple of quiet laughter soothes my nerves. We start the same way Malik used to start when he took this seat. My voice hitches on his name, but I keep steady. One thing you've been proud of since last week. Around the circle, hands rise. Marcus shares a poem he performed at an open mic without shaking. Jada reveals she finally filled out nursing school readmission forms. Mrs. Delacroix smiles shyly and says she slept 8 hours straight. Applause blooms after each confession. When the last story fades, I rest my fingers on the clipboard. My turn. 3 years ago, I pulled Rook, Malik Carter, from a warehouse collapse. He died. I blamed myself so hard I forgot how air tastes when it's not mixed with regret. I inhale, catching the quiet gasp from Jada. Last night I returned to that site. They are laying the first new steel beam, inspected 3 times, certified safe. I touched it and realized Malik's memory is not the weight that drags me under anymore. It's the hand on my back pushing me forward. My eyes prick. Marcus passes a tissue. I shake my head, smiling through tears. So I'm proud that today I can say his name without folding. I lift my phone, and I texted his mom the photo of the new beam. She replied with a heart emoji and 2 words, keep building. Silence settles, thick but comforting. Dr. Quinn nods from the back row, eyes glassy. I flip the first index card. Exercise time. Close your eyes. Picture the worst blaze you fought, literal or figurative. Now picture the ember that remained when the flames subsided. Smaller, yes, but still hot. That ember is fuel. What will you do with it? People breathe, shoulders shake, pens scratch. 10 minutes later, confessions float up. Jada will light her textbook pages. Marcus will light a care package program for poets who lost homes. Mrs. Delacroix will light a garden in her late husband's name, full of pollinator blooms because he used to say bees are tiny firefighters, beating wings to cool the hive. Their words layer like bricks around the room, building something sturdy. My pulse steadies. I remember Malik joking that resilience is just Sprite mixed with hope. I smile. Thank you, I say when sharing winds down. Aiden likes to say comfort food fuels justice. Tonight, comfort words fueled something just as strong. Dr. Quinn signals time. People rise, fold chairs, hug longer than usual. Mrs. Delacroix presses a lemon drop into my palm. For sweetness after ashes, she murmurs. Jada slips a nursing textbook from her tote and asks me to sign my name on the inside flap as her witness. I do. My signature is a little shaky, but proud. When the room empties, Dr. Quinn approaches. His cardigan smells of cedar and old coffee. You did good, Ramos. I let out a breath. Felt like herding cats on a trampoline. Resilience is messy, he says, but you showed them it is possible. He hesitates, gaze softening. Malik would be proud. A bolt of warmth slides through my chest, loosening the last knot. Thank you for letting me stumble, then stand. He pats my shoulder and heads for the door, humming an old hymn. Alone in the basement, I tuck the clipboard into my backpack. My phone buzzes with a fresh text from Station 42's group chat. Rookies bragging about a record-fast hose drill. I grin. Then I open a blank thread and type without overthinking. Elena, meet me at the firehouse at 7. 3 dots appear immediately. Aiden, already sautéing shallots? Do you prefer rooftop or apparatus bay? Elena, surprise me. No sirens, just us. Sunset washes the brick facade in rose gold light. The bay door stands half open, engine 2 gleaming behind it like a patient warhorse. No crew in sight. A faint jazz melody drifts from upstairs, the break room speaker playing Aiden's cooking playlist. My stomach flips. I climb the metal stairs to the turnout gear mezzanine. The smell hits first. Garlic butter, thyme, something sweet and smoky. Aiden is kneeling by a portable induction burner balanced on a stainless work cart. He wears black jeans, a navy t-shirt, and the apron I bought him that reads, "Fueled by Firehouse Coffee." A cast iron skillet sizzles with shrimp and charred corn. A glass jar of peach bourbon honey glows beside the burner like a captured sunset. He glances up, eyes warming. You are 3 minutes early. Overachiever. Blame city traffic behavior. I shrug out of my jacket. What's cooking? Skillet shrimp over honey buttermilk grits with poblano relish. He flips a shrimp, steam bursting. Comfort food, but make it resilient. I laugh. Resilient grits sounds tough. They survive 2 rewrites. He gestures to the corner, where a low picnic table sits atop an old ladder plank draped in a red and white cloth. 2 place settings, a mason jar vase cradling marigolds. A string of battery-powered fairy lights winds around a hydrant cap for ambience. The humble beauty of it steals my breath. I glance around. Where are the rookies? Rooftop PT, Reed owes me. He winks. We have an hour. He plates the shrimp and grits, scattering micro cilantro. I joined him at the makeshift table. Gear racks loom like silent sentinels, the air perfumed with diesel and butter. We eat, forks clinking softly. How was the leading group? He asks. I swirl shrimp through grits, savor. Powerful, hard. I talked about Malik and it felt good, like cooling a burn under clean water. His hand covers mine on the table, thumb stroking. He'd cheer your courage. A pause. I cheer for your courage. Heat blooms up my neck. Your therapy group missed you tonight. He grins. I left them cheddar scallion biscuits. They forgave my absence. We eat in comfortable silence, exchanging half smiles every few bites. After plates empty, he pours sweet tea from a thermos. The evening hush deepens, city sirens muted, only the hum of air compressors cycling below. I set my glass down. Aiden, there's something I need to say before life gets loud again. He straightens, attention sharp. My PTSD counselor says closure is an open door you decide to walk through. I inhale. I can say Malik's name without drowning. I can sleep on a mattress. I can imagine a future kitchen without fearing the ceiling will cave in. My voice trembles, but I keep going. You held the door while I walked through. His eyes shimmer. You walked yourself. Maybe. I reach out, brush flour off his sleeve. But I want you to know I'm ready for phase 2, whatever that looks like. He stands, circles the table. kneels beside my chair. The motion startles a laugh from me. Chef Shaw, why are you on the floor? Testing resilient knees. He takes my hand, kisses my scarred shin through the sundress hem, then presses a velvet pouch into my palm. Open it. Inside sits a small brass key, worn smooth. I frown. To what? Station bread and ember. Construction finishes next month. This key opens the staff entrance. He swallows, eyes earnest. I want you there for the first safety inspection, the first menu meeting, the first everything. Emotion crushes my chest in the gentlest way. I thought you said you'd wait until I could sprint up ladders. That was phase 0. He laces our fingers. Phase 2 is building something neither of us has to run from. I slide off the chair, kneel too, so we're eye level. The concrete is cool under my knees. Yes, I whisper. Count me in for every inspection, every midnight tasting, and every broken smoke detector we throw out. His laugh cracks with relief. Our foreheads meet, breaths mingling with garlic and honey from the gumbo simmering behind us. Slowly, with new and certain patience, Aiden's lips find mine. The kiss is soft at first, then deepens, tasting of sweet tea and promises. My fingers slip into his sandy hair, short on the sides, thick on top, curling tight to anchor us in the moment. His arm circles my waist, broad palm splaying over the small of my back, careful yet claiming. Heat coils low in my belly, slow burn, purposeful, already aflame. A clatter from the stairwell jolts us apart. Rookie Santos pops his head through the railing, eyes wide and cheeks pink. Dinner smells amazing, but the chief said to remind you, Lieutenant, of the 9 o'clock curfew for civilians on premises. He winks, nosy little brother energy, then scampers back up. I laugh against Aiden's shoulder. Busted. Worth it. He stands, pulls me to my feet, fingers laced with mine. Let me run you home. At the massive steel door we pause. Dusk cloaks the streetlights in halo glow. A Georgia summer thunderstorm brews in the distance. Air heavy with petrichor and ozone. I grip his navy uniform shirt, tug him closer. One more thing. I lifted the brass key he slipped into my palm earlier, a spare to his townhouse, and tucked it into the chain around my neck beside Malik's dog tag. Their weight settles together. A past honored, a future welcome. His throat works. Looks good on you. It feels like breathing again. He presses one last slow kiss to the hinge of my jaw, small, reverent, before releasing me to climb into the truck. The cab smells like leather and old smoke. My heart drums double time, equal parts nerves and yes. Raindrops splatter the windshield halfway to Decatur, turning city lights into neon watercolor. Aiden's left hand stays on the wheel, but his right drifts, knuckles brushing my thigh just below the hem of my sundress. Each pass sparks, a silent Morse code against skin. The radio hums low, some bluesy guitar that aches as much as it croons. You sure you're ready? He asks, voice graveled from 12-hour shifts and swallowed fear. I turn my head, trace the strong line of his profile, high cheekbones dusted in freckles, thick lashes hiding smoke-gray eyes. I'm sure of you. Lightning forks behind skyscrapers. His hand squeezes once, then slides higher, heat seeping through thin cotton. I exhale a shaky laugh. Eyes on the road, Shaw. Might have to pull over if you keep looking at me like that. We barely make it past the foyer before we're kissing again. Wet, hungry, a messy collision that rattles picture frames. The storm erupts outside, thunder rumbling like a second heartbeat. Dim sconces paint the hallway in liquid amber, catching raindrops on our clothes as Aiden kicks the door shut. Upstairs, he murmurs against my mouth, then lifts me, effortless, as if I weigh nothing more than the memory of grief between us. My calves lock around his waist, damp dress rucking up. The hard ridge of his manhood presses against my soaked panties. A needy whimper escapes me, embarrassing in its eagerness. God, I love that sound, he breathes, taking the stairs 2 at a time. Felt it in my chest the first night at that motel, and I've been chasing it since. He sets me on the skirting the perimeter of the king-size bed, charcoal sheets rumpled from lonely nights. My pulse skitters. This room has seen his nightmares. The smell of burning wood, the echo of brothers lost in the line. Tonight we rewrote it. Rain lashes the window in silver streaks, lightning strobing our silhouettes. Aiden stands between my spread knees, water-darkened navy t-shirt clinging to carved muscle, bunker gear tattoo flexing on his left bicep. I trail fingers over the inked firefighter crest, always running into flames. I'd run through hell for you, he says, tone shockingly earnest. But let's start with buttons. The dress bodice fastens down the front. He undoes each one with maddening patience, murmuring reverent commentary as new skin appears. Caramel shoulder, swell of breast. The slope where my ribs flare. Goosebumps rise under his calloused fingertips. By the time the final button parts, I'm trembling. Take it off, I whisper. He slides the straps down my arms, pulling fabric at my waist, bearing a scarlet lace bra. His breath catches. Sweetheart, you're lethal. I cup his cheek, thumb brushing a freckle near his mouth. Then die happy. And that's where we're going to put a pause on pleasure.
It looks like the rest of this chapter is just too naughty to put on the air.
As much as we'd love to share every little detail, we've got to stick to this platform's guidelines to keep these free audiobooks coming.
They've got some rules about what we can show, and we wouldn't want to risk losing the chance to bring you more content.
As frustrating as it is to build the tension only to be interrupted, Miss Tyla always knows how to make it up to you.
You can find the full, uncut scene over at TylaWalker.com.
With an entire library of unabridged audiobooks and ebooks, Miss Tyla's collection is waiting for you.
And if you use code SAVE40, you'll get 40% off any digital product, even on bundles that are already discounted.
So don't let the fun stop here. Head over to TylaWalker.com and treat yourself with Miss Tyla. Rain slows to a lullaby. He strokes my spine in gentle lines. You okay? He asks, voice a sandpaper whisper. More than. I kiss the hollow of his throat. Taste salt and resilience. That felt like forgiveness. Good. He presses a palm over my heart. Because I'm not running anymore, and I won't let you face the flames alone. Tears spill, but they're warm, cleansing. I tuck my face under his jaw. Together then. Together, he echoes, sealing it with a kiss. Slow, reverent, no less consuming than the storm we just survived. Outside, night exhales petrichor. Inside, we lie in the hush after wildfire, bodies still flickering with embers that promise to burn bright come morning. Chapter 27. Elena. The ballroom of the Atlanta Civic Fire Museum never looks like much from the outside. Brown brick facade, plain brass plaque by the revolving door. But tonight it gleams as if the ghosts of every fallen firefighter polished the place themselves. Strings of Edison bulbs crisscross the ceiling like constellations. Station 36's ladder truck, arranged in miniature above our heads. Round tables draped in navy linens crowd the hardwood floor. Each centerpiece is a small replica turnout helmet, overflowing with marigolds and tiny American flags. The annual Firehouse Memorial Dinner may be half fundraiser, half catharsis. But it always feels like walking into the warm hiss of a kitchen after a long shift. The one smell you can't find anywhere else except around your people. I stand just inside the foyer, taking it all in. 4 months ago, I walked into rooms like this. braced for side-eye and whispers. There's the woman who leaked inspection reports, the one who cost the city millions in hush settlements. But tonight, heads turn with something softer than suspicion. Maybe because Van Allen is now serving time in federal lockup. Maybe because his hush money became a public trust named for the 2 teenage scavengers we pulled from the textile mill. Or maybe because grief has finally stopped holding me hostage. Either way, I square my shoulders and step forward, determined to own the moment. Across the room, Aiden stands beside the dessert station, sleeves rolled, dusting cocoa over individual cast iron skillets of molten chocolate bread pudding. His riff on s'mores, complete with bruleed marshmallow crust. He looks unfairly edible himself in a charcoal vest and pale blue shirt open at the collar, flour smudged at his temple, where he must have brushed back a curl while plating. My pulse skips. Since our rooftop shrimp and grits date 2 weeks ago, every time he's near, my body answers like a tuned bell. He spots me, raises an eyebrow, and tips an imaginary chef's toque. I grin, shake my head, and mouth later because I have a speech to make and I refuse to melt before I deliver it. Captain Reed appears at my elbow, holding 2 glasses of sparkling cider. "Lieutenant Ramos," he says, handing one over. "I'm off duty," I remind him, tapping the brim of my cocktail hat. "Just Elena tonight." "Not after you see the tribute video?" he counters. "Department puts you front and center. Might as well get used to the new title, Poster Child for Code Reform." A flutter of nerves skitters across my ribs. As long as they spell my name right. He clinks my glass. Break a leg, just not the other one. Reed heads off to wrangle rookies away from the chocolate station before they inhale Aiden's entire inventory. I find my table. Number 9, front row, flanked by Melody and Ruiz from the therapy group. They wave me over. Chairs scrape as I ease between them. Melody's hair is braided into an intricate crown, threaded with gold ribbon. Marcus sports a burgundy velvet blazer that catches every light, making him look like a poetry incarnate. A slender woman I don't recognize leans across the centerpiece. "Lieutenant Ramos," she begins. "I'm..." "Elena," I correct gently. "Sorry, Elena," she amends. "I'm Councilwoman Preto's aide. The city wanted me to relay our thanks for your testimony. Without it, we wouldn't have secured the second phase of housing funds." My cheeks are warm. I didn't do it alone. Aiden's evidence, the inspectors. Still, she sets a business card by my bread plate. "If you ever consider public office, call me." Marcus's eyebrows vault near his hairline as she moves on. "Look at you," he stage whispers. "Hero of the hour." "Stop," I warn, laughing. But pride glows in my chest, bright and steady. A burst of trumpet fanfare signals dinner service. Uniformed volunteers wheel carts bearing platters of roasted salmon over citrus fennel, charred asparagus, and Aiden's signature cornbread sautéed with peaches and chilies. Every plate that lands smells like home. I catch Aiden's satisfied smirk from across the room as firefighters dig in. We're halfway through the main course when Assistant Chief Reed steps onto the small stage at the far end. Her silver pixie cut gleams under the Edison bulbs. "Settle down, grease monkeys," she calls, voice amplified by a tiny lapel mic. Laughter ripples, chairs shuffle. "Tonight we honor the living, the fallen, and the ones who stand between." She gestures to a blank screen behind her. Tribute first, then a special address from one of our own. My stomach flips. The lights dim. A video montage begins. Photos of helmeted silhouettes against walls of flame. Helmet cam footage of interior pushes. Slow motion clips of hose lines arcing glittering water. Name scroll. Friends gone too soon. Malik's face appears, laughing beneath the foam of shaving cream after a prank. I press a hand to my heart. The screen cuts to footage from the textile mill rescue, my helmet cam capturing the moment I shoulder open that window. The kids climbing out onto the ladder. Gasps fill the room. The final shot freezes on Aiden and me exiting the courthouse, side by side, skillet in his hand, still pulled from news coverage. Applause breaks open like thunder. Lights rise. Reed waves me forward. Lieutenant Ramos. I stand, legs suddenly jelly, but Jada's steady hand and Marcus's whispered go propel me onto the stage. The microphone looms. I glance down at my note cards, witty opener about hydrant pressure, a line thanking the mayor, but the paper feels wrong, rehearsed. I slip them into my pocket. Good evening, I begin, voice trembling at first, then leveling out. Most of you know me as the firefighter who leaked inspection reports on national TV. A murmur sweeps the room. I lift my hands, palms open. I did it because code books don't mourn widows, and cost-cutting doesn't attend funerals. I did it because a rookie named Malik died under a ceiling that should have been held. I'm here because Malik's mother asked me to keep building. I pause, swallow emotion. I almost let guilt devour me, but you? I sweep my gaze over crews in dress blues, families clutching hands. Aiden watching with shining eyes. You reminded me grief can forge, not just fracture. I take a breath. So tonight I need to thank someone else, Chef Aiden Shaw. All heads pivot to him. He looks startled, then blushes. Yes, the man who just dismantled a real estate tycoon blushes and rises. Aiden taught me comfort food can fuel justice. I smile at him, voice steadier now. When I was dusting drywall out of my lungs, he made blueberry cornbread. When I second-guessed the court, he carried that skillet into the courtroom like a shield. Laughter bubbles. He reminded me that bravery isn't always a rescue scene. Sometimes it's showing up with a spoon and saying, eat, heal, hope. I raise my glass. To the ones who keep us breathing after the smoke clears. Hear, hear, someone shouts. Applause erupts. Cameras flash. Aiden bows slightly, expression soft with something private and incandescent. He mouths, I love you. Heat floods my cheeks. I mouth it back. Chief Reed steps up, squeezes my shoulder. Well said. She faces the room. Cake and dancing at 10. Watch your toes. Station 42 leads. I descend the stage amid gratitude I haven't yet earned, but will spend the rest of my career repaying. Aiden intercepts me halfway, palm gentle at my waist, guiding me between tables until we reach a quiet alcove behind the dessert station. He smells of cocoa and clove. That speech, he murmurs, voice husky. What? Too sappy? I tease. Perfect. He cups my cheek, thumb brushing the corner of my lip. Every word. I slide arms around his neck, heart thrumming. I meant every word. The band starts up. A brass cover of an old Sam Cooke tune. Couples drift to the makeshift dance floor. Aiden tilts his head toward the music. Dance. With these heels? I lift one foot, showing the sparkly 3-inch strappy sandals I borrowed from Jada. Your toes will sue me. I'll risk litigation. He threads our fingers, leads me under the Edison bulbs. The floor vibrates with the laughter and clapping, the air warm with sugar and wood polish. He pulls me in, one hand firm at my lower back, and we sway. The wound on my shin twinges once, then eases, like a scar waking to a new beat. Tell me something, he murmurs near my ear. When you said rebuilding, does that include the rooftop garden idea? I smile against his shoulder. Plans already submitted to the zoning board. We will break ground next month. I want tomato vines taller than Reed's ego. He chuckles, breath stirring the curls at my temple. Then we'll need irrigation. And maybe a pizza oven. Phase 3. My grin widens. Phase 3 sounds delicious. We spin, slow, absorbing the night. Across the room, Jada snaps pictures on her phone. Marcus claps off beat, laughing. Councilwoman Prito stands chatting with Chief Reed, likely plotting new safety legislation. Ghosts watch too. I can feel them. Malik, James, the warehouse victims, smiling beneath the marigold-lit helmets. After 2 songs, a rookie cuts in, asking me to dance. Aiden bows out with a wink. He drifts back to the dessert table, refilling skillets, orchestrating sugar highs. I laugh through salsa steps with Marcus, then sway with Mayor Caldwell, who thanks me for rattling City Hall with truth. I accept the compliment, mostly surprised not to taste fear behind it. By 9:30, the band shifts to Motown, and perspiration beads on everyone's cheeks. I slip out onto the stone balcony overlooking downtown. Night air cools my skin, heavy with magnolia bloom. Traffic glitters below like a river of sparks. Footsteps approach. Aiden slides next to me, offers a fresh glass of water. Thank you, I breathe, sipping. Needed air? He asks. And quiet, I lean on the railing. But I'm glad I spoke. Malik deserved it. He nods. You made him proud. We watch headlights flow south toward Hartsfield. Planes bank overhead, lights blinking. Somewhere across town, Station 42's night crew tests a saw. Engines rev faintly in the distance. Aiden clears his throat. There's a thing I've been considering. He reaches into his vest pocket, pulls out a silver firefighter's badge chain with 2 rings dangling. One is his grandmother's simple rose gold band. The other is a small steel washer engraved with breathe. My lungs seize, hope, disbelief, love crashing together. He holds them out on his palm. I know it's soon, and we have phases left, but tonight felt like standing in the doorway of forever. If forever freaks you out, we can table this. Aiden, I whisper, voice shaking. I was done running the day I walked into that courthouse beside you. His eyes flare bright. Then maybe we won't sprint. Maybe we slow burn our way down the aisle when we're ready. These rings can start as promise bands, no deadlines. Just every sunrise decides again. Emotion swells, almost too much. I take the steel washer, slide it on my thumb. Cool metal warms instantly. Promise accepted. I reach for the rose gold ring. May I? He nods, speechless. I slip it on his little finger. It barely fits, charmingly snug. In the ballroom, someone starts chanting speech, speech, pulling us back. We share a wild grin, tuck the rings out of sight for now. Let them wonder, I say. He offers his arm. I hook mine through. The band strikes the first chords of Ain't No Mountain High Enough as we step through the French doors, ready to join the chorus. Epilogue. Elena. 1 year later, I balance on the tip of a 6-foot ladder in Engine Bay 2, one hand braced against the cool steel of the overhead doorframe, the other holding a laser pointer. 15 middle schoolers in oversized plastic helmets crane their necks while I sweep the red dot across the ceiling joists. Rule 1, I say, projecting so my voice bounces off concrete. Fire moves 3 ways, up, out, and wherever complacency invites it. A chorus of oohs follows. Behind them, Captain Ortiz mimes applause, then slips back to the rig. I grin and flick the pointer off. Teaching these Saturday workshops has become my favorite off-shift duty. No hazard pay, all heart pay. Parents linger along the bay wall, snapping photos. One mom mouths, "Thank you." I tap 2 fingers to my helmet brim. After the kids file out, I climb down and check the storage bins. We've gone through 3 pallets of practice extinguishers this month alone. Proof our community finally believes safety is more than a 5-letter word in a dusty manual. My phone buzzes with a text from Aiden. Soft open lunch shift ends at 20. Your booth is waiting. A warmth spreads beneath my ribs. Ember and Ash has been officially open for 3 weeks, but every time I read the name in Aiden's handwriting, arched neon outside the old warehouse we nearly lost, my throat thickens. He reclaimed the rubble, poured sweat between each brick, then handed me the spare key and said, "Home is wherever you still smell smoke and choose to stay." I send him a thumbs up, tuck the phone away, and jog to the locker room to ditch my turnout pants for jeans and a Station 42 t-shirt. My calf scar glints pale but uncomplicated under fluorescence. I run fingertips along it, reminder of the blaze that almost ended everything, and smile because today it is nothing more than punctuation in a sentence still unfolding. It's been 21 days since opening day. The walk from station to restaurant takes 12 minutes if I obey crosswalk signals, 9 if I jaywalk at Mitchell Street, which I do now, arms swinging with the hush of spring heat rising from asphalt. When I round the corner onto Forsyth, the sight still knocks air from my lungs. Huge windows punched into old brick, sleek black awnings striped in marigold, diners visible at reclaimed wood tables. The letters over the entrance glow copper in the afternoon sun. Ember and Ash. Inside, noise is a symphony. Forks on ceramic, baristas steaming oat milk, Aiden's baritone calling for more pickled okra on 6. The host stand empties as soon as I appear. Tina, the maitre d', beams. "Chef said you'd be on the dot. He's plating dessert for you right now." I slide into the curved banquette nearest the open kitchen. Jade green seat cushions match the moss wall on the far side, a living heart thriving under sun tubes. Every design detail whispers reclamation and growth. Aiden approaches carrying a shallow bowl, cradling 3 scoops of pineapple sage sorbet, sparkling with chili lime dust. He sets it down, leans in, and kisses my temple, not caring who sees. Fuel for fire safety royalty. I steal a bite. Sweet chills burst on my tongue, then fade into pepper heat. "Are you trying to bribe me for a ride on ladder 2? "I am bribing you to unpack boxes tonight instead of reorganizing our spice cabinet again." He nudges my shoulder with his. "I caught you alphabetizing both the cumin variants at midnight." "I was looking for lost hazelnuts." I spoon another taste, eyes watering from the chili kick. "Besides, half those boxes have your great Aunt Thelma's newspapers from 1983. He slides into the booth beside me rather than across, thigh pressed to mine. "Fine. Tonight, no alphabetizing, no old newspapers. We pick 3 boxes each. Keep, donate, toss. Then I cook carbonara and we watch that documentary about arson dogs you keep queuing." "Deal." I clink my spoon against his. "But carbonara must involve turkey bacon. My mom's coming over tomorrow for a leftover inspection." "Turkey bacon desecrates tradition," he groans, then kisses my cheek. "But for your mom, I'll even saute kale." That's love. 2 months earlier, on our first night living under the same roof, we were surrounded by half-packed boxes and equal parts anticipation and chaos. Cardboard towers dominate the living room of our loft. His cast iron pans, my station gear, herbed salts labeled in my scratch script, old Polaroids of him at culinary school, a medal I earned for pulling a driver from a burning SUV in Queens. We trip over memories while laughing too hard. At midnight, only the mattress is clear. Aiden emerges from the kitchen with a saucepan of hot chocolate spiked with sriracha because he claims spice amplifies cocoa. I collapse onto the floor in oversized sweats. He sits opposite, cross-legged, sliding the pan between us. Steam rises. "To chaos," he says. "To laughter," I counter. Cardboard box walls rise around us like improvised ramparts, unfinished towers waiting for photo frames, and plants that won't die if he forgets to water them during a 36-hour shift. The only furniture is a vintage milk crate, turned coffee table, and the half-rolled Persian rug, I argued him into rescuing from a resale shop on Peachtree. The air smells of wet asphalt from the storm, sugar from the bakery downstairs, and the Aztec hot chocolate I insisted on making to christen the space. Thick cocoa laced with cayenne and one reckless spoon of rum. We sit cross-legged on the rug, knees brushing, steam fogging my lashes. When I sip, pepper heat blooms at the back of my throat. The rum punches higher. I cough, trying to fan my tongue. Across from me, Aiden sputters in an identical, deep-chested hack, and we both burst into laughter. Bright, spontaneous, the kind that flays you open to new oxygen. Dimple creasing his right cheek, he wipes a thumb across my mouth. "You've got chocolate here." His grin is soft, reverent. That single swipe, warm, a little rough from calluses, sends a spark directly to the coil low in my belly. I feel it contract, throb. The room tilts, or maybe spinning happens inside my skin instead of outside my skull. The shift is so palpable I see the realization in his eyes too. An ember catching dry tinder. Cups clink onto the crate table, half full and totally abandoned. I inhale to speak, maybe about paint samples or where his medal should hang, but breath turns into a sigh as his mouth claims mine. Honeyed chocolate clings to the seam of our lips, sweet smoke intertwined with the taste of brown liquor and rain. The first kiss is exploratory, a sigh, a test. The second is a slide, tongue meeting tongue, slow sweep, my pulse exploding into a drumline. By the third kiss, our bodies are already negotiating, his palm at the nape of my neck, my fingers clawing at the hem of his Henley. "I want you," he whispers against my mouth, voice turned hoarse by restraint. "Then have me," I answer, the words rasping out on a tremor of need. "Right here. Build our first memory on this floor." I hate to put a stop to a good time, but it looks like we've hit this platform's limit for spiciness.
This platform's got some rules we have to play by if we want to keep giving you these stories for free.
And trust me, this scene isn't something you want to miss.
While we can't get into all the details here, you can still dive into the full, uncut version at tylawalker.com.
Miss Tyla has an entire collection of unabridged audiobooks and ebooks waiting for you.
And the best part? You can treat yourself with 40% off when you use the code SAVE40.
That's right. You'll save on any digital product, even bundles that are already discounted.
Miss Tyla would never let anyone feel the kind of disappointment you must be feeling right now.
So why wait? Treat yourself with Miss Tyla. He threads our fingers. I press our joined hands over my heart. The thunder outside is only a distant rumble now, like the calming of something that has burned itself clean. My chest swells with a quiet certainty. This is the safest burning I have ever known. Aiden kisses my hairline. Stay tonight, stay tomorrow, stay as long as you want. I twist to look at him, love aching behind my ribs and sternum. I live wherever you keep the door unlocked. Then it'll never latch again. He smiles, sleepy, triumphant. We lie there until the storm passes entirely, until the first promise of dawn glows at the edges of the blinds, writing our names in soft blue above the unpacked future. Today marks the 1-year anniversary of the settlement. The restaurant thrums at dinner service, open kitchen haze perfuming the air with wood smoke and rosemary. I step out of a lift wearing a simple red sundress and heeled boots, hair twisted high to stay clear of the line's heat. Melody greets me inside, Fitbit whirring as she hustles plates. She switched from EMT to culinary school last fall, now leads guard manger on Friday nights. Seeing her wielding tongs instead of trauma scissors fills me with pride. Chef Shaw said, "Seat 3 at the pass for you," she calls, eyebrows wiggling. I laugh and weave through diners to the chef's counter. Aiden lifts a pan in greeting, sweat glistening along his brow. He kisses 2 fingers to me, then flips a ribeye and showers it with smoked salt. The intimacy of being his house seat thrills me no less than the first time. I perch on the bar stool, soaking in the pace, ticket printer chattering, sauté pans hissing, servers pivoting like dancers. Tonight marks the first of our sensory recovery dinners. Guests booked months out. Burn survivors, firefighters, therapists, families who lost homes. Each course explores restorative textures, silky soup, crunchy pepitas, fragrant lemongrass finishes. Chef's note at each setting reads, "May taste light your path." Aiden can be poetic when he isn't cursing a dull knife. Between courses, I circulate, checking on attendees. Dr. Quinn sits flanked by her grandsons, savoring brown butter gnocchi. She grabs my hand, tears shining. "Lilies for Alphonse," she says, pointing to the edible flowers garnishing her plate. "He's here, honey." Yes, he is. All our ghosts dine with us tonight, and no one flinches. At 9:30, the staff lines up along the open kitchen for final applause. The restaurant's tradition. Diners rise, clapping. Aiden steps forward. "Tonight's meal honors resilience," he says, voice rough with feeling. "Everything you tasted grew in our rooftop garden. Seeds pushed through charred compost, reminding us that ashes can feed the future." A hush falls. I cross to him, slide my hand into his. "And resilience isn't a solo act," I add. "It's a table wide enough for every scar." The crowd cheers, cameras flash, my scar warms beneath my hem, no longer a secret but a badge. We lock the front door, shoes dangling from hooked fingers. Music still plays softly overhead, some bluesy guitar riff perfect for swaying. Aiden snags my wrist, spins me beneath the moss wall. I laugh, collapse against his chest, our bare feet padding on cool, polished concrete. The scent of lemon thyme still clings to his collar. My heart bumps against his. "You tired?" he murmurs, lips brushing my ear. "Bone deep. Kitchen fire drill is tiring." Good, because our boxes still outnumber cleared floor space. He grins when I groan. I propose a compromise. 1 box, then bathtub, then bed. Add midnight grilled cheese, and you've got a deal. Done. Smoked Gouda on sourdough. He dips me. I squeal, swat his shoulder, then pull him upright and kiss him, slow and certain. The world narrows to this moment. The press of his chest, the streetlights beyond, the faint pop of jars sealing in the pantry as pickled okra cools on racks. Station 42's annual fundraiser spills across Ember and Ash's courtyard. Low picnic tables, fairy lights, kids with miniature hoses dousing wooden cutouts shaped like flames. Aiden balances a tray of bourbon-glazed wings while simultaneously preventing 3 toddlers from decapitating the cornbread tower. Ortiz mans a dunk tank, heckling donors into throwing baseballs. Councilwoman Prito and Chief Rhodes draft legislation notes over peach sweet tea. It is chaotic and flawless. At dusk, I tap a spoon against my water glass. Conversations hush. 1 year ago, I begin. We stood in flames. Tonight we stand in their light. I point to the mural on the brick wall. Moloch's silhouette lifting a hose toward a phoenix that arcs across a crimson sky. Painted by local teenagers sealed with fire-retardant varnish. This garden, this restaurant, every safety workshop scholarship we funded, they're proof the community outburns greed. Cheers rise. Aiden hands me a mic-less tambourine. I laugh, shake it for emphasis. Jada rolls out a sheet cake decorated with frosting marigolds. Ruiz mounts a short stage with a notebook, ready to perform a poem about rising embers. Music swells, hearts swell. I wander through twinkle-lit pathways as the party hums on. At the far end, Aiden stands near the tomato vines, taller than Reed's ego, just as promised, moonlight washing his features silver. He spots me and opens his arms. I step into him. resting forearms on his shoulders. True north, he whispers, nose brushing mine. Home base, I answered. We share a silent vow. Whatever alarms tomorrow brings, we find each other in the smoke. He lifts my hand, presses a kiss to my scar, then guides it to his chest. Beneath my palm, his heartbeat thrums steady as the drumline of a city at night. Our friends call for us to cut the cake. We face them, hands intertwined over the wooden spatula, scars gleaming beneath the fairy lights. I meet Aiden's gaze. There is no fear in his eyes, only promise, and in mine, the same. We plunge the blade through soft vanilla and buttercream. Applause rises like the roar of a fire just before water meets flame, fierce and cathartic. Somewhere above us, the rooftop garden breezes sway basil leaves. Seeds turn to vines. Ruin turn to refuge. Before the slice lands on the plate, he leans close, heartbeat vibrating against my wrist. Ready for phase 4? He asks, voice husky. I arch an eyebrow. What's phase 4? He slides his free hand to my stomach with a wink. Family expansion menu review. Heat flashes across my cheeks. I laugh, half shocked, half elated. Maybe taste test first and see what sticks. His grin is pure sunrise. Deal? People jostle for cake, kids chase bubbles. The mural glows under floodlights, all ordinary magic. I inhale night air flavored with wood smoke, ginger, and marigold, and realize every compass needle inside me spins toward this moment. Sirens wail faintly in the distance, another call, another blaze for someone else's chapter. Aiden squeezes my fingers. We watch the lights fade beyond rooftops, knowing our own fires burn right here. Slow, steady, bright enough to guide anyone still searching for hope in the dark.